Oh, hold on. All right. Hey guys, what's up? I'm on Google Meet today, so I'm small in the corner. You're just gonna have to deal with it, okay? I'm joined right now by Shikha Dalmia, I think.
Very good.
Close, right? Okay, yep.
Very good, yeah.
She is a journalist and policy analyst focused on liberal democracy and authoritarian populism. I know that we spoke a little bit about me coming to LibCon a bit ago. You're one of the few people I've spoken to who is like a fellow lib-left person.
Yes.
Also worth noting that you are the president of the Institute for the Study of Modern Authoritarianism, and then you are the editor of The Unpopulist, which is a magazine that is dedicated to promoting lib-left democratic ideas and countering the growing trend of authoritarian populism, not just in the U.S., but around the world. You used to be a libertarian, and then I guess you've kind of moved into more of this center-lefty area. And yeah, I think we're going to talk about that today. We're talking about populism and authoritarianism, and then we're talking a little bit about LibCon coming up soon.
Yeah. Well, we should talk about LibCon first, I guess. It's the big conference that my institute, called the Institute for the Study of Modern Authoritarianism, holds. We are having our third LibCon this year. And it's the biggest conference on the planet, bringing together liberals from all over the world. And we don't mean liberals in the progressive sense. We mean liberals in the sense of institutional liberals who believe in, checks and balances and deliberative democracy and all that good stuff, not one-man rule. And this year, we are very, very excited to have you on a panel. We are announcing this. This is hot off the press news. Destiny, aka Stephen, are going to be on a panel about Gen Z and their attitudes towards liberalism. And Sarah Longwell of the Bulwark is going to be the host of this panel. And we have two other speakers, Rachel Janfauza and Gabe Fleischer. So your listeners are all welcome to come. It's in Washington, D.C., July 16th, 17th. And tickets sell out fast, so we've got a few more to go. If anybody wants to join, they should run to the site, conference site, and conferenceliberalism.org, I think, is the name of the site. But just Google it, you'll find it.
Gotcha. And then also, apparently you can, I think if you go to discord.com/invite/digitalgroundgame, I think they can direct you to tickets as well. I got that you all correct that time. But yeah, so thanks a lot for chatting. Okay, so I have a few big questions, even just kind of based off your introduction. And I don't know how much the online space is different from the real life space, but you mentioned that you guys are, you represent like liberals and not progressives. You said liberals and not progressives. How do you maintain a position where you are like center left, but not like super far left, but you're actually center left, and you're not just like a mask on conservative? I don't know if this happens as much in like real life spaces, but so many times people say like, oh, I'm like a liberal, I'm a classical liberal, a real liberal. That 99% of the time they just mean conservative when they say that, or MAGA conservative. Yeah.
Well, we are not. And I think if you follow the Unpopulist, which is our Substack newsletter, basically all our content is for free, but you can pay us if you, from the goodness of your heart. We are kind of like different. So let me just begin at the beginning and tell you a little bit about my background and how I have come to this place. As you said, I started off as a libertarian. And a libertarian's conventional understanding, the lazy way to describe a libertarian is that they are fiscally conservative and socially progressive. And I worked at Reason magazine for 15 years. Before that, I actually used to write for the conservative Detroit News editorial page. And I think now when I look back, so I'm very old, I'm 500 years old. I'm actually completely not your demographic. That should be clear to your listeners. I haven't played video games since Pac-Man, which was 30 years ago. And this is the first time I'm being on a streamer show. And, I've been around longer than many of your listeners were embryos, I think. And so... and I'm not actually, and I don't even approve of this whole universe of online conversations. And if I were their mothers, I would be telling them to go off and do their homework. So,
as long as you don't attack the video games, we're okay. I'm okay with no more online politics though, because holy Christ,
yeah, right. No, but the reason I really appreciate you is because if we are going to be in this online space, we need forces of good on it. So I'm very grateful for what you do. So I started off, when I look back at my own trajectory, I grew up in India, which was a socialist country, and socialism wasn't working in India. It had made India the basket case of the world in economic terms. Its, rate of growth was like 2%, economic growth was 2% till it liberalized its economy. So I was always kind of primed to be against socialism, but I was not conventional. I didn't believe in, traditions and traditional values and social conservatism. So libertarianism was a very comfortable space for me. And then Trump came along. And I realized that many of the libertarians who were supposed to be against authoritarianism and they were supposed to be equally against the right and the left, or equally for the right and the left, turned out to be actually not like that. Libertarianism was supposed to be the philosophy that stood up to authoritarianism, but they were not all that perturbed by Trump. And that's when I kind of like quit the label and I left and I started my own magazine and what have you. So in some senses, sort of occupying this progressive space was natural for me. I was always, something of a feminist. I've always been super pro-immigration, for gay rights, all if you look at the issues down the road in, social terms, I was always for those. But because I haven't been a socialist, I guess I don't completely fall into the progressive space, which is captured by all kinds of very bad economic ideas, which very often converge with those ideas that we see coming out on the right now. So your listeners may not know this, but protectionism and tariffs used to be a lefty thing once upon a time. It was really only after Clinton, and even during Clinton, and I lived through the Clinton years, he's the one who liberalized trade for this country. He's the one who signed NAFTA with Mexico and Canada. He's the one who gave China, most favored nation status, and opened sort of like this globalization of the American economy, which at that time was extremely unpopular with the left. There was a huge movement against that on the left. There were protests on the street for all the reasons that the right is affirming right now. And so, but because I was never on economic grounds socialist or even close to one, I can easily stay away from that progressive space. That's a very long-winded way of answering your question, but
yeah, no, you're fine. The one thing you bring up that's kind of funny is a lesson that I've learned over the past decade is it's important that I fight with lots of different people to continually kind of clarify my beliefs. One of the things that drives me the craziest is when you are among a group of people and you think you have like a shared perspective, and then a certain topic comes up, and then you very quickly realize, wait a second, we're very far apart on this. Right. You brought up the libertarian stuff. When I was in a Catholic school, I made my little transition from being a Catholic to an atheist. And as a high school boy, obviously, Ayn Rand was the vehicle for that for me. And yes. I remember being a libertarian for quite a while. And their number one issue that you would bump heads with a lot of other people, like, oh, I'm libertarian, had to do with immigration and borders. Because from the libertarian perspective, it was always like, oh, borders, I mean, I don't really care that much. People should sort themselves out economically in whatever way is feasible. And, generally that's how it goes. And people who had identified as libertarian had huge pushback to that. They were like, what? No, you have to, in crazy defensive borders. People can't just move wherever just for economic means. And, over time I realized that, people will wear certain political labels. I don't know why. I would have to think about it more. But sometimes they just don't want to identify as conservative, or they think there's more virtue in having like an independent label that puts them above everybody else. And, it drives me insane sometimes. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, you brought up something related to authoritarianism. One like really popular topic right now that I've been speaking a lot about on stream, and a lot of people have been speaking about this in the United States, is populism. What are your thoughts, just broadly speaking, I guess?
So first of all, let me just say that your and my intellectual trajectory is extremely similar. I went to a Catholic school in India. I was sort of Hindu by birth, but my parents sent me to a Catholic school because that's where you learned how to speak good English.
Okay.
And I was my gateway drug to libertarianism also in high school was Ayn Rand. And that was, when you're growing up in socialist India, Ayn Rand is a very, very heady drug. Because she tells you, your life is for yourself and you're not living for others. Don't sacrifice yourself. And that was great because, in India, we had like a collectivist economy and then a very traditional society that believed you should be sacrificing yourself to your group or your elders or your tribe. And so it was a very, very heady, drug. And then at some point I fell out of it. I actually wrote a long article about this for Forbes. I was a columnist at Forbes, what Ayn Rand got wrong. And it's relevant, right? And as you pointed out, one of the reasons, you mentioned immigration and libertarianism. I mean, libertarians actually, I would say, by and large, mainstream libertarian movement is actually still very good on immigration. I mean, Cato Institute still does the best work on immigration. And and if you look at Hayek or Milton Friedman or even Ayn Rand, they all believed in the free flow of goods and people across borders.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Frederic Bastiat, this French economist, who said if people and goods can't cross borders, soldiers will. And you're kind of seeing that dynamic play out right now. And so there is like there is a sort of like a very open door mentality built into core libertarian thinking. But this is why I moved away from libertarianism, which is exactly your experience. But there was then this very reactionary, regressive wing that emerged among libertarians of paleo-libertarians who made the welfare state the issue. And their problem with this kind of open flow of people across borders, which is kind of like central to, free enterprise market-based thinking, is that, well, you can't have that when you have a welfare state. And this kind of like showed to me that, even libertarianism, it comes from these very deductive principles, right? Like non-aggression. The state cannot aggress against people who are just living their lives, and property rights. Different people, even who buy the same, axiomatic premise, can spin very different stories from it. So the paleo-libertarians can want closed borders because of the welfare state. And then you can have libertarians who say, well, welfare state is not such a huge issue. Violating somebody's rights to move across the borders is a more fundamental violation of liberty. And so libertarianism in that sense doesn't take you too far. And that's one of the reasons I moved away from it. But libertarianism is actually, some of the biggest populists that you have seen in modern, American history have actually come from the libertarian side, right? Like if you think of Ron Paul, he was a populist figure and he was a libertarian. He's the last third party candidate, although he ran as, I guess, a Republican. He didn't run as a libertarian, but he did really well. I mean, and he, didn't get quite 10% of the vote at one point, but he did. And populism, to me, is in some ways the opposite of libertarianism, because populist to me is inherently authoritarian. And this might seem a little bit counterintuitive because, authoritarianism is like rule of the one and the populism is kind of rule of the people. But they are actually very closely aligned. And the reason they are aligned in that in a liberal democracy, you can't have all the people ruling all the time, right? It's like even in ancient city-states, where that were democracies in Greece, they were very afraid of populist demagogues because you need somebody to represent the people. So you can either have a strongman represent the people, or you can, put the popular will through institutions of liberal democracy, parliaments and courts, and, you can have a constitution that limits what a majoritarian democracy can do, because a majoritarian democracy can be extremely, extremely authoritarian. It can just choose to take away the rights of minorities by voting against them, right? And so for that reason, populism and authoritarianism are very closely tied, because if populism is the rule of the people unmediated by these structures that constrain, the Volk, the majority, it very soon lapses into strongman politics. And you've seen that kind of happen in the United States, and populism and illiberalism, some form of illiberalism and authoritarianism always go hand in hand, and libertarians are actually not immune to this dynamic.
Mm-hmm. For when you mentioned the Cato Institute, to clarify, there definitely are some libertarian institutions that still do good libertarian work. I just found that in my real life, anybody that identified as a libertarian, it's funny you bring up the Cato Institute, because anytime you want to argue immigration stuff,
Yes.
There are a few guys over there that do really, really, really great work.
Alex Naraste.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, they do really great work on it. everybody that I know in real life that call themselves a libertarian hates these people because they're like,
Really?
these guys think they think that illegal immigrants are destroying the economy and blah blah blah. But so I do agree with you 100% that the actual libertarian think tanks and some of these guys still do really great work. But for whatever reason, I just a lot of Republicans just started calling themselves libertarian. I think off of like the Tea Party movement. So you get a lot of these people who are just Republican, conservative, like post neocon types who call themselves libertarian. They're not at all.
Right.
Something you brought up that was really funny.
Just very quickly.
Yeah.
Very often, I've met a lot of libertarians who call themselves libertarians because the Republican Party is not right-wing enough.
Yeah.
So they are to the right of Republicans, and so they call themselves libertarians because what else? Because there's no other terminology for them. They're not going to call themselves fascists or Nazis, which is sometimes what they are.
Yeah.
So they start calling themselves libertarians.
That was the Tea Party. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly the Tea. Well, Tea Party. Here's the interesting thing: when the Tea Party first started, they were not as bad as they became. Once, especially after Trump came along and Sarah Palin came along. Believe it or not, I had spoken at Tea Party meetings where I spoke about, open immorgation and liberalizing our immigration policies. And the argument I used to make, which used to go down well once upon a time, now I'll probably get stoned if I made this argument in a right-wing space. But the argument I used to make was you want the economy and you want businesses and families and individuals to be making the decisions about who should come into the country, right? Not central planners sitting in Washington, D.C. They cannot plan an entire labor market. Our market is too complex. It's you can't have Washington bureaucrats sitting and thinking, what does Microsoft want versus what does an agricultural company want? So let sort of the market decide who comes in. And that argument used to play once upon a time. I don't think it would anymore.
It was before Glenn Beck captured it.
Yes.
Yeah. I grew up a massive conservative. My mom is Cuban, so all the old conservative stuff. My mom loves Sarah Palin and everything. Yeah. Another thing you brought up that was very funny to me is you bring up this concept of like libertarianism. People can have like these axioms, but then where you go from there is very different. I learned this several years ago, and I say this a lot. I remind people a lot when I debate. I really don't care what a person's principles are. We have to give some examples because people will give you similar axioms and then they'll just on a completely different level. Like a person could say, I think in the United States of America, everybody needs to be free to have families and then raise their kids and then empower those children to be the most productive units possible. Therefore, and then one person will say, that's why we need absolutely no taxes and families need to be free to do whatever with no government restrictions. And then the other person will say, this is why we need to massively increase taxes and make childcare free and then give them a free education. Not to say one is right or wrong, but just people can come from a similar like principled place, but then on the pathway to actually having applied, positions, they end up in totally different areas. So somebody just giving me like, I'm ABC political label or I have ABC philosophy. It's like, okay, tell me what you actually want to do because these can mean totally different things.
Right.
And then go ahead.
And you see it being you see it played out in a whole lot of issues. I mean, immigration is one of them. The welfare state is another one. How big a welfare state. You may believe in families. That doesn't mean it's going to tell you anything about your position on the welfare state, right? You may believe in families and you may think that a welfare state is destructive for families, and you may believe in families and say the welfare state is good for families, right? You can have that, so those can be different positions, even though your end goal is the same. That's actually different from what I'm talking about, which is that you actually believe at some level in the same first principles, not the same necessarily like, goals, not the same, end point for society, but in some ways the same beginning point for society. So, freedom. Freedom can be a first principle, but what you do with freedom can be entirely different things. So freedom in this country has been used to abolish slavery, and freedom has been used in this country to actually justify slavery. I mean, it's kind of like that kind of wild divergence that you see in the name of the same principle is is difficult to sort out. And I agree with you. You actually have to ask them about their positions on specific issues, not just name what they stand for, because that won't tell you anything.
One of the big on this topic, maybe I expressed it poorly with the last example, but like a really big point that comes up a lot, there's a lot of disagreement over, has to do with the concept of like freedom of speech. And it's very, very, very difficult to talk about. The example I always use is that, like, if you have the principle of like freedom of speech is like essential for a functioning democracy. If you like, everybody should be free to voice their opinion on things. If you have a room with 10 people who are screaming at the top of their lungs, in some ways, maybe this is like the ultimate expression of that principle of freedom of speech. And then in another room, you might have 9 people, and then one guy has a gun, and he says, "You're going to speak one at a time." That room seems like less free and more authoritarian and less freedom of speech. But at the end of the day, I mean, that room might actually have better freedom of speech than the one where it's just 10 people screaming at each other all day. And it's very hard to get people to kind of understand sometimes that, like, we have these like foundational principles, and then I'm going to loop this back into this kind of like populist stuff. You have these foundational principles, but we really have to think sometimes, I think, about what those are in service to, and not just like look at them as like a thing on their own, because it's so, I feel like it's very naive, or it's very childlike, or it's very just kind of like silly sometimes to be like, oh, well, I believe in this particular freedom, and that's why there can be absolutely no restrictions, or that's why this has to be it has to work this way in every single way, size, shape, or form, even though it's like completely destructive or antithetical to that foundational thing, completely. And I feel like the populist stuff that we're getting to is expressing a lot of that. So you mentioned this thing that like populism kind of lends itself to authoritarianism. One of the great contradictions of the Republican Party, I don't know if you heard them say this a lot, they used to say this all the time: we live in a republic, not a democracy. They would always say this because they could never win the popular vote.
Right.
And then as soon as Trump won the popular vote, every time Trump does something that I would argue is authoritarian, people are like, well, he won the popular vote, so he has the will of the people behind him. And I'm like, what?
Right. Yeah. No, I have the exact same reaction with a lot of folks I talk to on the right these days. I've actually stopped talking to a lot of them because I just can't deal with it, but to the extent that I do. It's kind of like mind-bending how quickly they gave up on their principles of limited government and freedom of speech and a non-activist Supreme Court. All of that kind of like fell by the wayside. But going back to your, you made a very interesting analogy when it came to speech, right? And if you ever go to watch Indian television, it is that situation that you describe where there are 10 people screaming at each other at the same time, and they have like, you'll have different windows for each of them on the screen, and they'll all be talking at the same time, and you have no idea what the hell anybody is saying.
Okay.
And then you look at the American context, where it's very orderly. There are social norms that govern who talks. It's rude to interrupt. Everybody gets to have their say. And I think the difference is, and in India, interestingly, there is a far less robust, First Amendment or free speech tradition, which is against government censorship. And in America, you have a far more robust, system of First Amendment free speech. And that's where the difference is, which is that, free speech was never meant to be a complete license to say anything you want at any time you want without any time, place, and manner restrictions. Even in a First Amendment context, the government is supposed to impose a time, place, and manner restrictions so that, people can say what they need to say and not be too disruptive. And yet, what you've got over here are strong social norms to govern the way that speech is conducted, so that, you can, to your point, what is the point of free speech? The point of free speech is debate and discussion, so that you can get to the final truth. That was the whole John Stuart Mill idea of marketplace of ideas. Ideas, they jostle with each other, you talk to each other, you debate, and then finally, from that debate, a better, synthesis emerges of what's right and wrong. But I think what's happening in America, and what generally happens in a populist system, is that the majority starts chafing at any social restrictions on its speech, and it starts seeing self-regulation as repression. So it starts seeing it's any idea of responsible exercise of your rights as censorship. And when that happens, it justifies its using, the levers of the state to slam down on the speech of groups that it doesn't like. This is what Trump is doing. He's taking on, he's taking on the Justice Department and opening up all these DEI investigations against universities. He's tying their federal funding to whether they have DEI programs or not. It becomes very, very easy to justify actual government censorship when the social mechanisms for self-regulation of speech are considered to be repression. If that makes any sense.
It 1,000,000,000% makes sense. So I don't know if you can tell or not, but I'm a young white man, and one of the things on the internet that we do is we're very edgy sometimes, okay? Especially in gamer spaces. There are certain arguments that I would make in the past, and I'd have to be very careful when I would argue with things. So I appreciate a lot of edgy humor. Some of this humor might be racial or sexist or whatever, but I ideally enjoyed it in a responsible manner, not like just people being hateful. But one thing I noticed a lot, when I would make these arguments 5 or 10 years ago, is I would have to be so careful about defending any type of edgy humor, because the second that I defend it, 98% of the people next to me are usually just people who just want to be racist. So I'm like, okay, I have to be very mindful when I make these arguments, because everybody that's agreeing with me is actually just using me to enforce a status quo. And I don't really want them to change my opinion, but it's a thing you have to be mindful of. And to your point on the freedom of speech thing, the lack of social regulation and the conflation of that with the First Amendment, where, so if people are going to be spamming or saying these things on this platform, that, maybe you shouldn't be on this platform, and people are like, what about the First Amendment? And it's like, the government is not censoring you. What are you talking about? And every single time, I'm very sympathetic towards all the ideas of, well, who should regulate speech? And this is a really difficult thing to do. And it is a difficult question. But the second you bring up, I think freedom of speech is important. And I think we're, marketplace of ideas is important. I notice that almost everybody around me is just somebody who wants to use that First Amendment thing as a license to lie with impunity, with no social regulation or responsibility whatsoever. And I'm like, is this really what it is, that every foundational, liberal principle is just going to be hijacked by somebody who wants to use it to abuse and destroy the system? And then in service of creating an illiberal society, because I would argue that that's kind of where we've wound up in the United States. That thing, that drives me crazy.
Yeah. No, the whole marketplace of ideas metaphor, it depends upon good faith participants in the marketplace, right?
Yes.
If you have people who are bad faith, who just want to flood the zone with shit, in the memorable words of Steve Bannon, who don't care about right or wrong. They just want their side to win. It is a kind of violence that they do to our existing system, because what they want to do is choke up sort of this marketplace of ideas, so that people can't actually sift right from wrong. They sow so much doubt, so much confusion, that the whole epistemic infrastructure kind of breaks down. It can't sort through what's right and wrong. And when you have vandals like that, you can't have a functioning system, which is why the internet is kind of leading to a breakdown of actual conversation. And I would further argue what that does is it actually leads to government censorship of exactly what you were talking about. Then you actually need a guy with a gun, to tell somebody to stay quiet while the other person is talking, right? So that's when you actually empower the state, is when you get bad faith actors who will not play by these norms and these rules that have developed over, centuries and centuries, and call those into question. And I really do think we are at that danger point in America and in the rest of the world right now.
I would argue for the U.S., we've gone past it with Trump. The political prosecutions have gotten insane. Obviously, we used to joke a lot that, it's not your First Amendment right to not be banned from a social media platform, but I'm pretty sure 5 of them settled multi-million-dollar lawsuits with Trump to pay him out because they didn't want to get sued or have their parent company mergers blocked. And then oh my God, you have no idea how much hatred exists to me. There's so many times I hear on these stupid podcasts where people say these things where it's like, well, if you think that my idea is bad, then, you should be able to platform a better idea. And it's like, okay, I mean, I agree with you, but like, you're just lying about everything. You're not even trying to be even remotely factually correct. And the reality is, in some ways, I don't know if you know what a metronome is to keep time with like music or whatever. I oscillate like a metronome at 5,000 BPM back and forth on these ideas of like the average person is an idiot or the average person is actually quite smart. And I really do think the average person is like has a high capacity for information, but our information landscape is just atrocious. I argue with people about stuff related to COVID or whatever else, and they have the names of like all these medications in mind, and none of them work, and it's all incorrect, but like they know the stuff, but I wouldn't expect an average person to be able to sift through 5 million hours a day of podcasts and misinformation and everything else. And it's like, where is the social responsibility to be correct on anything? And as soon as like bad stuff starts to happen as a result, I hate this. All these influencers, all these people who are getting paid millions of dollars will come out and say, well, it's not my fault they did that. I'm just a guy talking on the microphone. Everybody makes their own choices. Like, who am I to say if somebody in my audience does something stupid or crazy based on something I said? They're an adult. Let them choose. And it's like, what are you getting paid the big bucks for then? Why you advertise things if nobody chooses stuff based on your words? Like, what the hell?
Right. Yeah. Right. No, I think it's a huge problem. And it's a problem because again, you come back to the whole populist thing, right? There's a populist revolt against existing gatekeepers who are considered to be the corrupt establishment, right? And so once those gatekeepers have been so discredited, sometimes, with good reason, but in my view, most of the time with not good reasons. Institutions are always imperfect. There are always flaws in them. But I think what's happened in our current discourse environment is that the flaws have been amplified, not to fix these systems, but to tear down these institutions. And there are many different reasons. I mean, there's a whole sort of, there are many factions in the neo-right, and each one of them is doing this for their own separate reasons. But the main reason is that they think that these gatekeepers and these elites are not allowing them, to have their way to advance their agenda, whether it's against immigrants or minorities or women or what have you. So they just want to tear them down. So enough confusion, not so that people know what the truth is, so that they can't actually figure out the truth, right? Like, so there is just kind of like constant doubt and confusion. And when you have a situation like that, where there is doubt and confusion, you tend to then trust, very few people, and very few, and who, somebody like Trump comes along in a system like this and says, trust me, and uses your vocabulary to show you and affirm for you why all these institutions are stacked up against you, you start to trusting this person, right? And so there's something like, like blind faith that emerges when there is so much chaos and doubt and untruth, and you can't trust anybody, so you trust a single individual. This is in some ways a phenomenon that you see if you follow the guru market, as I call it, the guru market, which is a huge industry in India. There are a gazillion gurus. And if a guru tells you he can perform miracles, you will believe that he performs miracles, and you will find ways to tell yourself that he has performed a miracle for you. And why is that? Nothing that this individual is saying is rational or it can be provable, but you have blind faith in this individual. So you don't do the hard epistemic work of like sorting things out in your head. It's an easy route to just believe in this individual. And you're seeing sort of like the political equivalent of sort of this guru, phenomenon in strongman politics here in America and in other Western countries.
Just curious, there's a podcast called Decoding the Gurus. Have you ever heard this before?
No.
Oh, it's very,
It's
very,
a
very good. They basically they go through a lot of I don't know how much you've dug into like the red pill manosphere space, but that space spawned a ton of like guru type figures, and they just do a lot of like breakdown or analysis. And the two guys that host that show are pretty solidly lib left people as well, which I super appreciate. So
what is it called again? Decoding the Guru?
yeah, basically they'll just like watch, they'll go through and they'll spend like 3 or 4 hours like tackling, you know, like a really popular figure, and then kind of like all the weird medical misinformation or whatever kind of misinformation they do.
Yeah, that sounds great.
One of the things that you brought up related to like destroying trust in institutions is, and I try to stress this to people, if you spend your whole life like trying to build up credibility or scientific knowledge, and then you've got another person who wants to like attack that knowledge, you know, we call it institutional knowledge, scientific knowledge, whatever. I used to have this misunderstanding, you know, 15 years ago, that propaganda is about making you sound good and the other guy sound bad. And, you know, as I've gotten older and I've read a lot, you know, especially from Steve Bannon on how his marketing and everything works, really all you have to do is make everybody sound like the same. And then you just excel at the thing that you excel at. And because you put so much time and effort into that thing, all the other losers that spent time trying to be, you know, epistemically sound or scientifically correct or, you know, whatever, losers, they're not going to be able to compete with you. So in a world where everybody sounds uncredible, well, fine, you know, maybe Trump is wrong about things, but the science people are wrong about things too. But Trump sounds better to me, and he works harder at just sounding okay to me. Those people always end up gaining like this huge edge. And no,
that's absolutely right. I mean, their modus operandi is not that, you know, we will, you know, abide with the long established norms of truth seeking and give you a superior way of thinking about, you know, whatever it is that you are thinking about. We will just discredit everybody else. And once everybody else, and the thing is, that's very easy to do. Discrediting any existing institution is easy to do because, like I said, institutions are flawed. They make mistakes. You know, they will get things wrong. And so you can use that to spin a systemic narrative of the corruption or the malfeasance or whatever of these institutions.
And even really quick,
once you've done that, it's easy to then say, well, I'm not all that different. I'm just as good or bad as them.
100%. And even a quick thing on what you said, it's not even just that they get things wrong, it's that they admit when they get things wrong too, right?
Yes, right.
Which is like which hurts their credibility to, well, didn't this journal admit that they had to retract this article? And I was like, when was the last time like Trump did a fucking retraction? Like, what? Yeah, you end up like suffering as a result of admitting to a prior error too, and that kind of dynamic as well, which is incredibly frustrating to me.
Right. Okay, I have to say something about the Free Press and the Bari Weiss over here.
Oh my God. Sorry.
But this is kind of like, she is the most sophisticated practitioner of this art, right? Like, I think Steve Bannon, you know, when he says things like, I'm going to flood the zone with shit, in some ways you can see through him. I think what is even more insidious is these more sophisticated, right-coded, intellectual enterprises, right, who are constantly discrediting all the other institutions, whether it is the New York Times or the medical establishment or universities
60
or
Minutes and everything.
60 Minutes, CBS, CNN, and telling you that we are the truth tellers, we are the truth seekers, and we are not for this side or that side. We are just going to tell you the truth. And then they will never admit a mistake. Mm-hmm. They get things wrong all the time. I mean, Bari Weiss, we did a whole lot on this. I don't know if you follow this, the best criminal justice reporter in the country called Radley Balco. He's going to be at LibCon, by the way. And, he wrote about the George Floyd and the Derek Chauvin trial while it was going on. And then Bari Weiss runs a piece by Coleman Hughes, who's a good guy, but he's not a criminal justice reporter, playing up this documentary called The Fall of Minneapolis, whose basic premise was that the woke establishment basically, because of the riots that were going on after the George Floyd murder, basically browbeat the jury into giving Derek Chauvin a guilty verdict, even though that was not true. Mm-hmm. I mean, And Radley Balco wrote like a 30,000 word rebuttal to it. We published part of it actually, or a piece based on it, showing how Coleman Hughes had got all of that wrong. And and asked for a retraction from Barry Weiss. And they never gave it. What they said to him was, well, why don't you and Coleman Hughes have a debate on this subject? I mean, Coleman Hughes had no leg to stand on. He was so thoroughly discredited. Now, if the New York Times had got a story this wrong and not retracted it and offered Barry Weiss to come and have a debate, with the writer, Barry Weiss would have raised another $20 million from her tech bros.
She would be owning the publication, or Trump would put her in charge of something related to it.
Yeah. Anyways, you just sort of triggered something in me with this whole, we tell the truth and all these other institutions are broken and they won't tell you. Because, I don't know.
There are so many
practitioner of that art.
The George Floyd. There are so many things where there's a lot of frustration because, like, if you know like a little bit of facts about a certain thing, you realize immediately that like this is impossible. The George Floyd stuff comes up so much, and people will point to like, well, look at the lethal levels of in his bloodstream the fentanyl, and it's like lethal levels of fentanyl in people that are regular users can be like 100 times what would kill an ordinary person. It's such a, but it's like it's not even that it's a dumb point that would require hours of research or a decade to get it. It's like this is like 30 minutes of reading, maybe like 10 minutes of reading to understand this. But the same message will still be pushed over and over and over again. All of these people. Okay, this is a really big question because it's been a huge subject of my stream and surrounding streams. Okay, people are in the government now. Not just cabinet level officials, but federal government people or federal judges now who will not acknowledge that Trump lost the 2020 election. This is like a virtue signal test now for some of these guys. And the answer that they give, this pre-programmed answer of like, Biden was certified the winner of the 2020 presidential election. What is the path? Assume we win, assume the Democrats have a big win this year for the midterms, and then assume the Democrats win in 2028. What do you think are the steps that Democrats need to take to ensure that we don't come right back here, or worse, the next set of elections? What do you think? What do you think that has to look like? Yeah, I'll leave that open-ended.
You mean like in terms of election reform and in maintaining the integrity of the elections, or
in terms of like what has? I don't want to load this too much. What has to happen for Republicans to understand that they can't act this way with impunity? Okay. So a joking suggestion that I would never ever encourage, like bulldozers should be dropped on the Twitter warehouses and that whole platform should be destroyed, just as a message that like this, we're not doing this. This is crazy. But it's some form of like, so some people, there's this back and forth of like when the next person comes in, okay, like Ford pardoned Nixon, we just need to move on and we need to say, well, people made a mistake.
Okay, so now you are getting into my area. Yeah. And this is kind of like what this whole conference this time is about. The conference, LibCon, the agenda this time is the reconstruction. And the basic premise is that Trump has vandalized every aspect of our constitutional operating system, right? Like whether it is checks on executive power, whether it is Congress rubber stamping whatever he does, whether it's the courts going along, whether it is playing, completely decimating federalism and sending the National Guard from Texas to occupy Illinois. I mean, like every aspect of
shielding ICE officers who murdered American citizens and shipping them away, abducting foreign leaders from other countries.
Foreign leaders, extrajudicial killings, launching wars without authorization. The list goes on and on and on, right? And election steal is one part of that. Discrediting and delegitimizing our elections is one part of that, right? So we need to have like a much bigger reconstruction agenda. How are we going to rebuild these institutions that have been so delegitimized and vandalized by Trump? Even in the reconstruction, we are using the reconstruction analogy advisedly. What happened during the reconstruction? There was one side that completely declared, that the Constitution was illegitimate and was not going to live by it. it thought bondage was freedom, and wanted to keep hundreds of thousands of blacks in servitude, and it declared war on the system and delegitimized the system. In this case, the person who is actually meant to safeguard the system has declared war on the system, right? So this is very serious stuff. So what we are going to have to do is there's going to need to be accountability. There is going to, not just this whole election steal stuff, but this slush fund that Trump wanted to create for himself, and then pay off January 6th insurrectionists who actually attacked police officers, right? Or shielding himself from not paying taxes and have anybody investigate him. All of that, there needs to be accountability to the rule of law for all of this. But the problem with that is that the minute you start enforcing accountability, you're going to be accused of weaponizing these institutions and these systems against your opponents. So it is an extremely, extremely, tricky issue. And I think, we don't give advice to Democrats, and we are not favoring one party or another. We are a 501c3. But what we need to do is some political candidate to make this authoritarianism and the decimation of institutions a campaign issue, and run on it, so that then there is a mandate to do some of this rule of accountability stuff once they are in office. Without that, unless you create sort of like a political will and political awareness and bring a good part of the American public around this agenda, it is going to be really, really hard. One of my fears is that a reconstruction agenda of the kind that we want faces two vulnerabilities. One is this, that anytime you want accountability, they're going to accuse you of weaponizing the system, just like the predecessor Trump has done. The other is that Democrats or whoever is in power will want to use these state tools to advance their own agenda. There's going to be this temptation to use these levers, right? And so we need some candidate who can navigate both these temptations and agree to limit their own power, right? And say, I am going to rebuild, I am not going to abuse executive orders, I'm going to use them sparingly, I'm going to listen to Congress. Congress will get its rightful powers back. He or she will sign, legislation limiting his war powers, limiting his emergency powers, limiting all those powers. And then he or she will have the credibility to do the kind of accountability against the previous regime. But if we don't get that conversation going in the next year, 2 years, I think you are either going to get like a slow erosion of our institutions where all of this is going to be just normalized, nobody's going to care about it, or you are going to get worse offenders in future.
There's an analogy I always use for people in like toxic relationships or people with children that misbehave all the time is, people will say, I don't understand why, my kid does this or why my partner does this. Yeah. And it's like, well, what's the issue? And it's like, well, they're toxic, they're manipulative, they say this thing and they do this and they know it makes me feel horrible. And it's like, well, what do you do in response? And it's like, I don't know how to deal with it. Like I always break down, I end up giving in and it's hard to communicate to a person who's like, okay, well, if your response is to always give in when the other person is acting this way, then the other person is acting very rational. Like they should continue to do the toxic behavior because they always get what they want in the end. And it's been so hard to convince people that like, if you are a conservative right now, from a purely strategic level, now from like a political, ideological, from a moral, ethical level, I'm heavily critical. From a purely strategic level, though, Republicans are acting exactly the way that they should. And sometimes it's hard to make people understand you have to do something so that their behavior is irrational, so that they know that if they do a thing, there will be heavy repercussions for it. And one of the things that's so frustrating to me that you mentioned about like having to run a candidate that pushes on these positions, sometimes when I look at Democrats, it feels like there's like this circle where this is like where all the people's opinions live in the United States, and Democrats try to find, okay, like what is like the farthest position, and then we're gonna try to like we're gonna advocate for this, and that's what we're gonna do. Whereas Republicans view the position sometimes of the population as like a starting point or a launching pad, and like, okay, well, people are here, let's run on this and see if we can push them that far.
And they move the Overton window.
Absolutely. And they'll go so far. I remember this guy made this comment on my subreddit like 2 years ago, and it's lived in my mind so much. I don't remember. It was a video of some streamer who was going over making fun of ICE detaining people or throwing people out of the country or something. And I think the guy made a comment. He was like, they'll cheer for the gallows or something. They'll cheer for gallows. And I just remember seeing that. And like as time has gone on, there's like no limiting principle ever. Seeing the president of the United States, you know, the tweet about how we used to have this joke when I was a streamer. It's like, I really want to kill you in Minecraft. You know, we would put in Minecraft at the end of things, and so it's just a joke, you know. To see Trump say like these people should be executed, you know, the 6 members of Congress, and then he was like, well, when he said executed, he means like after like a lawful trial and a jury and everything. And I'm like, are we really at that point where nothing that Trump says? I've got people who were these guys were some of the biggest neocons in the world 10 years ago who are now saying that the upcoming Iran deal, you know, maybe it's not that bad. I saw Jack Posobiec saying, well, this is actually really good. Benny Johnson is like, well, this is actually a really good deal. And it's like, are we serious right now? All that to say, I agree. Yeah, I wish that somebody in the Democratic Party has to find the appetite to do this accountability thing. It doesn't exist right now in the Democratic voter base. But if somebody were to go out there and like campaign on it, I think you could create the desire for it.
I mean, do you think it doesn't exist in the Democratic base? Because I feel one of the reason Democrats are so underwater in their polling, I mean, they should be doing much better, is because you know, there are two schools of thought in Democrats. One is that Democrats have moved too far away from the median voter, right? Because they're too woke, they're too left, they're too this, they're too that. And so they need to, you know, be more anti-immigration, they need to be more for enforcement, they need to be more anti-woke, and they need to have a sister soldier moment like Bill Clinton did, and move to the middle. That's one theory of why they are underwater. My theory is actually a different one. I think people are so horrified with what Trump is doing. And, you know, they can see the abject corruption in this administration. I mean, Trump's family has, you know, pocketed $4 billion in the first 2 years, less than 2 years of his presidency. And they want actual accountability. And they are not seeing any Democrat who's actually rising to the occasion. So they are upset, like, what the hell are you guys doing? You are just asleep at the wheel. And I think that is a huge part of why Democrats are not performing, you know, better in the polls right now. So I think if you got like a forceful candidate, and by the way, it could, I mean, I can dream, but at some point it could even emerge from, you know, the Republican Party. But right now, I think it's just, you know, Democrats are the only action. But if some Democrat came and made like a really forceful case against Trump's authoritarianism, I think there would be a lot of resonance, and not just from Democratic voters, but I think swing and independent voters. They are all seeing what's happening right now.
I would hope so. The only thing, I do agree with you that there is an appetite for accountability that exists in the population to some extent. The only thing that's scary to me is I feel like the people that feel that the strongest, unfortunately, are in some ways like a little bit bought into the populist narrative. So if I talk to somebody, I'm completely vibing this out. I don't have polling data on this. So maybe in your experience, maybe it's different. If I talk to somebody and like corruption is like a huge issue for them, in their mind, oftentimes it seems like they believe that, well, you know, yeah, this party is politically corrupt, but the last one was really corrupt too. Like, you want to talk about Trump stuff? Well, what about Hunter Biden? Or you want to talk about like, you know, Trump's family members enriching themselves? Well, what about like the Clintons and how much money? And so they think that it's all the same everywhere. So even if corruption is like a driving thing to them, they don't see the Trump administration as being historically corrupt right now. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think that was the case like 6 months ago. I really feel the needle has moved on that. I mean, at least, you know, this is completely impressionistic, and I may be completely wrong because I don't think this has been polled or anything. But, you know, just like on our own unpopulist site, I mean, we do something called this Executive Watch, which is a tracker of all the abuses in different categories that are coming out of this administration. So, you know, there is political corruption, there is political retribution, then there is policy illegality and 2 other categories I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
And every time we run this roundup, there used to be initially when we started doing it immediately after Trump came into office, there would be these kinds of people who would show up, well, what about Hunter Biden, and what about his laptop, and what about this, and what about that. We are just seeing less and less of that, because the evidence has mounted so much. And I think that's where this whole online ecosystem, like what you guys are doing, you've got to also flood the zone, right? Like with this information. And this is not anything bad. This is nothing nefarious. This is the God's honest truth, that, this president is corrupt and vindictive and, decimating all our institutions. And I think it's making a difference. I think the public, opinion has shifted. And I think the Iran war, where he has been caught in this lie so many times, right? Like, oh yeah, we are going to have a ceasefire and we are going to decimate. I mean, I think all of that is finally adding up. I don't know, maybe I'm being too optimistic, but I think that fever has broken a little bit.
Okay, I hope so. Man, I hope so. There's one of the concerns that I've had when we talk about where the electoral, where the electorate is at, is this idea of sometimes I'm worried that stuff has been so normalized that like in the last election, if Kamala Harris would have won all 6 or 7 swing states, I still would have considered that like an indictment on American democracy, because in my mind, like the January 6th guy should be losing 49, 50 states. So sometimes I worry it's like if the next, if we win the next election and it's like 55% of the popular vote and it's like Trump Jr. is running or Rubio's running, I'm like, guys, there's got to be some way back from where we're at now, because this is just, it's crazy. And it's just thing after thing.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If it is Don Jr. versus Hunter Biden, who are you voting for?
I'm going to Cuba and getting all my illegal immigrant family members, and we're voting for Hunter Biden like 30 times. It's not even close. Tim Pool made more illegal Russian money than Hunter Biden made the entirety of his Burisma tenure.
That's not true, but okay.
It was like $5 million.
This is a terrible thought experiment. I take it back. Please delete it.
It's just, we're coming up to an hour. For people that want to buy tickets for LibCon, or for if you want to promote a social media or anything, where can people find you? Let us.
So where can they find me? They can find me on, I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on X, although I don't use X as much anymore. And but they should all subscribe to the unpopulist.net, because that's where we are doing all kinds of day-to-day awesome work. And let me just say, LibCon, the tickets are going fast. We have already sold out on the VIP tickets, which was amazing because they were $850 and people were still buying them as hotcakes. We do still have day passes left, so but not a whole lot. So they should really run and buy their ticket today.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, they've linked the Unpopulist, your X, and your Substack in chat. And thank you a ton. And
see you soon.
Yeah, I'll see you in DC, I think, right?
Yeah, DC, less than a month now.
Awesome. Cool.
Okay. Thanks a lot for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Oh, okay. Sorry, what is this? Hold on. Let's get, now that that's done, let's get to the real stuff. Wow, good path, _ quick travel, thank you. Now let's get to the real stuff. HaSlop. How did that come to be? I'm going to LibCon, I'll be there. And then, I've spoken to her in the past about going to LibCon. That's one of those scary people where it's like, she seems like super based, and I'm just waiting for like the one topic to come up where she's like, oh yeah, so vaccines, I don't believe in them, or something, just one thing that'll come up. And I'll be like, oh man. But no, everybody seems super based over there.
I thought peptides were skincare. What's going on? No, some of those are GLP-1 agonists. Some of those are literally fucking, retatrutide is Eli Lilly. It's in the 3rd phase of clinical trials in the United States of America right now. I've been paying close attention to it because I will be getting on it when it is readily available for consumption. It's a appetite suppressor that also doesn't fucking erode your muscle mass. I thought peptides were for skincare. What's going on?
Wait, did I miss something? Did he say he was going to take this? Or was he just talking about this? Audio for ants. Wait, can you not hear this? Hello?
No, those...
Oh, interesting. I see. Never mind. Hold on. Sorry.
Some of those are GLP-1 agonists. Some of those are literally... I thought peptides were for skincare. What's going on? No, some of those are GLP-1 agonists. Some of those are literally fucking... Retatrutide is Eli Lilly. It's in the 3rd phase of clinical trials in the United States of America right now. I've been paying close attention to it because I will be getting on it when it is readily available for consumption.
Oh, I will be getting on it. Oh,
it's a appetite suppressor that also doesn't fucking erode your muscle mass.
Didn't he say he was already on TRT? Is he overeating too? Doesn't he lift? I doubt he does gym that much now. He's streaming a ton. I don't know if he's been gymming that much at all over the past few years. I thought he was on TRT. If your testosterone is high, especially if it's artificially boosted, you'll be a bit more muscular and a bit leaner, even without gymming. And then I think he naturally probably carries a bit more muscle, I think. And he's tall as fuck. I don't know why he would need TRT and a GLP-1 though, unless he's overeating. It could be like a lot of anxiety and stress and everything too though that is hurting him, so who knows. That's it. He says, it's Juneteenth tomorrow. You probably won't be getting a ruling or amnesty until next week, right? What do you mean? Tomorrow's not a federal holiday, is it? Hold on. Did they make Juneteenth like your off work holiday? No! Oh, wait. Do you think he's just getting on this because I called him fat? And now he's... I'm just kidding. I challenge you to torture us, with this 45-minute video on the sound signature of mic preamps. The sound signature... Wait, why is it that when I click this YouTube link, it opens in another window in a really, really weird manner? Wait, did Chrome just update in a fucked up way? What the fuck? Wait, I relaunched it over here.
This is a story.
What is this? What is this Chrome window? I can't even... Open in Chrome. Is this not Chrome? Hold on, do I have like a YouTube app installed on my computer somehow? Where the fuck did this come from? Ugh. Add removed programs. YouTube. No, thank you. Where the fuck did that come from? It happened to PerSec this morning as well. Oh, really? You had a pop-up on your screen a few weeks ago. You must have clicked it. I think Edge installed YouTube as an app on your computer. Cool. Thanks, Bill.
This is a story about how I, my friends, my heroes, and everyone else was completely, embarrassingly wrong about one very important thing about why microphone preamps sound like they do. Because nobody would do these tests.
Finally. Oh my God. I've always wondered what capacitor, what part of the signal chain, internal circuitry of a preamp colors the sound of a microphone, and you have a 47.5-minute video on it. Yes! Okay, what's the point of wearing a suit if you're going to make Destiny jokes? What's going on here? Is the sound on steroids? If a man is on camera today on the internet, 85% of the time the answer is going to be yes, okay? Almost everybody's on TRT. That shit is free as fuck and easy as fuck to get.
With the lives and livelihoods of Palestinians. That, to me, didn't bro shock his dog? I shocked your mother's pussy last night with my penis. She was like, oh my God, terrible. I can't believe it.
Me? I'm not. Listen, if I got on TRT, I'd start fucking all your moms, okay? We would be completely over on this stream. It would be motherfucking 24/7.
I've never come so hard in my life.
That's rape culture right there, by the way, what he just said.
Yeah. She's breaking up with your dad now. You're getting a divorce. I'm your father now. I'll fuck your dad too. Anyway.
Shouldn't say shit like that, bro. It makes big motherfuckers like me and other giga chatters have to justify our natty gains. You should deliberately undertrain your traps, okay? Make sure you're using all of the clear skin cleansers you can, okay? You got to do everything you possibly can. Make sure you're always calm and zen, okay? Make sure you're low body fat, nothing on your midsection, all right? You always got to beat the roid accusations, all right?
The music industry...
Or just start roiding up. Blood pressure check.
Balance it with Mr. Bill O'Reilly.
17 minutes. Okay, I need to prepare. Hold on for this next interview thing. One sec. Ooh, I don't even know what is happening here. Hold on. Pegasus is getting to him. 400 videos and counting, diabolical. Pegasus? What is that? The new AI? Oh, no, wait. That one YouTuber guy. Fucking Hutch. Hutch, what did you do to her? No, I'm just kidding. The large midsections on steroid abuse is not body fat. It's palumbolism, which is when your abdominal wall and obliques inflate. Well, that's why I'm saying you have to have low body fat if you're a natty lifter, so that people don't confuse you ever as having that. Fucking idiot. Keep up. Keep up. You actually have really good potential to mog, good facial bones. If you hopped on TRT, Rita, MT2, and a couple soft maxes, you would mog the fuck out of Hassan. I'm sorry, my dude. I'm 5'8", okay? As a 5'8" person, it's better to be a alien-looking motherfucker than ripped. Nobody likes a big, short dude. You just can't do it. It'll look like I'm compensating. There were so many times in my life. I remember back when I was... probably like 5 or 6 years ago on stream when I was lifting, I think I benched around, it was like 265 for reps. I think I could do about, I think it was like 82 pull-ups in a row. And I think my body fat was around like, it was like 5.5% because I tried to stay near competition levels all the time. But people looked at me in real life and they were always like, bro, you're insecure as fuck. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they were like, you just look insecure. Because like, why would anybody that short even bother lifting? And I was like, fuck, they're right. And then I stopped. So, you know. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
Riley and how he understands that.
Wait! Hassan Slop. Okay. This color is not it, all right? You know what the ultimate mogging would be is if... imagine if Vosh became Hassan's fashion advisor. That would be a dangerous combination. I remember there was a thread that popped up because they still pop up from Vosh's subreddit on my thing where Vosh's fan base was like, who has better fashion, Vosh or Hassan? And they were going back and forth on the thread. I would kill myself if I was Vosh and people were having that debate. It's not even close. But anyway, that would be catastrophic to the world. Hassan would be unstoppable.
Are they trying to sell this to like woke people? I'm so confused about this. I feel like they're trying to sell this idea of a segregated society to wokes.
Hey, girl, come here. Don't ignore me.
I have a boyfriend. Please leave me alone.
That don't mean nothing. What, you think you're too good for me?
Yeah, that's weird as fuck, man. That's okay. No, that's definitely not for wokes.
Excuse me, miss. Could I join you?
Are they trying to sell this to like woke people?
Hold on, fuck. Somebody linked something this morning about the... Oh. Apparently Moscow was getting hit this morning. And the Panzer air defense things just weren't doing their job. Sheesh.
Домовились, как говорится. Домовились, как говорится, блядь. Самое лучшее ПВО, блядь.
Is this the first time a lot of attacks have gone into Moscow? Was there one before? Largest one so far? Okay.
Домовились.
There were attacks in Russia before. This is the first one in Moscow.
This and why the president says it is such a major win for America. How do you see it?
Well, this is Plan B. So Plan A didn't work. Plan A was kill the leadership and the people will rise up and we'll get rid of them once and for all. Didn't work. Was it worth a gamble? You know, they got a lot of credence out of it. You keep mentioning missiles. How many missiles do you think are in Iran? Do you know?
No clue, just like the U.S. government.
Well, why are you saying that the missiles then would be some kind of nefarious part of this agreement? I don't.
Ask Israel.
This is not a good deal for Israel. But I don't know of any U.S. intel person who believes that their missiles haven't been downgraded severely. I don't know of any. If you can find one, put them on. Number two.
Here's what we know, okay? Not just the Wall Street Journal, which you say is the only fair newspaper in existence, but the Journal and other outlets have said we misunderstood how much they had been degraded, that their silos are able to be rebuilt very quickly. But that's not my point, Bill. I don't have to know the right answer. I'm not the president of the United States. But the president of the United States just said, I'm okay with them having missiles. How can I say Saudi Arabia can have them and they can't? Because one of them is an ally state and one of them is a terror organization.
Okay.
Bill, if a Democrat said that, your guys' heads would explode.
I don't have guys.
What? I'm not partisan. I disavow. I don't know anything about that.
I didn't hear him say that Iran having missiles.
We just
was
said
okay.
it.
All right.
We just said it.
Didn't hear it.
Okay. But he said it. I promise.
Okay. I need to know the context and what, because he just doesn't say sentences. He says long paragraphs. But let's get back to the whole situation. So this is Plan B. And then Plan B changed, and this always happens in war, because of the damage to the worldwide economy. And Trump made the calculation, look, I can't absorb this. That's why Herbert Hoover rose from the dead and risk a worldwide depression. Plus, I think...
I'm so sorry, okay? Where was any of this charity when it came to, like, the Afghanistan pullout? When the Taliban was rolling through city after city and the Afghanistan troops didn't even fucking know what they were even allowed to fucking defend because the Taliban would show up and say, hey, Trump said that we can have this city, by the way, leave. And they're like, oh shit, I didn't even, like that negotiated settlement, surrender, you really should say, was so fucked in so many different ways. When the special investigator did a report on how did Afghanistan fall so fast, it was because of how fucked the agreement was that Trump made with the Taliban that excluded the Afghanistan government from even being part of those talks. They didn't even know what the agreement was. There is so much smoke for Biden for an ISIS attack that happened. It wasn't the Taliban, it was an ISIS attack that happened during that pullout the greatest horrible thing in American history and blah, 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 blah. And now but then when it comes to Trump, the most predictable set of things ever has happened. The most predictable set of things ever has happened. It's like, well, who could have ever known that they would have closed the Strait of Hormuz if you would have threatened to kill every single Iranian leader? And who could have known that this would cause massive worldwide damage? And who could have known that our allies wouldn't want to help us when we shut on our allies the entire fucking time? And who could have known that it was so easy to shut down a strait when the Houthis, who are significantly less technologically capable than the Iranians, have been doing it for, years on and off? And who could have possibly known that there would be a lot of pressure to end this as quickly as possible? And who could have possibly known that Israel wouldn't be happy with settling up with Iran and making them the new power in the Middle East? And who could have, it's like, everybody could have possibly known this.
That in the United States, oil prices will come down. They're down in the mid-70s now. It's a big drop from 104 last week. And Trump hopes that the economy is going to smooth out fast and Republicans will win the midterm. So that was a big calculation. So Plan B is underway. Now, you keep saying that there's no diminishment in Iran's pursuit of a nuclear weapon. Based on what? Who says that?
Based on this memorandum of understanding.
Well,
it's not even mentioned.
That. It says very clearly that Iran says it will not procure or build or do anything on the nukes ever again. Look.
and when Trump signed it, you believe them?
I don't
yeah,
believe
that's what they said in the JCPOA.
Okay,
that's what they said a dozen times in different international agreements.
That's fine.
There's not even a single condition on what happens if they do in this. We'll see what happens in the ultimate deal.
Wait,
but the president is saying it's better than the JCPOA bill. He says this document is better than that one.
I'm not going to get into that because that's a Democrat.
Of course not.
No, it's a Democrat-Republican thing. You say
no, it's not.
It's
a bullshit thing, Bill.
No,
it's a bullshit thing.
Thank you. It is. Yes.
The JCPOA had a list of conditions
and
actions that had to be taken. This has none of that, Bill. It can't be as good as the JCPOA. It's not even close to
I can't
in its degree or its scope.
Look. He said quite clearly in his presser today that if Iran misbehaves and you'd have to put uranium enrichment in that category, he's going to blow them up. And
yeah, he said that 100 times.
Okay,
they're still there.
You don't.
Yeah, again? Wait, so if Iran misbehaves, maybe Trump shouldn't say anything. If Iran misbehaves, he's going to what? Do the same thing that he just did now that's giving Iran the biggest win condition they've had in the history of the existence of that country? That sounds like an incentive for them to keep fucking around, no?
Don't believe anything he says. You don't believe anything.
And that makes me crazy.
The man.
No. And that makes me crazy.
You don't believe him. You don't want to believe him. You're never going to believe him.
So it's because I don't like Trump. So I don't like Trump. It's not because of the facts. It's not that you'd say the same thing if it weren't Trump.
There are no facts. You haven't had.
There are no facts.
No, I'll give you one, and you're not going to be able to refute it.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh. What?
So,
what?
After Obama made the deal, the United States and all of the other NATO countries did not supervise the enrichment of uranium. It was not supervised at all. None.
That's not true. 2, I can prove that with the president that came after Obama. It was Donald Trump. Donald Trump did not go to war with Iran after Obama because they didn't have enriched nuclear uranium stockpiles. They weren't going for nuclear weapons. Trump tore up the JCPOA, and then the next term, when Biden was in office, Iran attacks Israel. And then the next term, Trump says, oh my God, how do they get enriched uranium? I don't understand. We have Obama, we have the JCPOA, and we have no uranium. And then we get Trump 1. He gets rid of the JCPOA. Okay. I think it was towards the end. There's still no uranium. And then we have Biden. Okay. We have nothing now. And I think Iran is like, who knows what's going on down here now? Because now we have no monitoring. Then we get Trump 2. And now they have enriched uranium. How did that happen? How did it? Oh God, where did it come from? It's like the most obvious, like, straight line of consequence. Like, how could this have possibly happened? How could it have possibly been the case that 5 years after Trump pulls out of the JCPOA, Iran has nuclear enrichment? What's happening here? How could this have possibly happened? How could we have possibly gotten to this? How could we have possibly gotten to this place? Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, so Iran did what it did. Now, if you can bring in one person.
So the IAEA, Grassi, the guy you say you interviewed, IAEA,
for
3 months before Trump left the deal, said
IAEA, it's the International Atomic Energy Agency,
that they were majorly in compliance with the deal.
Yep.
Okay, 3 months before he left.
I didn't hear that.
I didn't see that. That's the first time I'm hearing of it. I didn't see that. That's the first time I'm hearing of it.
Before Trump left the deal, said that they were majorly in compliance with the deal.
I didn't hear that.
Okay, 3 months before he left.
You gotta get this guy.
How do you know that they had enriched uranium past whatever 60%? It was the IAEA. What do you mean? Did you heard it when they said it that time? You didn't hear it the last time?
It's pretty convenient when you
I
listen
want to see the guy on your program.
Then,
oh my
hold on,
God.
3 months before he hold on, 3 months before, you can just Google it. Type it right now. While
Google anything. Get him on the show. Have him on the record.
I'm happy to get him on the show. I already know it's a matter of fact.
Idiot Cuomo. It's not Google. You have to say Ask Grok. That's the new boomer term.
Months before, they reported that Iran was in compliance with the deal. Trump leaves, and within 18 months, they're now enriching up to 80% to be pissed off about the sanctions and as payback. Trump exiting the deal created the situation that he said.
Oh, look, Cuomo lays it out. Oh, because it's kind of like the simplest fucking chain of causation you've ever seen in all of global affairs. It's kind of like history, but on easy mode. It's kind of like video game logic, because that's how simplistic this fucking situation is.
That he had to fix. That's a fact.
The guy that I talked to said nothing like that, and he's a weapons inspector too. And I got him on the record.
A weapons inspector? What does that even fucking mean? For who? He works for the IAEA? IAEA.
You get one guy that say that, and I'll concede.
Trump's State Department said it in 2018. Trump's State Department said it.
Who said it in the State Department?
What was their name? What was their middle name? Where did they go to school? What was their professor's name?
The Secretary of State. The Department of State.
Tillerson? Ooh, does he not remember? Was it Tillerson for all 4 years?
Put out a statement that they were largely in compliance.
Pompeo? Who put it out?
Oh, so now.
Pompeo wasn't. Oh wait, was it Pompeo? Wait, what was Wikipedia? Trump first cabinet. Tillerson might not have been there for that long. He might have been gone by 2018. I don't remember. It might have been Pompeo at that point. Tillerson was from 2017 to 2018, and then Pompeo was from 2018 to 2021. So I don't know if this was Tillerson or Pompeo.
So Pompeo, he wasn't Secretary of State.
I'm asking, who put it out?
The Department of State. It's an official thing. They gave a statement to Congress.
What do you mean by who? It's a whole ass department. The intelligence community, the State Department of the United States of America stands by that statement. It's not about a fucking individual, you retarded fuck. What a fucking stupid question. Who put it? It's not what do you mean? It's not like there's one guy that works at the State Department. He's like, well, this is my personal opinion, not reflected by the United States government or the United States State Department. What do you mean? What do you mean who? What individual person?
Ben, give me who's on the letterhead that went to Congress from the Department of State. I don't understand the point of your question.
I didn't even matter.
Bill, are you saying it wasn't the real Department of State? Yeah, or you just don't like it? Or you want to say
this is like a civics, like, what do you mean? The U.S. government's position on North Korea is, what do you mean? Wait, who said that? Well, this is the U.S. government's position. Who in the U.S. government? Which person in the U.S. government? The guy that works in D.C. and the DMV. It's his position.
Didn't hear about it.
I want the name of the person who came out and said.
Ben, who was on it? Just tell me and I'll send it. Not that this changes anything, but go ahead.
Of course it does. Because you want to believe one thing, and the MAGA people want to believe another thing.
Let's do it this way.
Oh, and there's no way to know.
So, Bill, let's do it this way. No. Because the facts don't have sides, okay? If you want to say the Department of State didn't say that in 2018, fine.
I'm not saying, I'm saying
who was on the letterhead?
You don't
the
know.
Department of State. I don't have to have the name of the person who sent the letter to Congress.
This is a ridiculous argument. You should be ashamed as an American citizen. The guy on the right, Bill O'Reilly, has done mainstream media for fucking, 50 years? How old is Bill O'Reilly now? How long has he been in media doing political commentary? Oh, 76? I thought this guy was older than that. Still, this guy's been in media for 30, 40 years. Why is he asking for the name of the guy? Why is he asking for the name of the guy for the position of the U.S. State Department?
It comes from the U.S. government. I mean, come on, give me a break.
Who signed the letter? You
are playing a silly...
Who signed the letter? What?
Playing anything. I'm looking for...
So you know, so when the Fed puts out the new interest rate,
statement.
you can tell me which board governor wrote the letter that says, here's the new interest rate. You can tell me that, and if you don't, then it's not a fact. Come on.
True.
This is a specious suggestion.
True.
I don't believe it's a fact, but I could be wrong. But I'd like to know who in the State Department signed the letter, because I'm not aware of it.
Okay. You're also not aware that the president just said that the regime should be allowed to have missiles because you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it.
And you're not sure about the fact that when he left is when they started enriching uranium to 62% because you didn't know it. So I guess these can't be true, Bill.
The timeline about enriching uranium, no one knows. No one's on the record. No one does.
That's not true.
Who?
Here's the weird thing.
Wait,
the one thing that the IAEA, okay, I'll give you who. That the IAEA the IDF and the regime in Iran all agree on one thing, okay? Which is, it wasn't until after Trump left and they imposed sanctions that Iran started to exceed their enrichment capacity in gross fashion.
Who in the IAEA said that?
Oh my! Is this the new? I can't. Let me get a Red Bull. Is this the new strategy? Is this what we're going to be doing from now on? I need the name of the guy in the agency. Is that what we're doing now? This is what we're.
Grassi, Grassi.
On your
He's
program?
the head. No. Oh, so now if he doesn't say it on my show,
No, I just
it's
want to
not
know
good enough
where,
for you.
so I can find it.
Oh,
because
here,
the
you see
guys
this? You have
that
one
I
of
had
these?
on
Do you have
keep
one of
saying
these?
we don't know because
Go
we can't
into
get
this.
in.
Go to Google and type in
Google
this.
again.
Did I? Oh, Google's no good.
Listen,
Google's
all
no
I'm
good. Who do you want to
saying
believe?
is this guy
Ask the president.
Grassi.
See what he says.
This guy Grassi, you're telling me, was allowed into Iran. The mullahs let him go in and evaluate their...
It's got to be the... What he's going to be... It's got to be on the guy... It's got to be the guy... It's got to be the guy that went there with just one guy? Is it just one inspector? There's one person that goes in? What are we going to be asking for next? I need to know who his optometrist is to make sure that his glasses prescription is correct so that we know that he's seeing the right thing. What are we even doing at this point?
enrichment program. Is that what you're telling me?
Here's what I'm saying. One of the major flaws of the JCPOA was that they didn't have great access and their monitoring equipment was messed with. No, they had access. They didn't have the access the way they wanted it.
They didn't have
and
any
they believe
access.
that they did have access.
Who?
They didn't have the access they wanted, and they believe. Will you stop with this stupid
Yeah, I'm
level
sorry,
of
I'm trying to
scrutiny?
get to hard.
These need to be in-person conversations. We do need to lift more because we need to beat up people. In a video game, intellectually, I mean. Just kidding. Cage match, though. In a video game, debating style cage match with chairs to debate, okay? An intellectual idea, okay? Vote.org.
Oh, yeah, because there's a guy named Scott Flannery, and he's from Massachusetts. He went in. Is it a fact now, Mr. O'Reilly? This is nonsense that you want to play with this kind of minutia.
Oh, is he about to say he's being racist because he did the Irish name, please? Oh, God. I'm going
to avoid the point.
I want to see
The
Scott.
point is this.
Oh, and I thought he was going to do some Irish, I don't know.
I'm going to try to get him on my show, and I want you to try to get him
I need to get him on my show to talk. I mean, he has to go on every single conservative podcast. Sorry. Okay, let me go. I need to set up this next call. Dude, I can't even. I can't even. 1 sec. Hello. I'm joined by Sarah McLoughlin, who is a senior scholar of global expression at the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, FIRE. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on a chat. We are talking about, I think, free speech absolutism, and then stuff related to freedom of speech today in the United States.
There's nothing going on there.
Nothing going on there. What can you talk to me more specifically, I guess, on stuff that you've been looking at, I guess, over the past 6 months? What is like your specific area of interest on things?
Yeah, so I've been spending about the past year, back in August, I had a book come out that examined the relationship between higher education, especially in the US, but globally, and authoritarian states like China. And this is kind of the broader topic that I'm really interested in, the way that freer countries and authoritarian countries kind of overlap and push and pull with each other when it comes to free speech. But in the past 6 months, I've just been writing a lot about what's been going on with free speech globally. Obviously, right now, a lot of that is related to internet speech. A lot of it's related to Israel and Palestine. So those have been kind of the really strong points, the big issues that I've been looking at. But I think what's interesting is that I write about both the U.S. and global speech issues, and we're all kind of dealing with the same things to a certain extent. You can boil things down to some fundamental questions about free expression that everyone is dealing with in the US or not.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know how opinionated you want to get on this. I guess, I don't know how much you know in terms of what I do or my background or anything, but I'm like online politics for the past 10 years. I've done a lot of, I would say, like debate style content, argued with a lot of different people. I would like to think I do a fair bit about, I just watched Cuomo arguing with Bill O'Reilly, so my brain is still completely scrambled from the insanity of that conversation. I'm trying to emotionally and psychologically recover from how horrendous that conversation was. So bear with me, sorry. Okay. One of the frustrations that I've noticed in all the political conversations over the past kind of like 10 years is the information environment online has become severely degraded, such that I don't know how like a normal human being who has an ordinary job is supposed to navigate that environment and understand what's real, what's not real, who's trustworthy. Just everything is just like so crazy today. And obviously people hit this from a freedom of speech perspective and that, we should clamp down on a lot. And then other people obviously kind of with who decides on how to clamp down? What are your general feelings on what to do about like the massive amount of misinformation, disinformation, both domestic and foreign, that exists today on people's internets?
Yeah, so I think, one of the frustrations people have with the free speech perspective, which is one I share, is that I think they often feel like free speech advocates don't significantly grapple with the fact that, lies can do a lot of damage. False information actually can have a real big impact on society. I mean, we're watching measles cases go up in the US, right? And, to what extent is people reading and engaging with, bad ideas about health leading to that? So, it is important that we, engage with that and discuss it. But I think that there are different solutions that we can look at for state action. When it comes to addressing lies, misinformation, things like that on the internet. And the reason why is that, I've been watching how countries have been responding to what they call misinformation or fake news on the internet in the past 5 years, for example. And I cannot tell you how much of it I have seen has been focusing on people who criticize the government over how they deal with pandemics, with natural disasters. There was a really terrible fire recently in Hong Kong that led to a lot of people dying. The government was targeting people for what they claimed was false information about building code safety. During COVID-19 pandemic, we had governments that were targeting people for fake news, for saying that the government wasn't doing enough to protect people against the pandemic. So, this is, I realize, it's not always the most satisfying answer, but this is one of those cases where giving government the power to determine truth and falsity is really dangerous. And I'm really interested in alternative solutions that are more community-based. Obviously on X, there's not always working perfectly, but using some kind of community notes function or some kind of way for people to participate in fact checking statements on the internet that makes them feel like there isn't some authority that's saying like, we know everything and we're going to tell you everything that's true or wrong. When people feel like they can trust that there's some kind of community aspect, Taiwan has been looking at really interesting ways to counter misinformation from China, for example. And so I think there are ways that we can approach it that don't actually create worse outcomes for public trust, because I don't think having some central authority that enforces censorship actually even fixes the trust issue in the first place.
Okay. Have you ever seen the movie Sunshine?
Sunshine.
Starts off as a sci-fi and it becomes like a horror movie.
I think I'm vaguely familiar with it, but not enough to engage.
That's fine. There's a line I just love so much in this film, and it's the only time I've ever seen it. There's always like a moment in a movie, and they have it in this movie where they're thinking about like diverting their mission to do a thing or to continue on the mission, and somebody says like, okay, well, let's take a vote. And then I think the science officer of the ship is like, no, we're not voting on this. We are a group of highly trained, intelligent people, officers, we're going to make the best decision. Does everything need to have a community sign off on stuff? So one of the things I'm looking at when it comes to information right now that exists in our landscape is, and I say this fully aware that I am an online alternative media influencer. I'm one of the mutated media entities that this environment has birthed. Okay, I'm fully aware of that. But like maybe like gatekeeping some stuff was okay or was good. Maybe it was better when trained doctors were having conversations about medications, or journalists that were on the ground were having conversations about what was going on in other countries. Do you see any form of like gatekeeping function coming back that would be positive for the media environment? Or I guess what are solutions that you look at that can control the massive stem of just total insanity that is flooding every platform right now?
I think that's something that is a great idea for innovation. Like, how can we innovate new ways to get experts to people that can have people access experts, their knowledge, their ideas, and in a way that makes them feel welcome, that they feel like they are not engaging in some kind of closed off, censored conversation. Because I really do think it is never going to work for public trust if we have people feel like there is some kind of government authority that is setting the rules for what can be said. And, if we look a few months ago in Alex Preddy's death, right? If we had listened to the government line about what happened there, we would all be under the impression that he was conducting a violent attack, right, on DHS agents. But only because we had people who were, citizens who were challenging the government narrative, that was the only way we actually could get some, sense of truth about what happened in that moment. So I'm always wary of, creating situations where there is some kind of government gatekeeper. If we can come up with new innovative ideas where we can have, people opt into systems where, maybe you opt into something where you have a medical fact checker who's saying like, hey, I'm an expert you trust. I'm going to tell you what's true and what's false about this. I love ideas like that. I just think we need to find ways to do it that encourage public trust and don't give government power to set the standards for truth.
Gotcha. And then I don't know how much you want to push into specifics on this, because I can get very, very in the weeds on this, because this is like a central issue in my mind right now for the world political landscape, but especially in the United States. How do you deal with the fact that, I guess on this, I don't know if an average person is equipped to navigate certain environments to even begin to make the choice of what's a better or what's a worse thing for me. And it seemed like in the past, these things were kind of gate-kept a little bit more because everything wasn't open to infinite skepticism. And now that everybody can be a skeptic of everything, people are able to kind of like shop around for ideas or things more that, feel better to them. And then especially as consequences are harder to see, or they're more removed from the actions that people are taking, it seems easier and easier for people to be kind of like misled into like another world where I don't even know if there's any kind of natural corrective mechanism for the things that'll happen. So to ground this out in an example, I don't know where you stand on this, so sorry if this is going to be a super politically divisive one between the two of us, but there was a huge push for ivermectin as being like a cure-all now for everything, but especially back in the days for COVID. It never was. This never panned out. No research, nothing. That was absolutely not true. But there are people that would specifically request doctors that would prescribe them ivermectin. And the vast majority of these people that were prescribed ivermectin got better, because most people that get sick get better. And now you've got a lot of people who are like, well, you know, I was sick, I got ivermectin, and I got better. And I think this was actually a good idea. How do you, like, where there's not like that mechanism of like, you made a bad decision and then here's like the results and now you correct, like, how do we get people back into the world of like making good decisions and being able to choose good people to get information from? Because right now I only see us trending in the total wrong direction is how I feel we've gone for like the past decade.
Yeah, so a couple thoughts there. The first is that, yeah, I do think there is definitely a certain degree of ease now with, you know, choose your own adventure when it comes to truth. It's very easy to specifically, you know, fill your inbox and your social media feeds with people who are going to tell you exactly what you want to hear and tell you, you know, whatever theories that may be completely false that you believe are the truth, and you are so smart for knowing better than everyone else. Yeah,
forbidden knowledge.
That is a reality. But the second part of that is that I don't think that we will get very far with people by suggesting to them. I think they're going to feel condescended to if we, you know, we need to find a way to engage with people that isn't, you know, you're too stupid to know the truth when you see it, right? So I think we need to find ways to engage with people where they don't feel like they're being condescended to. And, you know, I think there's also the, you know, the second step there of humility, where we need to all understand, I've been wrong about things, and it's very painful because I love being right. But we also need to realize that we're going to be wrong about things too. And we might have the absolute certainty that the people we're speaking to are wrong and they look like total fools on the internet. And it turns out we were wrong. I mean, you know, early stages of COVID, there was a lot of information that absolutely seemed to be true. Like, you know, this isn't airborne, you don't need masks. And it turned out probably should be wearing a mask. Sometimes we're wrong. And I do think it's good if we approach this, you know, discussion about gatekeeping, about truth, with just a certain amount of humility too, because I don't think we'll do a good job of convincing people, you know, to look at what we believe or know to be the truth if we think, you know, if they think that we don't have any degree of humility about it, and that we're too certain, if that makes sense.
Okay, so here's a problem that I have related to this. What you're saying here is the selective skepticism, or the selective, I guess, humility. So I would agree that science gets stuff wrong sometimes. I mean, I think it was the Lancet or the New England Journal of Medicine that published the huge, you know, vaccines causes autism study. I say huge, it was like 20 people or whatever, you know, so long ago. So, I mean, like, obviously scientific journals can get things wrong, institutions can get things wrong, but like, generally speaking, I would say they move in the right direction, and then they acknowledge errors, or they'll, you know, do retractions, or they'll say, hey, we were wrong on this. And people will say things like, well, they've lost our trust now because they were wrong on this thing, and they've lost our trust. But then when I look at the other side, and now I look at the people they are trusting, those people are wrong like 95% of the time. Why don't they ever lose the trust of the people? Like, what? How is it that Alex Jones can get up and say, you know, most of the conspiracies were correct? I was like, no, almost all of them were wrong. But then for some reason they still trust him. You know, like, I got my series of shots, and I got I think 2 different COVID boosters, and I'm still waiting to drop dead or my heart to explode. It hasn't happened yet. Supposedly there was going to be like a mass death event, mass casualty event in the United States from all the COVID shots.
It hasn't hit me yet either.
Yeah,
so.
But how is it that, like, it seems like the loss of credibility only hits one side? People are looking at Fauci like, well, he was wrong about masks this one time, and so now we can't trust the NIH anymore. Meanwhile, these other guys are wrong about almost everything, and people are like, well, you know, he told me this, so I'm going to do this now. And it's like, why? There seems to be a dramatic imbalance there, and I don't know how to address that thing. Yeah,
I mean, I don't have a perfect answer for that either. I think it's possible, and, you know, this is just a little bit of guesswork here. It's possible that people look to figures that they perceive to be authority with certain expectations, and they have different expectations for people they don't perceive as figures of authority or institutions. Maybe that's not true, maybe it is, but you know, ultimately I think we're having, you know, 2 separate conversations here, which is one, what is the appropriate recourse for bad ideas legally, and then 2, what's the appropriate recourse socially. And I have certainly better answers for the first one. But the second one, it's one we're going to have to, I think, experiment with. You know, I'm occasionally a technology skeptic, but I'm hopeful that, you know, we'll keep finding ways to use technology to find solutions for some of the problems we have. I think, you know, we have to, there's no other alternative, so we have to try, right?
Sure. So the legal argument, I guess, is interesting to me. You mentioned before that most of the government stuff related to freedom of speech ended up being speech against the government. I feel like, I guess, intuitively, that kind of makes sense to me, though, because I feel like if somebody were to go on the internet and just say that, like, oh, Stephen Bunnell murdered 20 babies, well, like, that's an actionable thing that I can sue for defamation for. So, like, I don't technically need the government to protect me from that kind of lie because there's civil litigation that's open to me. Whereas if somebody wants to come out and spread broadly, like, oh, measles and chickenpox are the same thing and it's actually not really dangerous at all, well, who even has standing to bring a suit there? So it makes sense that, like, most of the government actions that would be taken against stuff online is going to be stuff that probably contradicts stuff that's within the purview of the government, I guess. But then obviously, I mean, that can be problematic for a whole host of reasons. You know, you identify the ICE agent and everything. What, I guess, what do you think are acceptable steps for any kind of government body to take when it comes to free speech related stuff?
Yeah, so so obviously, you know, when it comes to the First Amendment, at least in the United States, we're talking about a very narrow range of circumstances that the government, you know, that censorship or retaliation against speech is appropriate. So we're talking about things like true threats, incitement, and those all have really specific, you know, concepts and definitions. And I know a lot of people think, like, you say the word kill, that automatically means a true threat. And, like, no, that's actually a really specific concept that we're talking about. But, you know, outside of that, I want to see the government using more speech. I want to see them using the appropriate measures. You know, their government officials have the ability to respond to false information, right? If, you know, they can say measles and the chickenpox or like measles and cancer aren't the same thing. They have the ability to go and, you know, as public health officials, issue guidance, issue statements. So, you know, I don't personally trust a lot of public health officials to necessarily have the authority to determine what is truth and false about medical issues, for example. You know, using the power of the state. I can't imagine the things that they would have been saying 100 years ago about women's health, for example. So I'm very comfortable with the government staying within its very specific bounds of power to issue more speech. But outside of that, I don't want to see them trying to censor.
What do you think? Can you think of any systems, I guess, in place right now that have gotten things right, or like a thing that you see that's kind of like promising that's moving in the right direction?
When it comes to government speech, like government actors responding to things, or
like correcting, I guess, what you would consider to be, or I guess maybe actually we'll take a step back more broadly. What are you, or have you identified any big problems you think with like the speech environment that exists today in the Western world, where you're like, oof, this is like really bad stuff. We need to find a way to deal with it. Not necessarily through government censorship, but just like you've identified, like this is an area of like bad stuff, like bad speech, I think.
That the government is responding well to it,
or I guess, well, first, like, do you think there is like bad speech out there, or do you think that everything is kind of like fair game? Yeah.
No. Anyone who, you know, any free speech advocate that doesn't, you know, concede that there's very bad speech is not doing a very good job, I think. No, there's a lot of, you know, really terrible speech. There's hateful speech. There's lying. There's, you know, I think there's a lot of ways that speech can be used for ill. And you know, I think for a lot of people, that's the, you know, the grand reason why we have to censor. And I think that's also the flip side of that is why I'm really uncomfortable with censorship. You know, speech is powerful. And I think the reason why I want to protect speech rights is because I do think it's really powerful, and it's actually has power for good, not just ill. When it comes to, you know, right now governments using their power to respond, I mean, there's always, you know, international collaborations that are going on to try to combat hatred. And I, you know, when they're done in a way that doesn't censor speech, you know, I think that's great. I think we need to be using, finding ways to collaborate, you know, within the US government and among governments around the world to respond to things in a way that promotes free speech and promotes the values we want to see rather than hatred or lies. So, there's always good efforts, I think, going on to educate people about health, public health especially. But on the whole, I would not say there's many good things happening right now when it comes to the question of free speech globally.
Gotcha. And then more specifically, I guess, what are some? Can you think of any good initiatives right now that I guess individual companies or governments or anybody is taking that you view as being a positive step in the right direction?
That's an interesting question. I think there's a lot of efforts right now to encourage people to be using technology in a way that suits them, in a way that advances their lives and that assists them. But whether that's necessarily government run, I wouldn't say. I think that's probably more in the bounds of private actors. But yeah.
Okay. Well, what else? I don't know how deep you want to get into any particular thing. I guess do you have strong opinions on, I think in Europe now, or actually more specifically, how do you feel about children on social media? That's a hot topic, I guess, right now.
Yes, that is a really big topic right now. And it's one that I just wrote a piece today, actually about the UK's under 16 ban.
Mm-hmm.
This is, we are kind of at a global fever pitch right now when it comes to specifically under 16 bans. I have a lot of issues with the way that this is being, conducted.
Mm-hmm.
It's not because I don't think that there aren't concerns about kids being online. Listen, I'm a woman in my 30s and I see things I don't want to see on the internet. So
yeah.
I understand the issues of having a 14-year-old surfing social media without, any restriction. I understand why people are fearful of that. But we always have a noble reason, right, to crack down on speech or technology. Somebody can always give you a good reason why that speech has to be curtailed. But that doesn't mean it's a good enough reason to institute new policies and new restrictions that I think are mass scale violations of people's rights. And that's what's going on with under 16 bans. So basically, all of these laws that are popping up globally go back to Australia's under 16 ban, which was kind of like the landmark policy that came out. But the problem is it isn't actually working. There's been this kind of trade-off that I think we were expected to agree to. There's some privacy risks and censorship risks that come from this, but it actually isn't working. From the government's own data, 7 out of 10 kids who had social media accounts before the ban still have those accounts. So kids are finding workarounds anyway. They're still, accessing social media, and it hasn't changed that much on that front. But it is creating really severe privacy risks for adults. I think we've kind of allowed this misnomer about under 16 bans to go too far, because it isn't just about 15-year-olds. It requires people to verify their age, and depending on the tools that are used, perhaps identity. Then there's a second issue of VPNs. VPNs allow people to flout these age restrictions. So naturally, countries that are pursuing these restrictions are going to have to face the question, okay, are we going to crack down on VPNs to enforce these rules? And the UK is suggesting they are. They said they're going to release new guidance next month about how they're going to handle VPN access. And so, I really think that it is just creating this, huge growing mess that's rolling downhill and taking more rights with it as it goes. And there's a lot of questions. We don't actually have a full picture of how social media and internet use affects young people. It's being treated as some kind of settled conversation when I don't think it is. And we also haven't really done much discussion about what this means for people who, A, are over 16 and have to verify their age, and also parents who maybe want to have control over what their kids do online and not, hand that power necessarily straight to government.
Do you think that people should have a right to use a VPN? If I were to liken this to say, should I have a right to send mail from my house and put an inaccurate return address? What do you think is the strongest version if somebody wanted to attack the concept of a VPN and say, well, if you're accessing a website, you should ultimately know who's accessing said website, or at least that IP address should geolocate to a particular residence rather than being black holed somewhere in, Russia or whatever.
Well, and there are countries that do ban VPNs, and they do explain their legal reasoning, and it's because they're used to conduct illegal acts. And those illegal acts are perhaps accessing gay propaganda in Russia, accessing illegal political material in China, things like that. So countries do ban it on the basis that it is a conduit to illegal action. So that is something that countries do ban. I think that anyone who's seriously, or any government officials that are seriously considering VPN bans, should look at who is banning VPNs today, the reasons why they do so, and ask themselves if that's really a list that they want to be added to, because it's primarily some of the world's worst human rights offenders. And ask some basic follow-up questions about what do we think this technology, are we doing the right thing by banning this technology? And I think anyone who's looking at clear-eyed will see that they're not.
Can I ask, so just pushing on this a little bit, what is like a conceivable positive use, I guess, for a VPN that we think should be like a valuable thing to protect for an ordinary citizen?
Oh yeah, I mean, it allows people, I mean, even people in the US might be wanting to use VPNs. We have, we've been discussing this kind of as a European issue, an Australian issue. We're having state by state things pop up. And there might be some people who feel like if they really want to access information about abortion in a certain state, maybe they should be using a VPN. Maybe if you want to look at information about certain LGBT issues, you should be using a VPN just to be safe. So giving people that feeling like they are not going to be bound by repressive perhaps rules that they shouldn't be operating under in the first place. That's really important. And that's what people use it for many times around the world. I mean, people who, if you're in a country that has really strict laws about information about women's health, these are vital tools for people to access information their government's banning. And people will always be able to come up with some horrible example of the terrible things on the internet. Yeah, of course you can. There's terrible things online. But to try to cut VPN access just because there's bad things would be so damaging to so many people.
Gotcha. What are other types of, so I know that the under 16 bans are a really big issue everywhere. Obviously in the United States, for whatever reason, we lost the, I guess the age gating porn thing was lost at the Supreme Court level. So now I don't even know how many states in the US, 15 or 20, now have like ID requirements to access adult material online, depending on the website. What are other big fights that you kind of see on the horizon or that are already here when it comes to like big legislative actions relating to internet stuff or freedom of speech?
Yeah, so obviously age verification more broadly is just going to be a fight we're going to be having in the future. And there's some people who are say that's not a big deal, I'm not worried about it. It's an overreaction to suggest that because you have to verify your age, the government is going to have access to every website you visit and everything you do on the internet. But I think people are being a little too they're not being cautious enough on that front because some of these things sure are going to go through third parties, but they'll be hacked. Like Discord, for example, they recently got hacked. So the idea that this information, just because it's not accessed by the government or not necessarily accessed by the government, is not going to be available to anyone is not true. So that's absolutely one of the things that we're going to be fighting. And then more broadly, national security stuff is, again, just kind of like a global issue when it comes to people wanting to censor speech. Not just on the internet, but for example, we had Brendan Carr here in the US, threatening government action over the way people were talking about the war with Iran. These are, that's the kind of thing that you'd expect to see, not in the United States, frankly. So I don't love to see, I'm pretty alarmed to see that some of the national security justifications for censorship that I see in repressive countries are popping up in the US too.
I'm just curious, do you know anything about South Korean internet?
I can't say that I do. It's not something I've really looked into very much.
I only bring this up. This just popped in my mind. I'm surprised nobody's ever talked about this before, or maybe they have somewhere. My background on the internet, I used to be a professional StarCraft player a lifetime ago. But I want to say in South Korea, I think that I think when you bought game keys, I think they were tied to like your Korean social security number, because if you were a child, you weren't allowed to either play late at night or on weekends or something. So they had like an auto curfew set up. So getting a South Korean StarCraft account was really difficult because they were tied to like your social security numbers. I wonder how that ever
That's interesting.
turned out, or if anybody ever followed data on that. Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things that the UK is doing too. So, as I mentioned, it's an under 16 ban, but they're also going to have internet curfews for 16 and 17-year-olds. That's the plan. So to limit how much time they can be using social media at night, even as, 17-year-old. Not quite the same, but, it's similar vein.
Yeah. Do you think that there are some issues that Republicans and Democrats in the United States are aligned on when it comes to internet privacy related stuff or free speech stuff that you think, or that you would want to see people jointly push legislative actions on, next legislative session? Or
Yeah, actually, one thing that we're really hopeful about is a bill we have or a bill that is out right now against jawboning. It's called the Jawbone Act, and it's co-sponsored by Ted Cruz and Ron Wyden, and that's kind of what we want to see, right? We want to see across the aisle advocacy for the idea that the government, whether it's Brendan Carr trying to threaten Jimmy Kimmel, or a future Democratic president, whoever it might be, trying to use government power to coerce private actors to censor speech. We want to see bipartisan action against that. That's really the only way that these things can succeed, is if we get across the board coalitions to say, no, we're not going to allow this. Because if you only have, one political party advocating for kind of, protections against censorship, sometimes people see it as partisan when it really shouldn't be. So that's something I'm hopeful about and, really hope to see.
And then I guess for the people that are worried about like child safety online or really bad material online, what's the thing you say to them when they're looking for, because they might feel like they don't have the options in the real world to enforce anything with their children or to protect people from these types of materials online? What do you say to kind of appease them, when they're like, what, is there any kind of regulation or bone that you can throw at those people, or they're trying to find ways to solve these problems? Yeah. How do you address their concerns?
Yeah, so there are, tools and technologies and apps that parents can put on their kids' phones to limit what their kids can do. And I understand that that's not going to solve everything. Your kid can go use another kid's phone. Your kid can probably access a different laptop where you can't necessarily control everything that happens on it. But there are some fundamental basics about the world that are out of our control, or that are out of people's control as parents. But I do wish we were doing a better job to empower parents to, understand what tools they actually already can use, without just assuming that there's some kind of government solution for everyone. And the other thing I would say is to, encourage parents to, advocate for their own rights and authorities here, because different parents are going to want to limit different things for their kids. You're going to have some parents that only want their kid to see, Christian material, things that, support a really specific religious worldview. And then you're going to have other parents that want their kid to be able to access information about LGBT issues. And I think both of those parents should be able to conduct things the way they want to, should be able to raise the kid the way they want to. And so I actually think it's kind of empowering to parents to say, you're allowed to, inspire in your kid the kind of speech and values you want to see them embrace. So instead of just kind of relying on, a government response that might not even work the way they promise it will, like it did in Australia, and like it probably won't in the UK, you can actually take some power there. I was raised by parents who had really strict rules. I'm not a gamer because I wasn't allowed to touch video games, so I just never really got into it. But other parents want to play video games with their kids, and like those are decisions you can make on your own as a parent. And I think people should be able to do that. If you want to play StarCraft with your kid at 10 p.m., you should probably be able to do that, right?
Okay. Are there any other major things you can think of, or issues or topics, or?
Well, one that I've gotten obviously a lot of questions about has been speech about Israel-Palestine. That has been another issue that's hit the U.S. And that's hit a lot of European countries. And I think, not to focus too much on the UK, but I think that's been an especially worrying and fascinating issue in the UK. More broadly, the UK has been conducting a lot of arrests, like thousands annually, investigations for people for speech that's just perceived as offensive on social media. But another thing that they've been doing is arresting people for holding signs, just peacefully holding signs that say, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action. And all of this is related to this group that was banned, the group called Palestine Action. And they were banned under anti-terror legislation because some members broke into, I believe, a Royal
Air Force Base,
Air Force Base and spray painted planes, which is not protected, wouldn't be protected in the US, shouldn't be protected anywhere. That's vandalism. That's the kind of thing that governments can absolutely punish. But the thing that's been really worrying to me and disturbing to see is the way that people who just talk about Palestine action and more broadly express support for the group's ideas, they're being arrested under that same anti-terror legislation. And it's really incredible. And I don't think it's a story that's gotten enough attention because I think people are so comfortable. Terrorism is one of those words that when you hear it, you say, okay, of course I want the government to act against terrorism. Like, who wouldn't want the government to punish terrorism? But when we have these super broad conceptions of terrorism, then you get people arrested and potentially facing years in prison for holding a sign peacefully. So that's been one of, I think, the more shocking news stories of the past year, but there's been a lot going on, so I could go on a lot of different directions if you want me to.
How do you did you have any strong questions, or did you follow kind of like the legislative and then the Supreme Court rationale behind the TikTok thing in the United States, like separating out ByteDance from TikTok in China, and whether or not they could operate as that like hybrid entity where you have like the Chinese algorithm, but then the U.S. facing company? Is anybody at Fire? Did you have a particular opinion on that?
Yeah, that was a really interesting one to watch. I have colleagues at Fire who are better versed on the exact, ruling and how that case settled out and how it's still panning out because, there's still some unsettled things that resulted from that. But, I was fascinated by it because I don't use TikTok. I won't use TikTok. I write a lot about censorship and the Chinese government, the way that the Chinese government exports its censorship to free countries. And I have some concerns about the TikTok app and the safety of using it. So I'm not on it. But I also had concerns about the way the US conducted itself in banning it. And I think this is kind of one of those fascinating, messy questions, right? That comes from how does a free country handle the challenges posed by an unfree country? And to me, the answer is not doing things that take away that free country's rights. And so I was concerned about the way that the government handled TikTok. And more broadly, I've been concerned about the use of federal power in recent months and years, but that was bipartisan. Nobody wanted TikTok to be allowed to operate in the US, so that wasn't a one-party issue there. But yeah, I've been concerned about the comfort the federal government has with attacking tools and speech and technology on the internet under a guise that I don't think passes First Amendment muster.
Do you, okay, this is going to be a very broad political question. I'll ask the broad one and then the specific one, I guess, because this is kind of like my concern as somebody that exists on the internet. So the first question is like, do you, I guess broadly, do you support kind of like the West, the global West? And then more specifically, do you think in the current media environment, do you think it is benefiting the West more, or people who are oppositional to the West? Because in the take that I've kind of had, especially over the past decade, is that the information landscape on the internet has allowed like malicious actors and sometimes malicious foreign actors to thrive in so many protected ways that it feels like sometimes they're cloaking themselves in all of the freedoms that we have in the West, and then they're using that to attack so much that is foundational to the West that we end up getting into areas that are more antithetical to freedom of speech than we would have been initially. So like I would say, for instance, the rise of Trump and then the extreme amount of federal pressure that he's putting on liberal concepts of free speech today are so much more oppressive than if we would have like banned TikTok completely, 12 years ago or whatever. Yeah, I guess, do you have any thoughts, I guess, related to that?
Yeah. So I have a lot of thoughts there. So the first is, yeah, I mean, I'm grateful to live, I think the concept of the West, people like to debate and fight over it, but more broadly, if the question is, do I prefer or am I grateful to live in a free democratic society? Yes. And I think that's it's very easy for me to look at it, especially someone who sees how women are treated in non-free democratic societies. Yeah. This is the world that I would prefer to live in. But then, to your second question about, how we handle people who, I guess because they are taking advantage of freedoms of the West, pursue, authoritarian or unfree causes. It's something that I've definitely had to grapple with. One thing I wrote a lot about in my book was this student group. It's called Chinese and Student Scholars Associations. So it's CSSA, and they're at campuses all around the world. And there's nothing inherently wrong with student groups for shared backgrounds. That's what a lot of student groups are. But these CSSA chapters, even on American campuses, have been using their campuses to try to censor critics of the Chinese government in a lot of cases. So they'll write to their university leadership and they'll say, this Uyghur speaker is actually hateful and hurtful to Chinese students, and the university has a duty to us as tuition-paying students to disinvite this person, to not let them speak on campus. There's a exiled political figure, Nathan Law from Hong Kong, who was a pro-democracy lawmaker before he was forced to leave Hong Kong. And he was supposed to come, he did come to the University of Chicago a few years ago, and the CSSA chapter there said that he was, conducting hate speech. His speech wasn't protected by the First Amendment. It was wrong on a lot of grounds. But it's an interesting question, right? How do we deal with people that are using the freedoms of a free country to advocate for the censorship and for the silencing of dissidents? And it's a really messy thing. The first step is that I think free countries have a responsibility just first not to fold to people who are making those demands or kind of trying to enforce that pressure. But the problem is sometimes there's financial incentive tied up with it to give into that pressure, right? So you might have a large contingent of tuition-paying students who say there's going to be financial price to pay. And, we see this with actually some tech companies, some global industries, this idea that if you don't conform with some authoritarian governments' rules or demands, you're going to pay a financial price. Like we saw that with the NBA and Daryl Morey when he tweeted, "Fight for freedom, stand with Hong Kong." So these are things that free countries have to deal with. So first is don't give in to the censorship. But second is don't start censoring and chipping away at those rights just to deal with that issue. Because that's when you create a country that is less free than the one you started with. So it's a really complex, difficult thing. But we have to find ways to respond that address the issue, reject it, but don't cut away at the protections that actually protect the dissenters in the first place.
Okay. Okay, well, yeah, I don't know. Anything else? I don't know how deep or wherever, if there's any other part of the conversation you want to, visit or anything more particular or more broad or...
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to talk more about speeches in the U.S., abroad. Any questions you have, I'll do my best to answer.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I guess the position that I kind of occupy right now is I used to come from a more free speech absolutist position, but I feel like there is you can have like a fundamental value, right? So like freedom of speech is like a fundamental value, but it's not like if it doesn't achieve the end of free speech, then the value itself is like kind of worthless. So like the example I give is that like 10 people in a room screaming at each other might be enjoying the ultimate freedom of speech, but in reality, there's like no real speech happening there because nobody can hear what's going on. You know, everybody's just screaming. As opposed to like a more regulated environment might seem a little bit more anti-free speech, but there might be more actual conversation happening here as a result of the fact that people can actually hear each other. And one thing that I've found so difficult to balance over the past I keep saying decade because I feel like in 2016 when Trump came in, things really started to kind of change, especially over the past like 5 or 6 years, like post-COVID, that every time I'm making free speech arguments, I find that like all of my, bedfellows, all my companions are just liars. And I don't see any way ever to like push back against them in a totally unregulated environment. It seems like the social media platforms have totally abdicated all of that. I feel like the community notes thing started off as an interesting idea, but they get brigaded so hard, they don't seem to effect any kind of positive end anymore. And then I see all of our institutions just constantly under assault by these people that are just the most malicious actors in the universe that never get any real pushback. And all the financial incentive seems to be there for them. All of the algorithmic pushing of their content seems to be there for them. And yeah, I'm trying to find some way to exist in that environment. And it feels like it feels like that freedom of speech environment right now is being hijacked in a way that I would argue we don't really enjoy the benefits of that freedom of speech at all because it's been abused by so many bad actors. So like I'll give, to go back to COVID, like I can give another example. Like I think like in a perfect freedom of speech environment, I think it would be super fascinating to hear people debate about prospectively what we could have done related to lockdowns. I think that is a conversation, it will never be fully explored publicly because instead of having people prospectively debating, like, should we have ever locked up kids? Like, should the lockdowns have been more targeted? Should there have been stronger federal oversight on them? Should they have just been targeted to certain age groups? Rather than that conversation, the only conversations we have publicly are how many billions of dollars did Fauci get paid to lock up people? Why did Cuomo send old people to die with COVID? Why were the Jews getting the vaccine first and leaving all of our humans to die? And it's just like that conversation didn't happen. So like in a good, positive, free speech environment, the malicious actors completely took it over. And I would argue they've owned it for the past half decade. And none of the, like, instead of a marketplace of ideas, I feel like I'm in a dungeon of just horrible cells with everybody having their own conversations.
It is very dark in there. So
yeah. So I guess like, yeah, that's kind of like, so all the pushback I'm giving you, like I definitely agree spiritually and foundationally with a lot of the values you're saying, but I feel like in practice, so many of these have been hijacked lately by bad actors that it's like, Jesus, I don't know what the path forward is, I guess. Yeah, it feels very gloomy sometimes when I look at it.
Yeah, there has been understandably a lot of people who I think have been really suspicious of, people talking about free speech because they have seen a lot of politicians, a lot of public figures, a lot of media figures, talk about free speech all the time. And then it turns out they meant very little of it and they meant their own speech. And then they were very, very eager to cheer it on when someone they didn't like was censored. That's kind of a tale as old as time to a certain extent. But, I understand why people feel that degree of suspicion and exhaustion, and I get it. The best answer I can tell them is that, people like me, my colleagues at FIRE, the many other good free speech advocates I know who are actually principled, who do genuinely care about this, who do want to find ways to help people speak freely, not because of some secret ploy to poison the world, but because we believe that people should be able to express themselves and be themselves, and that we can have a better free world that way. We want more people like that to join our ranks. We want more people talking about it. I think it's a real shame that some people shy away from the concept of free speech because they think you're only going to talk about it if you're being insincere, if you have an ulterior motive. So what I want to see is more people talk about it, more people engage in it, because, it's really a shame for people to abandon something that is so central and vital to society because bad actors use it. So I want to see more good actors engage in the conversation. I don't want to see people ceding ground because that will go nowhere good. I see no good future with people ceding the concept of free speech and these issues to bad actors. If anything, if you feel like bad actors are taking over it, we have more incentive to have people who are engaging in good faith on it jump in.
Okay. All right. Makes sense. Okay. Do you have for social media where people can find you, if you were to link a particular place where you want people to look for you at?
Yeah, I'm on X, I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on most of the major platforms.
And then
for now, no, I'm kidding. It's SarahEmclaugh. That's my handle in most places.
Gotcha.
Believe it or not, there's a lot of Sarah McLoughlins, and it's difficult to get my name as a handle. Who would have known?
Yeah, I heard everybody was looking forward to the singer joining us today, so unfortunately,
there will be no performances.
Yeah. Okay, well, cool. Well, hey, listen, I really appreciate the conversation. If anything more particular comes up about this, you want to chat about the future, feel free to shoot me an email. And yeah, thanks a lot. I really appreciate having you on.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. And if people have follow-ups, reach out. Love to talk more.
Cool. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
Yep. Bye. Okay. Ooh. We'll finish this, ma'am. How does this go on for 7 more minutes?
You are filibustering because this is an uncomfortable situation, and I understand that.
I'm asking for backup, Convo. I'm not filibustering.
No, you're not. No, you are not.
I'm asking you to back up what you say. Because I don't
everything
believe
I've just said is demonstrably true. You didn't even believe the president said that Iran's he's okay with them having missiles. He just said it on my show.
I didn't say I didn't believe it.
Well, first you said.
Oh, 37 dogs. Thank you for gifting 15 tier 1 subs, buddy.
I don't think he said it. Then I said he just said it, and then you said, "Oh, now you're misquoted." Come on, Bill.
You just misquoted me.
Okay.
I didn't say I didn't believe it. I said I didn't hear it, and everybody watching knows it. Anyway.
Oh, okay. You think that's their takeaway?
Here's the takeaway that I, as an American citizen, that this is Plan B. That it's the best thing for the United States because of the economic factor, which should have been evaluated by the Department of War, and doesn't seem to have been. Okay, but that should have been when you war game. What's the downside? What's the unintended consequence? All of the Hormuz stuff, okay, should have been in that equation. So if we don't get them,
it was.
I never heard Hegseth say anything about that.
I don't know what that jackass says, but what I'm telling you is that people who are involved in the strategy and planning and were stationed in Riyadh during the operations say that the Strait of Hormuz was always a variable they were aware of, and that the administration picked the priorities for the operations.
Okay, if you can get somebody from Riyadh on, I'd like to hear him say that. Look, when you throw a lot of stuff out there, they do.
Oh my God! They need to be on my show.
Do it all day long on cable TV.
I know, and I'm proven to be wrong so often. My sourcing is so bad.
All right, get the guy from Riyadh tomorrow.
Bill, nobody has ever upset my reporting on anything. My sourcing in that administration is very strong. Okay. And I'll tell you what, I can play your game if you want. Find me someone at the Department of War who says they had no idea that the regime was going to do this with the Strait of Hormuz, and they never gamed it out. Find me that guy, and I'll give you 10 grand to any charity you want.
Okay. They may have discussed it, but they did not discuss it in public. We didn't know, we the American people.
I thought we weren't supposed to. You're not supposed to give it away, Bill. Why would you discuss?
True. Remember when Trump would say that all the time? I don't discuss my plans in public.
Strategy. Can't talk about your strategy in public. Can't talk about this. You give it to the enemy then.
Oh, now
that's
we're
why
being
they can't talk
sarcastic?
about it.
Is that what we're
Yes, because that's what you guys said when he didn't tell.
Oh, I don't remember saying that. How many times Trump said that for every fucking question you'd ask him about Iran or anything? I can't talk about my strategy. I can't talk about public. I'm not going to give it away public.
I don't have guys.
I don't have guys.
You have a guy.
I have no guy. I try to get as precise analysis as I can get. If there's somebody in the Department of War who you know brought this out to the press, to you, to me, anybody, and said, maybe we don't want to do this because it could impact the world economy, I'd like to hear from that person. Is that unreasonable?
I'm sure you would. I'll tell you what. I'll put you together with them in private because it's not worth having people lose their jobs. Oh, so that your buddy, Mr. Trump, can fire this person and several others along with him?
Do a little hood thing. Or
put him in a hood, what? Maybe a white one.
All right. So anyway, look.
Go ahead. I heard you have something that you want to promote.
I do, but I want to make one more statement about this because it's a very important story. You have a Plan B in motion, okay? Plan A didn't work out the way that the Trump administration and Netanyahu wanted. The goal is noble, in my opinion. Get these guys, get them out of there, give the Persians some quality of life. So it didn't work. Not unusual. right?
The goal was noble. If we just bomb and kill all their leaders, different leaders will come up. And this is like a child. I don't even know, bro. Get me out of here. It's not even a child's approach. This is just retarded.
Happens all the time in conflict. But now Plan B is in place. And Plan B is a more precise analysis than Plan A. So Trump says they're never going to be able to enrich this uranium. And if they do, I'm going to blow the hell out of the whole country. Okay, are you willing to take him out on his word, Cuomo?
No.
There you go. You're not willing to take him at his word. I am.
You're asking me for the specific name of people who put out documents before you'll believe what the Department of State did. But you just take the president at his word that he's going to blow up Iran if they start playing with uranium again.
Because it has
That's
to do
good
with,
enough for you.
It happens to do with his legacy. And it's,
Hi, bro. It's shameless. This is shameless, right? Like, it is shameless. This is shameless.
If Iran were to cheat and that cheating be broken by the New York Times or somebody, all right, he's through. That's the difference. Now, Father's Day, and happy Father's Day to you. But
to you as well.
If I were your kid, I'd run away. But that's another thing. I did a long form. We call it We'll Do It Live with Leland Vittert. Okay? And he has a book on autism and how his father saved him.
Beautiful.
And, yeah. And it is a really, really good use of everybody's time. So we break it tomorrow. YouTube has it, BillO'Reilly.com. Easy. Just go there, boom, boom, boom. And it'll make you cry.
Oh, yeah. That book made me cry.
Not you.
I wanted to hug his father. Listen, I cried reading the book.
Okay.
What a beautiful story. The sacrifice of the father, how proud he is of what he built, and Leland obviously built within himself as well. It's an amazing story.
Sure.
All right, I got to go.
Okay. Just want everybody to consider watching that and demand from Cuomo that he produce all the guests. You'd have a week of shows if you bring in all the guests that I want to see.
I know. It's because it's not like the president would, would go on a vengeance tour against all my sources or anything like that. Bill O'Reilly, appreciate your perspective.
Okay.
Beautiful idea on
can't even like
Father's Day, highlighting Leland's story with his father. It's an amazing, amazing story. Take care. 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
The News Nation app. One more app is going to save us. My guy, Jordan Clarkson, grabbed my phone to get his POV. Is this about soccer? Don't know, don't care. Baseball?
Sex?
Don't know, don't care.
So, do you know the sex of the child?
We're gonna have a little baby boy.
A little baby boy. Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
Have you thought about the skin color at all?
I'm sorry?
You know, the tone. Would you prefer it's a little darker? I would imagine you might prefer it to be a little darker as opposed to lighter, no?
Well, I mean, I've never even thought about it. Huh. But I guess like darker, I guess.
Yeah, I would think.
What?
Right? Yeah, that makes sense.
What?
You prefer him to be
Prefer it. Like, I mean, if somebody's asking me, like, if I had to choose, I'd say like
Why
darker.
are you choosing?
You probably like it a little lighter, maybe, no?
No, I don't think I want my baby to be lighter. I haven't thought about that at all. I'm surprised that you've thought about it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just.
I mean, well, I hadn't thought about it, but asked the question. I mean,
I know, but you could have said I don't have a preference, but you said you'd prefer him to be darker.
You don't have a preference?
No, I don't have a preference.
Say somebody put a gun to your head. Said, do you want your baby to be lighter or darker? What would you choose?
Why is someone holding a gun to my head
It's
and
a
asking me
hypothetical.
what shade I would prefer my son to be?
I don't know. So
Why is he putting a gun to her head?
He wants to find out what your preference is. So you're walking down the street with Will, and he snatches you into the backseat of the car, and now he's got a gun to your head. You want a lighter or darker baby? What shade? What shade?
Get away from me.
what color is the guy holding the gun?
He's mocha, right down the middle.
Right down the middle.
50-50. You want it lighter or darker?
I would say on the lighter side.
Mm-hmm. See, so you have a preference.
But I had a gun to my head. You didn't have a gun to your head. We're sitting in the nice living room. We're getting ginger ales.
I'm proud to be black. I think you'd be proud to be black, too.
Of course. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
not wrong.
I don't feel good.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much
Thanks
for your
for
hospitality.
coming.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about all this.
Thanks for having us.
I'll get that watch fixed.
What the fuck is the matter with you?
Jesus Christ. The now famous explosion of the roof-tossing oil silo in Moscow, Russia was probably caused by a Russian air defense missile. Oh, that's a JDAM! You can tell because of the way it flies. Why is this on Korean TikTok? Was it a Korean taken? I don't even know. Okay. You can have from the K-shaped curve it flies in. K! Oh, we saw this. HaSlop. What is this?
Good guy.
What's your name? What's your name?
I don't really like cops, but you're a good guy.
What's your name?
You got a good heart on you, sir.
What is your name?
My name is Real G6999999999999. Wait, I'm insane. You understand, dude?
Do you want to go to jail, dude?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
It's all a simulation. I'm just trying to help you. Can I have your gun, actually? Do you want to give me it? I'm not going to shoot you or anyone.
What's your name?
I don't really like cops, but you're a good guy.
What's
you?
Yes.
So let me test your independence. Who won the 2020 election?
Joe Biden as certified by the Senate?
No, Mr. Bartholomew. Who won the 2020 election? We have seen that script. By the way, you should check with the White House. That script has been abandoned. They have a new one.
Oh. Well, my understanding from the 2020 election is we had an election.
And
Joe
who
Biden
won it?
Joe Biden was certified the winner of that election. That is a fact.
Who won the popular vote?
From what I recall in reporting at the time, that was Joe Biden.
And who won the Electoral College in the 2020 election?
Again, my recollection, and he served as president, Joe Biden would have been certified the winner of the Electoral College vote as well.
Did you discuss your answers to these questions with the White House before coming here today?
No.
By the way, I think you might be able to trace this language all the way back to, I know this link is in my notes somewhere. Trump, when he was giving his final speech on, I think it was January 7th, was it? There's an outtake where the script says, like, we've lost, and he's like, I don't want to say we lost. I just want to say Joe Biden was certified the winner, something like that.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack yesterday. And to those who broke the law, you will pay. You do not represent our movement. You do not represent our country. And if you broke the law...
All pardon, by the way.
Can't say that. I already said you will pay. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defied the seat of... It's defiled, right? See, I can't see it very well. Okay, I'll do this. I'm going to do this. Let's go. But this election is now over. Congress has certified the results. I don't want to say the election's over. I just want to say...
Congress has certified the results. That language goes all the way back to this here. Do you really think Cloud is a clone, or are you trolling when you say that? I would have to dive back into my mind to Final Fantasy VII lore. The plot for that game got convoluted as fuck, okay?
Election's over, okay?
But Congress is certified.
Congress is certified.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
I didn't say over, so let me see. Go to the paragraph before. Okay?
Okay.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack yesterday. Yesterday is a hard word for me.
Just take that. The heinous attack.
Good. Take the word yesterday, because it doesn't work with the heinous attack on our country. Say on our country. Want to say that?
No.
My only goal.
He's remarkably less retarded when talking off the cuff. Back then, he was faster back then. He's slowed significantly, yeah.
Was to ensure the integrity of the vote. My only goal was to ensure the
I'm also 1.5 times him as well.
integrity of the vote.
On January.
Yeah, I don't think in the original, I don't think Cloud was a clone. I think he got infused with Genova cells in the basement, and then he absorbed Zach's personality. But that's why he didn't get a tattoo. I don't remember if the other guys were clones, though, or if they were just infused with cells as well. I don't remember. Like I said, the plug is a little wacky in that game.
Let me ask you, was the Capitol attacked on January 6th?
I don't know if I would use the term attacked. I mean, we had...
Bruh. Really?
Activity outside the Capitol.
Activity?
Protests and such, and there was violence on
You
the
have
Capitol
to
grounds.
be now the author of the most obvious understatement that there was activity outside the Capitol on January 6th. Was it attacked? You've seen the videos. You're supposed to be the Inspector General. Capitol Police were injured. Some died. Was the Capitol attacked?
So again, it's more a term that you're using, attacked. There was protest activity. There was violence on Capitol grounds. Those people were prosecuted.
Well, there was protest activity?
There was protest activity. People went to the Capitol grounds. People entered the Capitol building.
Ben wants to play the game, but was Sephiroth dead the entire time? Like, the only time he's real is in flashback form, right? Am I making that up? No, the first time you meet the real Sephiroth, I think, is in the Northern Crater.
Which is contrary, as far as I know, to law.
But you wouldn't agree with me that the Capitol was attacked?
I just don't agree with the term
why are you letting him
attack when I think...
Well, it's like a 30-year-old game. Fuck you, okay?
It's older than me.
Your mom's older than
How was
you.
I supposed to watch?
Also, I have to figure out... I think I know what causes the lag, but I have to think of a way to figure... Hold on, let me finish
What
this
causes
clip.
it?
Were police officers attacked on that day?
There was physical violence outside the Capitol that day.
But the Capitol Police weren't attacked?
So
what is it about that word that so troubles you?
It's not that I'm troubled by it. The term attack, to me, seems to imply like there was a coordinated effort to attack specific things.
Let me ask you...
There was physical violence associated with protest
I regard
activity at the
these
Capitol.
kinds of questions as a test of your prospective independence. And so far, I think you're failing that test.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I hope my colleagues will agree that the Inspector General of the Department of Justice should recognize reality and facts for what they are.
This guy's going to be the Inspector General of the DOJ. That's what his job is. Doesn't matter, right? They all get rubber stamped anyway. So, right?
I mean, Trump's technically the head, right?
Of everything.
Of everything, yeah. All of it.
Okay, I don't think the lag matters for most of the time, but so I think that the issue is that the way that NDI works is basically there is a low latency, low CPU footprint way of transferring an image from one screen to another, meaning it's really, really high data because there's not much compression.
Yeah, it's network, right?
Basically, yeah. So I want to say an average NDI stream might be 300 megabits per second, I think, or maybe it's 600, but it's a lot.
It's
What
huge.
happens is OBS can deal with this just fine, but apparently Discord uses something called WebRTC, I think. And I think that transcode dealing with that super, super, super high data stream, like having to do the screen compositing of it and then transcoding it when data is changing too much, like screen stuff, I think it just is too much for Discord to handle. So when I'm doing the stream on Discord, I either have to find a way to just restream an output from OBS, which I think is probably easy enough to do. I just have to set it up. And then that'll hopefully fix that issue.
So they were also getting lag too on stream though.
Just from that NDI thing though.
Oh,
like my
I see what
camera
you're
and the
saying.
rest of OBS is not lagging. It's just the
It's just your NDI.
the one NDI stream of the video game, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I'll try a thing today. We'll see. I don't know.
And
what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Mamdami's speech. Hold on.
For 53 long years, we have watched and we have waited. We have watched from nosebleeds and through gritted teeth.
Can I not pause? Okay. Uh-oh. 2 Hassan sloppers? Hold on.
Yeah. But this isn't him being genuine. Yeah, I know.
Nice volume, Clipper, retard. Now I'm going to keep it quiet.
I know it's not him being genuine. He's trying to make it into a drama thing. And immediately Ethan Klein also seized on the opportunity. Ethan Klein constantly wants me to be physically in the proximity of Israel's drone strikes. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with that. Remember when he was like, why don't you go to Gaza? Oh, that's right. You can't go to Gaza. You're a fucking bitch. And now he's like, why don't you go to Lebanon, Hassan? It's pretty crazy. It's pretty strange that Ethan Klein will take any initiative. He'll never just like fundraise for these issues on his own. He'll only do it if there's a YouTube drama attached to it.
So ironic for Hassan to say that.
He'll only do it.
Are you able to stream on Discord or no?
I'll figure it out in a sec. Hold on.
He can get me to be in physical proximity of Israeli drone strikes and Israeli bombing campaigns. I find it very strange. I'm not going to say he wants me to be fucking murdered by the state of Israel. Actually, I will say that. I'm pretty sure he just wants me to be in that situation so he doesn't have to think about me any longer. Which is, you know, there's easier ways of no longer thinking about me, which is, I don't know, you can just like live your life.
One more Hassan slopper. What is this?
Minoxidil.
Are you?
I'm on that minoxidil.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Is that a sponsored ad read?
No, I'm just telling you the truth.
When? Since when?
It's like 6 months ago.
6 months ago.
I just started to see. I was like, this is not.
So that's the job. The job does that.
It was like pre-job, but
just mortality.
I'm just like trying to push off Turkey.
It's coming soon. You know, I have all these trolls who'll hit me and they'll be like, "Are you just mad because you're male pattern baldness?" I'm like, "Damn."
What, you got issues with that?
I don't think it's there yet. But definitely, like when people say like racist stuff or the baldness stuff gets me. The racist stuff, I'm like, okay,
yeah.
you know.
No, I feel
What's up?
that. Yeah, that's what I use.
What is finasteride?
It's the only FDA. It's
finasteride?
It's for prostate cancer.
Finasteride.
It's for prostate cancer originally, but it is the only FDA approved drug as far as I know.
You don't have audio when I'm streaming this, right?
I do not have audio.
Oh my fucking god.
It's
finasteride?
It's for prostate cancer.
Finasteride.
It's for prostate cancer originally, but it is the only FDA approved drug as far as I know that you can take that stops male pattern baldness. I use it. I use finasteride and minoxidil.
Damn, I just worry about this stuff. I don't do anything.
Yeah, the more you worry about it, the worse it'll get.
You think that's true?
I don't know.
If you share a screen, but I share an application, I can't change the audio device that it's sharing, huh? How fucking annoying.
Cringe. Hit up Jim.
What?
Hit up OBS Jim. He'll swap it.
Shut the fuck up. And there's no way to pair an audio device. I'll have to think some way later doing it.
That's no big deal.
Good. Get fucked. Discord is so stupid with audio. You need basically virtual audio cables to do. I basically have that program already, but it's just this is a more complex. Don't worry about it. This is a weird thing. Here we go. You guys want to just spare back 1 sec.
My fellow New Yorkers, for 53 long years we have watched and we have waited. We have watched from nosebleeds and through gritted teeth, on televisions in the windows of electronic stores, and from projectors balanced on fire escapes. We have watched alone in our apartments with our heads in our hands, shoulder to shoulder at bars where the signal flickers, alongside friends and family who we wish more than anything could be here today, sharing this moment. For 53 long years, we have watched the Knicks and we have waited. We waited as the memory of Willis Reed winning the championship on one leg grew fainter and fainter. We waited as Clyde came up clutch again and again. As John Starks dunked on Jordan and Patrick Ewing dunked on the Pacers. As Bernard King scored 60. As Charles Oakley pulled every rebound within reach. As Spike got in Reggie Miller's face. As Allen Houston put up a shot against Miami that hung in the air for an eternity. As Larry Johnson gave us the 4-point play heard around New York. As Starbury traded threes with Kobe and then sold sneakers every kid could afford. As Nate Robinson stuffed Yao Ming. As the city came alive watching Linsanity. And as Melo lived every Brooklyn dreams when he came home and made MSG feel like the center of the universe once again. We waited without ever knowing if this day would come, and we waited because we knew deep down in our sick, suffering hearts that it would. New York City, this team has done it. The New York Knicks are NBA champions. We are here not just because of this team that will go down in New York City legend. I'm talking about guys like Ronaldo Balkman, Marty Collins, Raymond Felton, Marcus Camby, Kristaps Porzingis, J.R. Smith, Iman Shumpert, and the whole Knicks tape era. I'm talking about guys like Tony Douglas, who I watched tie the single-game franchise record for threes from the stands in 2011. I'm talking about Amari, who got this whole city fired up when he joined. And I'm talking about Jared Jeffries and Lance Thomas and Langston Galloway. Players who gave everything every game, even when a 20-win season was all that was in sight. This championship belongs to them too, because championships aren't just built in one season. It belongs to Emmanuel Quickley, R.J. Barrett, Dante DiVincenzo, Julius Randle. And also to a coach who helped lay the groundwork, Tom Thibodeau. Thanks to each of these New Yorkers and too many others to name, New York City has just had two of the most magical months in as long as any of us can remember. Over these past weeks, as the Knicks kept winning, our city has come together as one. Neighbors invited neighbors over. Strangers high-fived one another in the street. Subway conductors sang their announcements and bus drivers danced behind the wheel. So often when this city comes together, it is because we are forced to, by a moment of tragedy or adversity. What a gift it is to be brought together by pure, unfiltered joy. For as long as we live, we will remember this feeling of a city together, a city alive, a city overcome by happiness. But let's not pretend that this was inevitable. If you will allow me, I want to travel back in time 8 days. Game 4. 9 minutes and 33 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The Knicks are down 20. The analytics guys, the sports betting companies, the pundits who watch from far away, they do what they do. They run the numbers. They calculate the odds. They write the Knicks off. They give the Spurs a 99.6% chance of winning the game. A 99.6% chance of tying up the series 2-2, of reclaiming the momentum with the next game in San Antonio. A 99.6% chance of silencing the Garden, of another year of watching and waiting. But there is one thing that the pundits just don't get about this team, that they just don't get about this city. It is in that 0.4% that we go to work. It is in that 0.4% that Jalen Brunson, the same guy that so many said was too small, proves that not only is he good enough, he is the new standard for greatness. It is in that 0.4% that OG Anunoby watches the ball float from the top of the arc and start running toward the basket, fingers reaching towards the heavens. It is in that 0.4% that Karl Anthony Towns finds the strength to mourn his mother and still pull in rebound after rebound, make block after block. It is in that 0.4% that Jose Alvarado shows every kid growing up in public housing that a son of Brooklyn and Queens can win for every one of the 5 boroughs. It is in that 0.4% that Mitch breaks his finger before game 1 and says, go get the tape. It's in that 0.4% that Josh Hart gets rebounds that break teams, that McCall Bridges proves he was worth every single draft pick, that Landry Shamet pulls up from downtown, that every one of these 18 players transforms the franchise, that Mike Brown keeps this team believing. Most of all, it's in that 0.4% that the Knicks do what New Yorkers have always done when we are told something is impossible. We find a way. We win. Standing here before what feels like the entire city, there is a Jalen Brunson quote I can't stop thinking about. I'm gonna tell you. You are allowed to think about the worst possible scenario, but you gotta go out there and do something about it. When Jalen Brunson took that pay cut, my friends, that was doing something about it.
Is this all just sports talk, or was there Mayor talk too?
Time after time, we thought about the worst possible scenario. And time after time, the Knicks went out there and did something about it. The Knicks did not just win for New York City. They won like New York City.
It's about hope. He mentioned you.
Wow. What is New York if not your back up against the wall? A dream that feels just out of reach. A rent payment you don't know how you'll ever make. What is New York if not 99.6% of the world stacked against you? And who are New Yorkers if not people who hear those odds and smile? Who look at a 0.4% chance of success and ask, why are you giving me a head start? This is our city. This is our team. For 53 years we watched. For 53 years we waited. Now we've won. One last time, New York, say it with me. Knicks in. Knicks in. Knicks in. So much.
Who cares? Basketball. LMAO. Oh, it's the other one we watched, right? Rip.
In this cave of getting this done, but I think here the big lesson is, and this is what I've always said, and I'm sure you said this, like when Trump got elected, a lot of people, even radicals, got very depressed, like because it was like, oh, half the country is fascist or whatever. But I've always said, even before Trump, that most people don't vote. And most people don't vote because they're to the left of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Like if you're
even
right.
if they don't have the political expression.
Yeah,
like,
they're not going to use the words. Yeah.
Yeah, they would never be like, I'm a socialist or I'm a communist or anything. But like if you were to ask them, like, would you like a democratic workplace? They'd be like, where you get to work
where
and
you own
you control
the
your
wealth.
own control your own productive output. They'd be like, yeah, that makes total sense.
Wow, would you like to earn more money when you work? Yeah, bro, yeah.
Agree to the ideas.
Yeah.
Wow.
You don't want the label.
Really?
Twitch streamer Asmongold, also known as Roach King, commented on his live stream that he wants Israel to continue bombing Lebanon. Yeah, it's brownoid, dude. It's brownoid. It's brown coded to say, hey, maybe America should get to dictate what Israel does and doesn't do, because America is the fucking superpower in this equation.
That's the reason why they don't want to have anything to do with you. You were an invasive species.
I'm just curious, why did it feel like you were struggling to find topics to get into with Sarah McLoughlin? I just disagreed a lot with their perspective, and I wasn't getting a lot of like grounded policy stuff, so I didn't know what do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say?
She's into the liberal and Democrat movement and party. You seek to
It's so funny that Asmongold is saying this when he is literally eating Donald Trump's dick.
Don't you think it's true? Oh, fuck, that's the hockey player. Sorry, troll question.
Dick and balls on a daily fucking basis. And there are liberals out there who will hear him say this and go, hey, this fucking neo-Nazi that we supposedly despise is actually really cooking up a solid take here. Yeah, guy who fucking despises your movement turns around and tells you what's best for your movement that he despises. Ultra right-wing content creator with 95% extremist right-wing audience is for sure worried about the Democratic Party. Who buys this? Fucking Sex Pestini's audience, dude.
I'm sorry, what?
Nazi that we supposedly despise is actually really cooking up a
and party. You seek to
It's so funny that Asmongold is saying this when he is literally eating Donald Trump's dick and balls on a daily fucking basis. And there are liberals out there who will hear him say this and go, hey, this fucking neo-Nazi that we supposedly despise is actually really cooking up a solid take here. Yeah, guy who fucking despises your movement turns around and tells you what's best for your movement that he despises. Ultra right-wing content creator with 95% extremist right-wing audience is for sure worried about the Democratic Party. Who buys this? Fucking Sex Pestini's audience, dude. That's who.
Okay.
They're like, hey, this fucking rabid transphobe who literally says the most unhinged anti-immigrant shit, who is the biggest dick rider of Donald Trump, actually really cooked with this. Okay, he really cooked with this take. He's right. But once again, he'll never have this conversation with me personally. He can't do it because he's fucking terrified.
It's crazy that one of the most terrified people in media of ever having critical pushback would ever float the idea that another person was scared to debate him. Actual coward, an actual fucking coward, bro.
Because he knows that if we were to have a one-on-one conversation on camera, he would look like a fucking idiot because he is a fucking idiot. And his
I wonder who said that.
His audience would probably turn on him after that conversation. They would go, okay, maybe you didn't know what the hell you were talking about. So he has to keep making it seem like he's farming drama, when in fact, he's just a terrified little right-wing propagandist actively telling his audience that things are going to be fine, that Trump is great, that you shouldn't worry about Israel's level of control over American foreign policy and even American domestic policy. He's just trying to tell him a little lullaby, right? Go back to sleep, little one. Don't worry. Remember, it's actually the undocumented migrants that are stealing from you. It's actually the homeless people that are fucking you over. It's actually the transgenders. Transgender. That's it. Okay, Donald Trump eradicated trans athletes. Donald Trump literally made it illegal to be trans and an athlete in the NCAA. Did your life get better? That was literally a year ago. That was 2 years ago. Did your life get better since then? Did you experience any fucking material improvements in your life? No, of course you didn't. Is that fixing the fucking gas prices? Giving Israel more money, is that going to fix your gas prices? Giving Israel more money, is that going to actually improve inflation? Is the cost of living more...
Oh my God. Wait, are you here right now?
Yep.
Wait, what did you guys talk about this morning? Did I ask you that?
Fuck. You know, the same stuff. We were on docket watch. Nothing. And then nothing will happen tomorrow either.
Wow,
Anyway,
wow. Oh, wow. So you're just already negatively loading it. Okay.
Well, tomorrow's a holiday.
Destiny, he's referencing DGG Glazing Asmongold, talking about the two posts. Yeah, no, I know what he's... no, but it's just like... like Hitler probably said some correct things about the Russian Revolution. I'm sure Hitler said some correct things about a lot of random things. So it's just funny for him to be like, how dare... Like, Asmongold is saying these things, and of course libs are eating it up. Well, yeah, he correctly diagnoses how much of a fucking retard you are. Like... Well, that... Yeah.
More manageable? We've been giving Israel $10 billion a fucking year on top of everything else that we've been doing, $300 billion since the inception of the nation state over the course of the last 80 fucking years, right? Have things gotten better in that process, on that timeline, especially in the last 2 to 3 years? Have things gotten better? Has ICE improved?
I'm going to pipe my audio through maybe on this. Hold on, I don't know if this will actually work. OBS mic.
Improved your lives. Elon Musk is a fucking trillionaire.
Wait, is this coming through at all?
What good did that do for you?
No.
Wait, okay, hold on.
Oh, did it do anything for you that's positive? No, of course not.
And take them over and co-opt their platform for your own by using these big, you know, like emotionally charged issues to force your policy down everybody else's throats. You are not a Democrat. You are not helpful to the Democrat.
Yeah. Yeah, Twitch streamer Asmongold, also known as Roach King, commented on his live stream that he wants Israel to continue bombing.
Oh, wait. Wrong one. Okay, wait. Test. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Okay. You can hear me now, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Lebanon. It's awesome. Yeah, why would he care about what helps with the Democrats? He doesn't.
Yeah,
he doesn't, actually.
Okay.
He does not. He's trying to present the Israel-Palestine issue as an issue that only brownoids care about, okay? He's trying to be the edgy boy. He's trying to be the edgy boy that tells his edgy audience, like, this Israel stuff is just, like, brown-coded. It's only Middle Easterners and brownoids who give a shit about this. Like, you shouldn't fucking care about this, okay? Yeah. MAGA right-wingers, real white guys don't care about this stuff. It's like, do they? Do they not? Because I feel like you're a little terrified. You're a little terrified of broaching that conversation, you know? You keep saying that word? Yes, dude, I'm allowed to say it. He's referencing me in that with that word. What do you want me to fuck? Just shut the fuck up, okay? Oh my God, you're saying brownoid. Yes, dude. Yes, I am. I'm saying it. Bitch has motherfuckers in the chat.
Poor Hassan. Trump is now 50 minutes late and counting for this White House event. The piano player is digging deep to fill time.
That's just the reality. And
Hassan tries to fact check Asmongold.
all matter of culture war.
Quick. Vance SLOP.
Saying that you're hoping this deal would prevent Iran in the future from getting a nuclear weapon. But from what's been put out there of the MOU, I'm curious, how does the MOU reflect that in the future Iran will not in fact get a nuclear weapon? What's stopping them from down the road, to your point, rebuilding and restarting from where we were pre the war?
Well, number one, they would have to get a lot of money in order to rebuild their nuclear program. You're talking about billions and billions of nuclear infrastructure that the United States destroyed. In order for them to rebuild that program, they would have to get a lot of money. And we have them in an economic chokehold right now that we're not going to release until they fundamentally change.
We have all the cards.
How many billions? That's retarded.
Wars and you know, culture war narratives and arguments actually try to divide, and successfully, unfortunately, do divide the working class. So we need to get.
Don't ever listen to this.
Yeah, not based. Okay, no, divide the working class. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Culture war. He doesn't have. Listen.
Leftists are now calling Hassan Piker a Zog slave. What a year. Yeah, dude, I know. Here's Zog slave Hassan Piker admitting that he works with the mainstream Democratic Party, giving them on advice on how to mislead the youth. This guy gets so bad. Empanada gets so horny to just fucking schizo post about me that he just forgets how to fucking type sometimes.
If you're willing to like ask somebody like Hassan what culture war issue they're willing to relent on. Are you willing to relent on having men and women's sports? Are you willing to relent and
dog? You just did the argument. It's so funny that he just straight up.
There's no way you're able to turn down the audio that you're piping to me, right?
Yeah, of course. Why is it loud?
Yeah.
That I'm making is
like
all of this stuff about like transgender people, transgender athletes existing in society. They're immaterial. Okay, they're obviously important for trans people, but they're not important for people who aren't trans. That you and others like you use or drive the salience of these issues to the forefront of the conversation to divide the working class. When in fact, if we were arguing on whether or not the working class deserves more autonomy in their workplace, deserves more control over their productive output, whether they deserve healthcare, for example, the conversation would not favor the right at all. But the right knows this, which is why they have to constantly be like, no, we have to talk about trans people, whether they should be allowed in fucking, civilized society or not. And then he immediately doubles down and goes, yeah, don't listen to this guy. He just wouldn't. Yeah. The argument is, would you be fine with trans people existing? But also, if that same party was offering you fucking healthcare? And I think many people would say yes to that, right? Because the reality of the matter is, if you're a cis guy, why the fuck do you care if trans people participate in like high school athletics or what, or not? Like, why would you care about that? What has that done to your life? That Donald Trump has actively destroyed it, right? Donald Trump has successfully implemented these initiatives where he's banned, transgender athletes from participating in NCAA competitions. Has that made your life a little bit better? Is rent cheaper now? No, of course not. Do you have health care? No, of course you don't. Because that's a deflection. That's a deflection from the real issues. And that's precisely the point I'm making.
Healthcare.
Of course, Asmongold doesn't want his audience to hear that conversation, because then they'll be like, wait a minute, this makes sense. So he has to constantly make sure that their audience is like going back to the important matters. What is this? The Breakfast Club glazing you? What do you mean? Is that like from, did you just link me Netflix? That's crazy. You just.
By the way, everything is quote unquote transactional when you're dealing with a child.
But I also disagree with this gentleman just said. And the reason I disagree is also how you raise your kids, right? They
What does this have to do with anything? Well, anyway, why is he even doing that for? What's the point? I mean, he just has to hit these divisive narratives. He has to go back to his fucking roots, Telemundo has noticed you. Wait, what is this? Telemundo will launch a mini-series El Turco on Monday as a part of the network's triple premiere night. Oh, hell yeah. Turks on top, Turks on top, Turks on top. We're back, boys. We're back. We were not the table any longer, and that was devastating. Islamabad became the table. It was no longer Istanbul. That was the table. And all of a sudden, we're back. Not only are we the table, we're the chairs. We're the tablecloth. We're the plates on top of the table. El Turco. Okay? Turk varma, Turk varma, Turk varma. That's all I'm saying. Why is...
What? Iran has suspended its entire 60-day negotiation period with the U.S. over the direct violation of the MOU's first clause, with Israeli attacks on southern Lebanon constituting a breach less than 24 hours after the MOU was electronically signed. No way.
It's also physically signed.
Really?
Yeah, he signed it in Versailles.
Well,
so right now,
duped his ass.
Well, that's crazy, fam. You should tell Iran.
Moscow is on fire following one of the largest Ukrainian drone attacks on the Russian capital since the start of the war. And these videos coming out led one Russian reporter to ask the risky question, quote, is everything really going according to plan? I mean, I can answer that. No, it's not at all. A daylight raid with hundreds of drones striking a target in Moscow that was already struck by Ukrainian drones just 48 hours ago? No. Everything is not going according to plan. But before diving into the details here, let's set the scene, because we have unlimited footage at this point coming out of these strikes. What I'm showing right here is a short clip from earlier today. That is a Ukrainian drone flying over Moscow in broad daylight, anti-aircraft fire going off in the background while the refinery burns. Early in the clip, a Russian surface-to-air missile misses the drone. Shortly thereafter, a second interceptor is launched from right in the middle of the target area. The drone circles around and impacts inside of the refinery. In fact, this is even better with the sound on without me babbling in the background. So here we go.
Is this real?
Yes.
Shut up.
Now, Ukrainian
The ghost of Kiev is the one who nuked him, by the way.
President Zelensky addressed this morning saying, quote, tonight our long-range sanctions once again hit the Moscow region. For the second time in a week, the Moscow oil refinery was targeted. This is a fully justified response to Russian attacks on our cities and communities. It's time to end this war, and Russia must take the necessary steps in diplomacy. The Ukrainian Unmanned Systems Forces said the Moscow oil refinery is one of the 10 largest oil refining enterprises in Russia. Its installed capacity is 11 million tons of oil per year. The enterprise produces fuel and other petroleum products that are used to support the Russian economy and military logistics. A couple of key takeaways here before we get into kind of the Russian cope is probably the best way to put it. Holy cow, is the pro-Russian community pissed off about this morning? We are seeing the results of these mid-range strikes. So it's been almost an air defense system a day for months on end now. That has real consequences. These are the consequences. Russia, just to hammer this home, has more targets available to the Ukrainian drones than they have resources to protect them. They do not have enough air defense assets for the size of the country and the range and the volume of Ukrainian drones. This attack on the Moscow refinery, the stage was set a couple days ago. When Ukraine was looking at it, they launched a number of drones in that relatively small-scale attack. They were able to identify the best routes in, the best angles to attack these refineries, where the Russian air defense assets were, where there were gaps in their coverage. Once they had that information, still achieving effects on targets 48 hours ago, they swarmed drones, hundreds. In fact, a couple different accounts here. The Russian Ministry of Defense said 992 Ukrainian drones were launched into Russian territory overnight. Are you kidding me? 1,000 drones fired by Ukraine into Russia. Now, that's across the entirety of Russian territory. It's something like mixed numbers, but I've heard between 400 and 500 fired at Moscow. Russia does not have the ability to protect all of Russia. There are too many drones for them to shoot down, and a number of them are now getting through. In fact, there was a video it's going to be iconic, I think, for this war. I'll play it here real quick of the top flying off of an oil tank. And before we get back into kind of the serious stuff here, I do want to share some of these memes. There's too many to go through. Crazy picture, right? I'll put a couple of them up here on the screen in the description, video description.
Crazy.
I'll have a link over to.
Do we know how much is that top weigh?
A couple different threads on X or Twitter that are compiling what people have put together, kind of the jokes around it.
That we saw was from from a Russian.
Yeah, an interceptor missile or something that accidentally. Yeah.
I saw this exploding fuel tank. Pretty significant image if you think about it. 4+ years into the war, and a refinery in Moscow is blowing up in broad daylight. Now, the New York Times was able to speak with some Russian citizens in the region. They said, quote, black smoke from a burning oil refinery filled the Moscow sky. The city's 4 airports were urgently closed, and part of the busy highway that rings the Russian capital, a metropolis of 13 million, was shut down. They spoke with Nikolai, 44 years old, who lives in a neighborhood northeast of the refinery. He said that the neighbors in his mostly working-class area appear to be spooked, but many are still unable to make the mental link between Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the attacks at home. Quote, people in the yard outside this morning go around asking something like, how is this possible? I see anger and confusion, but I don't think people can put 2 and 2 together. It's like they were told for a long time not to look up, and now it's as if they've lifted their heads for the first time, and it's impossible to not look up. Ukraine has, and for some time now, brought the war home to Russia. A veteran notes, a Russian mill blogger said, quote, in Moscow, many people finally learned that the war is actually going on. And he said, quote, well, you have to admit, it looks very strange when you're told on TV for 4 years only about victories, how everything is going well. And then there are explosions, burning houses, and infernos from flaming refineries right outside your window in the capital of Russia. Naturally, people start asking questions. Is everything really going according to plan? Again, it's not. It is very hard. This has all happened so slowly over a period of 4 years. It was unthinkable at the beginning of this war when Russian aircraft started striking targets throughout Ukraine and were striving to achieve air superiority, what most people thought they would accomplish in a matter of a day, couple days, if not a few weeks. Instead, we're more than 4 years in and there's 500 drones hammering down sensitive targets inside of the Russian capital city. Another Russian mill blogger here, Reserve Pioneer, said, quote, a couple of years ago, they said we would cut off the gas and fuel to the Ukrainians, and winter on their end would be their end because they would start freezing. I share this belief, considering such a course of events logical and correct. But damn it, somehow, the Ukrainians managed to make the fuel collapse hit us instead. And just yesterday, we talked about a Reuters article talking about the shortage of fuel inside of Russia. For the first time I can think of, Russia, a net fuel exporter, one of the largest fuel exporters in the world, is set to import fuel this month. And we're seeing shortages pop up in a number of areas across Russia, certainly having challenges down in Crimea and the occupied territories in the south, but that is starting to creep into Russian territory as well. These refinery strikes don't help. Now, it gets complicated because how much does one refinery strike impact the domestic fuel consumption versus the export volume, and how does that impact the overall war effort? And it's not always a direct one-to-one, but the bottom line is when a major refinery, a top 10 refinery like this goes up in smoke, to my understanding, hours later, the fires are still being put out. All right. So if nothing else, this is offline for a day, a couple days, probably going to be a while to repair all that damage. That builds when there's already a fuel shortage and then more refineries get hit. More logistics get hit in the south. This is the type of thing that can have a snowball effect on the Russian war effort. And they're picking up on this inside of Russia. Again, what we try to do on this channel a lot is monitor some of the most pro-Russian accounts, the ones that want Russia to win the war. In most cases, say Russia isn't going hard enough. A lot of these channels regularly, when an attack like this happens, they turn around and say, kill more Ukrainian civilians. All right, so these are very pro-Russian accounts that are a mix of upset and maybe saddened or depressed at what they're seeing. Fighter bomber, kind of the top Russian account when it comes to understanding air power in the Russian military. He said, quote, well, what's there to comment on? The clouds are gathering over us in more ways than one. Then Maxim Kalishnikov, another Russian war correspondent, said, quote, he talked about the challenges that Russia is going to be facing if this continues. He talked about how there's going to be extremely unpopular measures popping up to bridge the budget gap if this continues. He says this is exactly what the Ukrainians are counting on. Drone warfare, cutting off logistics, attacks on refineries, a fuel crisis, efforts to torpedo the economy. All of this is part of a systematic strategy. The enemy has shifted the war to our rear. We are now probably 3-4 months into this pretty sustained Ukrainian campaign to hammer Russian logistics and their infrastructure, keeping this war afloat. Every day, every week, we're seeing additional footage of the effectiveness of these strikes. And, folks will often say, well, look, Russia just carried out a missile strike in Ukraine. Look, Russia just got drones through to Kyiv. Correct. And that has been happening since day one. So the major change here is that Ukraine is able to inflict similar, if not more damage inside of Russia. I would argue that the Ukrainian attacks in Russia actually have a bigger impact right now, because the entire world, to include Ukraine and Ukrainian civilians, expect missile strikes in Kyiv. They expect drone attacks everywhere across the country. The citizens of Russia are not expecting the war to come home, and it is more so every single day. Now, I do think we're a long ways away from the people rising up and actually saying enough is enough. We're not going to fight this war anymore, maybe pressuring Putin into some sort of negotiated settlement. But seeing refineries go up in smoke, going to the gas station and there's no fuel to fill up your car, starting to see those shortages does have some impact. And it's a net positive impact for the Ukrainian war effort than if it wasn't happening at all. So pretty significant that this is playing out. Crazy to wake up to that this morning. And then quick fundraiser update for you guys. I've got a thank you video just sent over this morning, a couple hours ago, from the 5th Squadron Gur Legion. We helped them pick up a number of things, to include some cars just a couple months ago. We have an ongoing campaign with Car for Ukraine. That'll be linked in the description and pinned comment below. But here's a quick thank you from the fighters of 5th Squadron Gur Legion.
Hi, this is Rachel from Protective Volunteer, and I'm here with some of the fighters who are on the Southern Front. And we want to say a big thank you to Preston Stewart, who helped us fundraise over $50,000 to help them with their vehicle needs, especially vehicle repairs, which they really need. And so we're just giving a shout out to you, and thank you so much for everything you did.
Thank you, Stewart.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Oh, Medal of Honor ceremony? Why the fuck do I care? Wait! Is the one pilot who we supposedly saved from Iran, is he going to be here?
Of course not.
I want to see that guy. How the fuck has Ukraine been able to hold so long against the Russians and pull off moves like this 4 years on while the Americans give up in less than half a year? What are you talking about? Ukraine is fighting a defensive war for the existence of the country. We were fighting, I don't even know what the fuck kind of war against another. This is a totally different.
It was a retard war.
Really?
Also, that guy's retarded.
Holy shit. Influencer Stacey Hatfield allegedly refused ambulance and bled out after home birth. Like she's dead?
Yeah.
Rip. After delivering a baby without a nurse or midwife present. Jesus. She just
sounds like her doula did a bad job.
Raw dogged it. Wait, if you die during childbirth, is that technically considered a homicide or no?
No, I don't think so.
Aren't you kind of getting killed by your baby?
I think her own retardation killed her.
Well, no, but like doesn't
Might have
the,
been a
I mean the baby
suicide.
kind of killed you, right? Homicide could be accidental, like manslaughter is homicide.
Did the baby kill her? Or did she kill? I mean, she might have killed herself, right? She was passing the baby
to someone
else. Her
else.
body did it to herself. Yeah, I don't know.
We found the peeling paint at the reflecting pool. Okay.
Oh, you know why that's happening?
Why?
Because they're putting hydrogen peroxide in there to try to kill the algae.
Is that, I don't know anything about this pool. Is algae bad or something? Or why?
So Trump redid the whole reflecting pool because he wanted it to be blue.
Okay.
And then 2 days after, it started getting algae. So now they're desperately trying to fix it to not have any algae. But then they put in hydrogen peroxide, and then the new set of paint that they did at the bottom of the pool is now coming up because they fucked it.
Okay. Carlos Mencia is facing criminal charges from LA tax fraud unit. What?
Mr. Vice President.
This is the kind of energy we need from our leaders. I hate to give JD Vance credit, but he's obviously correct here. Jank, okay.
Built to completion. Now, I saw the Axios report. You know, that Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you've seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. Thank you all.
Okay.
Welcome back to Interesting Times.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's great
Sounded
to
like
have
the Dexter
you.
open a little bit.
What?
Sounded like the Dexter open a little bit.
To Interesting Times.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
It's great to...
Okay, I understand why you would think that. What is this rediscovering religious shit?
I had some really good...
I feel like J.D. Vance is laundering his image right now to separate himself from Trump, which is bothering me a lot. I don't know. Let's listen to this section.
Good friends who are really good people, and they sort of showed me the truth of faith by the way that they conducted themselves in the world.
Yeah, it seems in the book, like, at times you're emphasizing religious life and faith as an alternative to meritocratic striving, sort of empty meritocratic striving. But then there's also,
I almost
and I think
lost
this
it
is
earlier.
relevant
Someone asked him a question about, like, because he's drinking a lot of water. They were like, "Oh, is your voice hurting or something like that?" And he's like, "Well, I can't talk about why it is. You know, I've been on a book tour." And he's like, "Yeah, but I can't talk about my book tour that I'm like been doing." I wanted to kill myself.
Thanks.
Conservative politics, right, and the right-wing coalition, a sense in which you're offering it, in a way, as an alternative to a kind of male nihilism, right? And
Sure.
you talk about when you're in your 20s, right, that was the culture of, let's say, pickup artists and the game. But now I think you could say it's kind of metastasized into a culture of, you know, male influencers who have big doses of misogyny, sometimes racism and anti-Semitism, a whole spectrum from Andrew Tate to Nick Fuentes, let's say. What is the best response to that culture? Do you want to sort of proselytize to young men in those worlds about the path that you took?
No, I mean, I've never thought of myself as proselytizing to really anybody. I mean, I just try to live the best life that I can, and if something about it is useful...
but you've written a book.
But no, that's right.
Right?
That's
kind of offering models.
But I kind of put it out there in the world, and yeah, like I do think that there is some great virtue in the life of the family, in the life of actually focusing on things that matter. I think it creates, you know, just much better outcomes, but I also think it's going to be better for your soul. So I write a lot about Usha, and a lot about, for example, the fact that she is not a Christian, and I felt kind of guilty, actually, about returning to my faith with all the demands that it, you know, comes with. I mean, like I think about this every single Sunday when I take my 36 weeks pregnant wife, who is herself not a Christian, and, you know, us and our 3 kids, and they're late getting their shoes on, and they're always misbehaved. And I think to myself, like, she did not sign up for this. She signed up to sleep in on Sundays and not have to deal with this, but she does it with incredible patience. And that was her being not just okay with that, but supportive of that journey was like almost a confirmation or a sign that it was okay for me to go down this pathway. But the thing about like relationships, okay, and I think all millennials experience this because we all grew up in the same culture, is there was like this sense in which there was nothing sacred about romance, right?
Wait, how old is J.D. Vance?
I think he's in his like...
Holy shit, he's way younger than I thought he was. Jesus Christ. Okay. Damn. He's like, is this grooming? He's like half of Trump's age. Wait, is this the largest age gap between a president and the vice president in the history of the United States? 41 years old. Holy shit.
Like some people were more successful in dating world, some people were less successful. Like fundamentally, there's nothing sacred or profound about romance. It's just you find somebody, maybe you care enough about him to marry him. Maybe you have a guy who's just going from girl to girl, week to week. But like what I had this sort of epiphany is overstating it, but I realized is that falling in love with Usha made me realize that there was actually something sacramental to love. And that was a very critical sort of observation. Like I thought the Christian sacramental view of love was at best old-fashioned, at worst superstitious and kind of stupid when I was 25 years old. But Usha, even though she's not a Christian, she really like changed how I thought about the union of man and woman together. And she changed how I thought about it without even realizing it. I thought about it in a very, very Christian way.
You've just given some very eloquent descriptions of how Christianity works ideally in your own life. How does Christianity work in the Trump administration? What is Christian about the second Trump administration?
I'm sorry, because I kind of paid attention to that. What was Christian about that? That people randomly hook up, but then he found his wife and he really loves his wife? Okay, maybe, I don't know, okay.
Well, I mean, I think that we have pursued a series of economic policies. I would say, you know, certainly the tax policy, that if you look at it, the distributional effects are much more focused on the middle than they are on the top compared to previous Republican administrations. We've been attacked mercilessly for a trade and economic policy that is geared around rebuilding middle-class jobs, whether they're in the services sector, the manufacturing sector, around rebuilding the middle class in the United States of America. I think if you go back, you know, it's too early to say because we're only a year and a half into it, but I think the wage growth numbers in the Trump administration suggest that we're rebuilding the kind of dignity of middle-class work and the wages that come along with it.
Wage growth before the Iran war started.
Yeah, no,
right.
100%. There has been an increase in inflation over the last few months related to the conflict in Iran. But fundamentally, if you get the wage growth numbers right, even though you're going to have shocks that exist in the economy, if the wage growth is strong, eventually that will produce better outcomes for people. But, you know, I also think we've pursued family policy in a way that, like, for example, the Wall Street Journal editorial page, the old guard of the business elite has explicitly attacked us for. Why have you increased the child tax credit? What about the Trump accounts, which actually give people money so that their kids and their families can build some wealth over time? There are, you know, for all of my frustrations with my own party, that it was too focused on the business elites and not focused enough on the actual people who made up the Republican coalition, I think that we've done a lot to make make economic life better for normal people. And we've also pursued, I think, the most pro-family policy in pretty much my entire lifetime.
We could have a longer argument about the economics, but I just want to, let's stipulate that the Trump administration has in some way a kind of vision of rebuilding the working class that's connected to Christianity.
Was that hard to say? Was it hard to say, Ross?
I'm stipulating. For the sake of argument and the fact that you have not given us 3 hours to have this discussion, we're stipulating it. It also seems to me like the administration has distanced itself in different ways from some other sort of obvious expressions of Christian influence on politics. Some of them more sort of liberal coded, some of them more conservative coded.
Like what do you mean?
Like the administration has been more hostile than any prior Republican administration, to say nothing of Democrats, in the last 20 years to the way we do humanitarian aid. It has kept religious conservatives, pro-life organizations especially, at arm's length in a way that has led to a lot of criticism. And then, let's be honest, the tone of the administration is not consistently a Christian tone. There's a tone of aggressive uncharity to people who aren't on board with the administration's policies. So I would describe those as 3 areas where the administration has felt functionally post-Christian to me. And I'm curious what you think.
I don't know what one I would put this under, but it's only a hard one when you're getting like follow-up questions or challenges. So if you get like a hard question, but you're still allowed to like answer cleanly, and then you're not like pushed on anything afterwards, then I don't know. I still consider that in the friendly.
Well, so on the first point, the third point.
We can work backward.
So on the tone thing, it's very hard to rebut this because it's like fundamentally unfalsifiable. Because for every clip that you could show me of me or the president or some cabinet secretary saying something that in your view is unchristian, I could show you another few clips of us doing something or saying something that is like very Christian. The nature of political communication in the era.
That's not a real answer, by the way, right? Like, I think you're racist. Really? I probably say 10 times as many words as I say the N-word, right? So for every sentence you show me saying the N-word, I can show you 10 sentences of me not calling a black person the N-word. So that's an unfalsifiable claim. What a brainless, stupid fucking answer. He must have gotten these questions in advance because there's no way that he came up with an answer that fucking stupid off the top of his head. What the fuck?
Of mass media is that sometimes people are going to say jokes that are taken out of context.
Trump was joking when he said he was going to end a civilization. Oh, it was jokes.
Shrimp ass.
Sometimes people are going to make mistakes. I'm not saying I make mistakes. I talk about this in the book a little. In my book, Communion, available where books are sold, I talk about the own mistakes that I've made as a Christian leader
there is an apology to childless cat ladies. We don't need to get sidetracked by that. Go on.
But my point is, like, I'm not saying we're perfect because we're not. My point is that the tone argument is in some ways, I think, people see what they want to see. And I also think that tonal arguments are ways of, frankly, policing working class ways of communication and covering them in elite preferences. Like, let me just take like a classic example, right? So the Biden administration had a very humane way of talking about immigration, about illegal immigration. It was very charitable in some of the words that it offered to people who were coming into our country. I would say that it was not particularly charitable to the people who were living with the consequences of mass migration into our country. So at a certain level, what I think matters much more than perceived tone is actual conduct. And I think on any issue, I would argue, obviously I'm extremely biased, I'm the vice president in this administration, on any issue, while I'm not saying we're perfect, I think that our actual policy has been much better from a perspective of like basic moral practice. And I think that we've defied, for example, the business elites of our party in a way that Joe Biden was never willing to offend the cultural elites of the far left in his administration. I would say the same thing about the Obama administration. But like just on the aid thing, okay? So when we got in, one of the things that we realized, and by the way, I think there's, to put my like conspiracy tinfoil hat on, why is it that...
Okay. I've saved up the biggest load ever over the past 10 months. I just needed to say NGO one time. I'm going to lose it. Oh my God. Let's go. Please say NGO, please. Please!
Conservative or at least centrist parties keep winning landslide elections in Latin America, it might have something to do with the fact that your tax dollars and my tax dollars went to fund a left-wing NGO complex that actually tilted Latin American elections in favor of the far left parties. Now, maybe that was the policy preference of the Biden administration, but those things, those biases in the way that we distribute international aid were so built into the very bureaucratic structure of those aid programs that we got in and said, we have to stop all of this and rebuild it from scratch. So even if you disagree with our policy preferences, I would hope that every American would agree the money that we distribute to foreign countries should be reflective of the political will of the administration that was elected. So if Joe Biden wants to fund left-wing American parties, fine, I don't like it, but the American people, that's ultimately up to the decision of the American people. If Barack Obama wants to do that, it's the American people's decision.
There needs to be a name for this fallacy of like when you suggest that something needs to be done differently, and then people are like, yeah, okay, true. And then you just destroy the whole thing and you never do it differently. What? Okay.
But the fact that Donald Trump became president and we had this spigot of money that was going to far left causes required us to stop. The second thing, and this is again, because this NGO complex, non-governmental organization complex, had built up around this money, what you saw in our foreign aid program is remarkable inefficiency. And so Marco did a very good job of this. He sort of sat down and said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop this. We're going to rebuild this from the ground up. We still distribute a lot of money in foreign aid, but two differences. It goes to the people who actually need it and not to administrators. And number two, it goes according to the policy preferences of the elected president.
Okay. I think that there was a fundamental carelessness in how the transition you're describing was handled that had real and probably continues to have real humanitarian costs. But we have 5 minutes.
You're talking about PEPFAR there.
We're talking about PEPFAR and other programs associated with it. But we have 5 minutes left, and I'm going to get us back to Iran by way of the inevitable question about the Pope.
Okay.
So like he was able to give a clean answer there without being challenged. I think it was silly. I think it's stupid.
I mentioned that there were a couple of moments where you talk about brush strokes of providence. Moments, and one of them, I'm going to read.
Is this the big reveal?
I'm going to read one of them, right? You're talking about, this is under Pope Francis, and you say, at a hotel bar, I questioned a conservative Catholic writer about his criticism of the Pope. My growing view, that's your view, is that too many American Catholics have failed to show proper deference to the papacy, treating the Pope as a political figure to be criticized or praised according to their whims. While he admitted, this is the conservative Catholic writer, that some Catholics went too far, he defended his more measured approach when suddenly a wine glass seemed to leap from a stable place behind the bar and crash on the floor in front of us. We both stared at each other in silence for a bit, startled by what we'd seen before ending our conversation abruptly and excusing ourselves. So I was that conservative Catholic writer.
Did I report this accurately?
You did report it accurately. There was a mysterious leap of a glass. And so I have to take the opportunity to ask you, after God warned us both against it, how have you ended up as a Catholic convert vice president fighting with the Pope about the Iran war?
Because I'm not fighting with the Pope, Ross.
Okay.
And if you look at what I said, this is, in
Oh, all of this is just quoting from the book?
I don't know. Maybe we should just skip over this part. There's a long section about how JD is a Vulcan. He self-assesses. He doesn't have a lot of emotion. And I thought that was, at times, you got to guess handed to him that he does identify some of his flaws. He doesn't usually act on any of them and try to improve himself.
That's because he later then talks about how he didn't find therapy useful.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
He explains why he should be in therapy and then says, man, I went to a therapy thing. I didn't like it.
It's like, hey, I was in a relationship with a girl and I was like, I guess I don't really give a fuck if she dumps me. And I really don't care about her feelings at all. And I don't have any empathy. And it might be tied to the fact that my dad didn't love me. That's page 103. Jesus. Then page 107, I attended a few therapy sessions at the Yale Student Health Clinic. The therapist I spoke to was a good guy, but I found therapy too uncomfortable. But there was a deeper problem with therapy. It was divorced from any sense of responsibility or guilt.
I don't think that's how therapy works. Certainly not the responsibility aspect of it. A lot of responsibility talk in therapy, as far as I understand. The guilt, more of a Catholic-specific thing than a therapy thing.
We're getting into that. But I also, as a cradle Catholic, very intimately familiar with Catholic guilt and the ways it can be valuable and at times less valuable to personal growth. I'm aware, I've lived it, but you do cover that territory in therapy. You do. One of my big things that helped me when I was in therapy was identifying the difference between guilt and shame internally and kind of separating those things and thinking about how you need to treat them differently. And shame being kind of a sense that you are bad, and guilt being a sense that you did bad things, and how if you do bad things, you can ease your guilt by doing things within your integrity.
Doing good things.
We covered this. And my therapist, I'm sorry that you didn't like the one therapist. You went to one therapy lesson at Yale and you're like, this dude's an idiot. This dude's a fucking idiot. I'm good.
Oh, you found it uncomfortable. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. If therapy is comfortable, you're probably not getting a lot of work done. Just a thought.
We move forward. Look like JD.
Okay. I didn't know JD Vance was based. My bad. One more Hassan song.
You said you were going to do more fun stuff? Yeah, I'm not going to do that right now. And I didn't even get to cover the iDubbbz apology to Ethan thing, which I don't think he should have ever apologized to Ethan Klein. Let's be real. But if he gets his ass out of costly litigation, even though it's totally defensible litigation, you got to do what you got to do.
Maybe you should have donated some money to him, Hassan.
A little bit of pressure from Moist Critical, by the way, and Ethan Klein folded like a fucking picnic table.
Jesus.
Folded like a goddamn napkin. Ethan Klein has dropped his defamation suit against iDubbbz after being widely mocked online. He had attempted to sue iDubbbz for showing a comment written by streamer Destiny accusing Ethan of molesting his own children. Klein has not yet sued Destiny. Klein, after iDubbbz films an apology for the message he did not post, wrote, I appreciate the thoughtful apology. I've instructed my attorneys to drop the lawsuit. Ethan Klein's only statement on potentially suing Destiny for the message is Destiny was joking.
Oh my God, they're so horny for it.
God, he is fucking... God, Ethan is so nasty. So fucking nasty. Straight up. All right, drop the rest of the fucking suits then, big guy. SpongeBob. This is why I wasn't so critical of Moist Critical, because a little bit of pushback, and I think it forced him to buckle. A little bit of pushback, and he was far more you know, he was far more responsive. Obviously, we can fucking talk our shit on this side of the internet all day, every day. The reality of the matter is, no, it's not even a loss of subscribers. He's been hemorrhaging subscribers nonstop, partially due to this like battle that he decided to wage against anyone and everyone that's ever like made him feel bad, right? Or called into question his comments. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The reality of the matter is, the entire commentary sphere on the internet is unbelievably slanted to the right, okay? You know this already. You've seen it already. I am a recipient of their endless amounts of hate.
Endless.
But when it's Moist Critical that comes out as like a major content creator who's like, this is kind of fucked up, what are you doing? All of a sudden, all of the forces of the internet commentary sphere will take a second look at what Ethan's been doing and maybe realize that this wasn't a legal pursuit that they should be celebrating. And that's what it takes sometimes. Here, let's see what iDub said before I end it then.
Hello, everyone. I am going to be talking about a very important and heavy topic for me. If you're unfamiliar with the context of any of this, I'll give you a brief rundown. But that is not the main. I don't want to take away from the purpose of it is suing me for a disgusting comment from Destiny that it was wrong. And two, and suing and impact. I not a fan is do that. Look, I didn't do
idea. I'm just purely speculating. I know for a fact that the Casey-tron one was obviously a hostage video. That was the Casey-tron one was very clearly a forced statement where that was like straight up scripted by Ethan's legal team or Ethan himself.
His dumbass says all of this after literally setting up iDubbbz for the worst video created. True.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Oh my god, bro.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be wakey, Ethan.
To maximize the damage and like to max out on the humiliation, you know, making Casey-tron apologize to Asmongold, you know, Nick Fuentes funnel Asmongold, self-described Nick Fuentes funnel Asmongold by the supposed anti-Semitism destroyer Ethan Klein, who directed Casey-tron to literally apologize to Asmongold. I just want to point that out one more time, Mr. Anti-Semitism Annihilator.
Was that part of Casey-tron's thing? Did she have to say anything to Asmongold? I don't remember.
She did say something too, but I don't remember if she had to.
Supposedly did that. And you know, the whole part about like Hassan.
Oh, was it about his mom maybe? I don't remember.
Hassan hasn't like defended me or whatever. It doesn't matter. Obviously for people with working brain cells, they very quickly understood what that was. With Casey-tron, Ian's apology was not done to avoid the lawsuit.
I love how sneaky he is there. He's referencing when Casey-tron brought up the fact that Hassan didn't give her any money or donate at all to help her with the lawsuit stuff. And Hassan's like, oh, she had to say that because of the settlement. Are you implying that she lied? Or?
Can't do
no, because
that.
he felt like it was something he wanted to do for himself. Yeah, I can see that. In any case, you know, I obviously disagree with it. I don't think he should have apologized for it. But if he felt the need that he wanted to apologize for showing someone else's comments, Ian has said this 2 other times already. It's just after the Moist vid, Ethan said he wanted a sincere one and he would drop the suit. Ugh, gross.
damage to people online, and it changed the way that I was thinking about.
Like, it's just disgusting. It's disgusting to me that Ethan Klein runs around and like gets to manipulate other people's behavior like this, like where he just gets to behave like a fucking petulant child, a sociopath, where he's just like, apologize to me again a 3rd time, and maybe I'll consider dropping the lawsuit. It's just bullying. You have a lot of money and you get to fucking bully other people, and it's crazy that it's like in iDubbbz's situation. In iDubbbz's situation, I'm sure this is sincere. I'm sure it was already sincere. He's just, this is the kind of guy he is. Okay, it's not the kind of guy I am, but this is the kind of guy he is.
Imagine if Hassan would have helped at all, though. All those millions and millions of dollars, but he can't help his buddies here survive a lawsuit, I guess? Okay.
Yeah, well, every time iDubbbz apologizes, he's been really...
know.
True.
Be careful to point out the tweeting question over and over, and Ethan still refuses to sue Destiny. Yeah. It is Israel behavior. It is. It is literally, it is. Which is really funny because Dan Saltman apparently... I saw someone point out that he wants to now take... Every time I've said this is spiritually Israeli and be like, this is spiritually Mexican. Okay? And with the AI, change my words. And then mass promote that to make it seem like I'm being racist. Like if it was any other country, it's like, yeah, if someone said this is spiritually South African during apartheid South Africa, I don't think people would be fucking complaining, you know?
Steve, you're being pretty lazy today. You're being pretty spiritually Mexican.
Jesus, Moden, what the fuck?
That's not bad. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, if it was South Africa, that'd be okay.
Oh.
No yelling or honking the horn, just a man executing his will. Destiny, is it just me or does Hassan use these smaller content creators as human shields? They do his bidding, and when roosters come to roost, he dips and encourages them to fight as long as they can without getting too involved? Yeah, of course. This is the whole network. It's how they work, yeah. Welcome to Proxy Warfare.
It's peeling away. I'm here at the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool, and some astounding developments regarding this project, which the president himself has taken such a great interest in. You remember, $14 million was spent to drain this whole thing and to paint the bottom American flag blue, was the color he said, to make it reflect more magnificently. As you can see, it's all green now. They know that. They're trying to kill the algae. But as they're doing that, something else has happened. Check this out.
Jesus Christ.
That American flag blue paint, it's peeling away. The $14 million job to redo the bottom of this reflecting pool is falling apart before our eyes. The algae is still here, but the paint appears to be going away.
Genuinely, why did the judge say by the end of May? Did they get like something unexpected? Bro, don't ask me. I don't know.
No way it can not be signed. And it doesn't get signed. And I've gone into deals that you have no chance of making, and they go like nothing, so.
Well, since he said this, apparently a deal has been signed digitally. Did I get that right? I was hearing some rumblings in the chat that
the rumbling.
I suspect in an effort to President Trump personally signed a copy of the agreement during a dinner with the President of France at the Palace of Versailles. A photo of the signed agreement was sent to the Iranians and mediating countries. I genuinely think that the reason why Donald Trump signed this early and personally is because they don't want to fuck it up, because they recognize this is giving me a lot more confidence that this is real, because I think the stakes are far too high, and I think that he recognizes that they're going to try and fuck it up. The lifting of Iran's oil sanctions begins today, Iran's foreign ministry says. Okay? I'm going to be honest. That's my goat. That's JD Pondon, baby. I mean, straight up. Straight the fuck up. And this is a nuclear bomb this is a fucking Molotov cocktail that has enriched uranium in it, in the coalition that this administration has put together. He really is the guy. He really is the guy. Look, I'm not singing his praises, okay? He is a horrible monster and a true piece of shit. But I think this could be. If they follow through on this could literally be. First of all, he deserves to suck out the algae. If this goes through, I'm telling you, that pool is blue, okay? The fucking tie I'm wearing, American flag blue, okay? Just make no mistake. Make no fucking mistake. I don't think any other ideologically minded American president would actually do this shit. This is shocking. Truly shocking. He can have his ballroom if this goes through. Now, of course, he fucked it up initially, but because he fucked it up initially, I think no other president, after fucking it up initially, no other president would actually fuck it up this hard. But also, if someone else fucked it up, no other president would do this. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, anything that weakens the West is always seen as good by these people. That's just how it goes. I don't understand what argument Hassan is making here. Well, anything that Trump does to empower Iran, obviously, Hassan is going to think is super based. This blind cat feeling the rays of sunshine on his face. Calling you to say. All right. Okay, I don't care. I'm on a 2-week break, okay? Until my MSJ comes
Let's
out.
go! Throw it up. I'm ready. I'm excited. People were telling me that you've been trying to get Jesse to kiss you.
I already did that. I did it last night. I'm sorry.
No, they said you couldn't do it.
I did do it.
You're lying.
It
You're
took
just
me
giving
2
up?
hours. I did it. I already did it. I have the achievement for it. It just took me like 2 hours to do it.
Did you do it off stream?
Yeah, I was just playing the same thing over and over again. You wouldn't get it. It was a whole sex scene too. You missed it.
I was excited to see that.
Well,
I just can't have it fucking cool, man.
No, you can't. Problem, Trollface?
what it fucking is, man.
What's the last game you even played?
Slay the Spire.
Oh. Holy fuck, I don't even care about Hassan that much, but the internet has just forced me to like him more and more every single day. Didn't this guy make like a 5-hour video defending Hassan?
Problem?
Sorry, 4-hour video defending Hassan. Jesus. Go back and read the first comment on that. The irony of YouTubers accusing Hassan Piker of grifting and not caring about the topics he covers, while also trying to challenge him to a dick measuring contest just to get dunks on how much more charitable they are. None of these shitty people actually care what Hassan does. If he fundraises, they'll shit on him for not donating his own money. If he donates, they'll shit on him for not visiting. If he visits, they'll shit on his coverage and accuse him of LARPing and cross their fingers that he stayed in some hotel he shouldn't have stayed in. Shut the fuck up. Wow. Good point. Is this real or photoshopped? Okay. Did you beat Ascension 10 or whatever?
Did I beat Ascension 10?
On that guy?
Not on every one of them, no.
On the first one. I thought you were having trouble on the first one.
Oh, no, I'm still on him.
Jesus Christ. Did you guys find a house yet?
Nope. No, it's going to take a long time.
So you're just not doing anything with your life at all?
I'm just kind of chilling. I'm trying Ascension 10 right now, though.
Thoughts on Jelly Roll getting a divorce. Who's Jelly Roll?
The residential area's just beyond this
That's
gate.
your mama.
Mind doing the honors?
So who... Are you going to get with Jesse, then?
That's a spoiler alert.
Well, you can't get with two of them.
Why not?
That wouldn't make any sense.
Hello?
Here we are. The Employee Housing District, where they put you when your parents work for Shinra.
Don't. I'm sorry. We're done doing politics. Stop linking politics. I'm inclined to think this is genuine, but with the IDF's history of 86ing political dissidents in media, Hassan going to Lebanon is a stupid idea to anyone with a brain. Has there ever been, in the history of everything since Israel was created, has Mossad assassinated any U.S. citizens?
JFK?
Besides JFK.
Got him.
I don't know if people realize how insane it would be to oh, I guess in Charlie Kirk. Jesus.
We are Charlie Kirk.
While their reactors were slowly killing the planet, we were living the good life.
Is the audio routed correctly?
What do you mean, Mooten?
Because I can't hear the volume of the whole time.
Well, it's coming through my microphone, and you had me turn it down a lot, so...
Alright, we'll turn it up for this.
Oh my god, I hate you.
Yes! Yes, Jesse, I love you!
Where does OBS, if you stream the window...
Yep.
If you stream the application, where does OBS get the volume from? Or, I'm sorry, where does Discord get the audio from? Do you know what I'm asking?
Oh. I don't know.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything. That's what you sound like.
I know some things.
Actually, you know what? Oh my god, hold on.
Oh, you just had a brain blast?
No, this is not going to work. But if it does, hold on.
Ow.
Oh, but you heard that.
Yeah, I heard it.
Wait.
But like 1,000 times.
Hold on.
And I would walk 5,000 miles.
No way will this work. No. Shut up! Shut up!
What up, my Juas?
Careful.
He's playing
Dan.
video games, Dan.
Yeah, it's video game time. What do you want,
Yeah,
you
you're not
fucking
gonna-
loser?
You're not going to want to be here, man.
Wait, why? You don't think Dan likes video games?
No, because you're in a bad mood.
Why do you assume I'm in a bad mood?
I can tell.
I'm not. I'm actually in a great mood.
Well, Dan, what do you think he's in?
I need more time to ascertain an answer.
Yeah.
See? He's frisky.
No, frisky is different. That's when you come in here and he goes, what? And you're like, ooh, that's awkward. You know? Like if,
you.
The saddest part is like, he's in here, he wants to go do something, and then like Ukrainian Anna comes in here and he has to act like he's interested. And he's like, yeah, at first it's like, what? And then Ukrainian Anna's like, so my village got bombed last night. And Destiny's like, oh, that's, yeah, tell me about it. But you know he just wants to go watch Hassan slop or whatever it is. It's funny. It is funny.
That's not funny, Dan. That's
okay.
That's fucked up.
Sorry, my
You're
bad.
fucked up, man.
I shouldn't have said it. I maybe I'm the only one who noticed. I'm sorry.
I'm never gonna remember this. Okay, hold on. If this works, I'm an actual god. Hold on. There's no way it's gonna work though.
We get Lycan in here, you can probably fix it.
Shut the fuck up. Okay. It's not gonna work. You hear it?
It was perfect, but I could hear myself, yeah.
Okay, so this works, but you hear
Test.
yourself.
Yes.
A gaming microphone. Okay. Hello? Okay. Hold on. I know what I can do.
I already tested and sent him the solution, said Corey Lulu.
I'm doing his right now, but I'm not talking to him, so I can pretend I'm doing it on my own.
Smart.
Exactly.
That's good business.
Yeah, it is good business. Hold on. Okay, I'm so fucking smart. Hold on. This. And then that. And then... Oh, fuck. Okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, that. Analog 7 and 8. What is that one? Hold on.
The next one would be 9.
Dan, what have you done today? Were you there this morning with Mooten?
Yeah.
Good.
Tell him how early you were.
Uh-oh.
1 minute.
You were early.
I know.
He's been good.
Wow. Good job, Dan.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
How do I... I'm forgetting how to use programs. I think I'm losing my brain. I think I'm just... I'm getting old.
You starting to get mad at the programs too?
No, they're just so complicated. I don't use them that much. If only there was a way to document. Hold on, I'm thinking.
Voice meter banana was so good back in my day.
No. I just need to... How do I view change channel out? That's what I need. Okay. 7, 8...
9.
Playback? Yes. Open. Is that real? No. Hold on. Oh, wait. No, there's no way that's the answer. But maybe it is. Okay. Apply. Okay. And then...
Let's get Radiant in here.
Fuck. No? What? You can hear yourself. Oh yeah, because it's always... Oh, wait. Oh my god, what am I even thinking? I just realized I need to separate. I'll do it later. I know what I need to do.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up.
I can deal with the audio for now.
Good. We have no audio too when Mooten hears it. I know how to change. I know what I need to do. I bought
everything.
I bought a card actually that I can put on my computer to help because my editor people are mad too. But I have to install it, and I have to like get down on my knees, and that's a big deal right now. When you get old, like kneeling and going under your desk, that's like
make noises. You know,
it's a whole process now. You know, it's like Jesus, do I really want to
like? I did it the other day. Yeah, I had to bend down. You do that, there's a hand going to the floor. God damn, 100%.
And then when you gotta like crawl around and shit, I'm like, I get it now. Why you have like, hey kid, go do this.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna move Nathan in. Get over here, Nathan. Put that card in there.
Wait, are you getting anything right now or no?
Nope.
Okay. I'm gonna give you. I use this Discord mic. Okay. Now you hear it, right?
All right, good.
Yeah.
Test, yeah.
But you're gonna hear it no matter what.
This is good enough.
Yeah, good. Fuck you. Wait. Oh.
Come here. Ugh, no dice. Someone's playing hard to get.
Good. I want to know if you have a NAS. If you do, would you use the source record plugins so you don't... What the fuck? So you don't have your editors use AI denoisers to cut out gameplay audio. I really shouldn't be playing games. That's really the actual answer, but... What I need to do... Well, not really. But I understand why you think you can. It's just very, very hard. No, you can't. Because all the...
can.
What?
Pokemon Challenges has his audio split like 6 ways.
Yes, but the problem is that all my audio comes in on one channel from the gaming computer.
Oh.
Yeah, but I bought an Army PCI Express card, and that thing, even though the form factor I think is called SPDIF, it's that optical out, but you can do a format called ADAT, I think, which allows you to do 8 independent channels of audio across one optical cable.
Okay, so once that's in, you're good, right?
Exactly. I just need to slide that card into my thing. Yeah.
He might even have one of those.
Folks here must be living off 3 or 4 times what I do.
Did Cloud say that? Cloud's fucking rich right now.
No! Charlie Sheen said that. Cloud is rich. I am
Figures.
flush with cash.
Still leaves the lights on every night.
Did she pay you the 1,000 yet that she owes you?
Yeah, we got paid. Hell yeah.
Mom's an old-fashioned type like that.
The money always
she'll
comes.
make us pizza? Her Midgar special?
She's quite the cook. Quick
That
to
person.
whip up finger-licking food, even if you drop by.
I mean, she's right though.
The money
She
always
loves
comes.
guests who ask for seconds or thirds.
Am I allowed to go over here? Oh, shit. Wait, is there stuff here worth grabbing? What? Jader! Why are there misconfigured embeds? Do you have people complaining about this on your stream too?
Yeah, it happens to me all the fucking time.
Yeah, they cry all the time. It takes a second, but yeah.
Why is it misconfigured? Who's misconfiguring it?
Probably
It's whenever you
kick.
Really?
No, it's whenever you resize the browser.
Oh, well, just don't resize the browser, guys.
Oh, I got a bone to pick with you.
Oh, God.
Why did you get rid of the golden emotes?
Because every time somebody gets one, chat just fucking spams a billion of them, and then somebody else will get one, and then they spam a billion of them, and it hijacks.
Yeah, it's a gold rush then.
Yeah, do it. Listen, if you can make it work while I'm not streaming, then I'd go for it conditionally, but it's annoying as fuck. I'd rather have misspeaks.
All right, so we can have it, but not on stream.
Yeah, but apparently we don't have options to code that right now.
He has Jarvis. He should be coding more.
Jader was forbidden from using Jarvis because we're not providing tokens.
No tokens. Well, just get him on Dan's then.
Get him on Dan's?
Yeah, Dan has like a turbo Jarvis with tokens.
No, that's for professional use only.
Oh, so J Doctor's not a professional. My tokens are too powerful for you.
When is AI going to be good enough so that we can just have digital girlfriends? That's what I'm waiting for. Can we just do this already?
I mean, I got a good joke, but it's mean, I guess.
Mean to who?
Okay.
You.
Then don't do it.
Cloud?
Fuck you. Don't. No, tell it then. Tell it.
Why don't you wait around the corner over there?
I mean, look what happened when you had a digital girlfriend last time.
Yeah, that's because it wasn't a real digital girlfriend, Putin.
It was a man.
Yeah, it was
baby.
a man.
I'm a man, baby.
Did you switch back to hard mode after the bike chase? No, I didn't need to because I never left hard mode. Okay. Why is that funny?
I'm just sad I missed it. It sounded like you're getting pissed off.
I wasn't getting pissed off. It didn't even take that long. It was okay.
How was the WIC panel?
It was okay. We needed examples. We
one?
probably agreed more than we realized. It's just we didn't have concrete examples. So. Wow, nice skybox.
With your help, we won't need luck. You'll take on just about any job, right?
Jesus. I don't know what I was looking at for a second.
Well, I need you to rob my
I'll do
house.
anything for you, Jesse.
Think you can do that for me?
Jesus.
What kind of scene she's setting up right now?
Go in through the back
like
door
Israel.
when the coast is clear. The signal will be
They
obvious.
have cats everywhere.
Oh, there's nice cats. Are there cats everywhere in Israel?
Yeah.
Once the lights come on, it's go time.
Oh, I bet the cats don't like him because he has no soul.
What? He's got like 3 souls, dude.
Inside, you'll find a room with 2 doors. Don't take the one
Go
in front
on.
of you.
Jesse's gonna be waiting
You want the
with
room on the
lingerie.
right.
Oh my god.
That's where you'll find it.
I'm pumped.
How do you like this one compared to the original? Well, I mean, obviously the more fleshed out characters and everything is good. I mean, they did a good job on things. I just don't know how I feel about this story. But I mean, I haven't played the second one yet, so I'll play that after this one.
Sorry about dropping in like this again. This will always be.
We'll be chatting Mom up in the kitchen, so don't even bother being quiet.
Okay.
There's no way she'll ever hear you.
Gotcha.
Dad'll be in there,
Holy
but it's
shit.
okay.
Put the antifreeze in.
I need you to grab his Shinra ID card. And yeah, I know I should do it myself, but... but I honestly don't think I'm up to it. Just do this for me, okay?
Yeah, me and 2097 waiting for the MSJ to drop.
My dad, he was a maintenance supervisor at the reactor.
Can I do politics yet?
Thanks.
Who are you talking to? He was a maintenance worker and you fucking blew the reactor up? Isn't that kind of fucked up, bro?
Careful, it's hot.
Thank you, MD Charge, for the kick sub.
Thank you.
Was to me.
What's this?
Fuck you.
Dear Mom and Dad, sorry for not getting in touch sooner, but
Please, take more.
I'm working at the Gold Saucer as an actress now. It wasn't easy, and I had a lot of help from people along the way. But I managed to land a starring role. Enclosed are 2 tickets to my play. Looking forward to seeing you both there.
Jesse Raspberry as The princess?
Uh-oh.
All right, here comes a Midgar special. Eat as much as you like.
Jesse.
Now this is what I've been waiting for.
Come on. There's no time for this.
What?
Time to go.
What? I can't read it now? What?
You should have went and found it first.
How are you supposed to know that?
Missed achievement.
Well, no, I don't know what it says.
Here we are.
What?
You're gonna get caught, man.
No, she said they're eating. How far back
Yeah,
is this
she's
gonna
got to
put
bring
me?
food to the dad.
Like 15 minutes. Oh my god. What?
You've still got room, Wedge?
Is Wedge Jesse's sister?
No, Wedge
Her
is
brother?
one of the fat dudes. They're friends.
Well, someone said you got a room, Wedge.
Do you have room for that? They're eating downstairs.
Oh.
They made food. Christ.
Damn, you had a good growing up.
He's talking about his mom. Her mom.
I'm so happy.
Oh my God! Did you see?
What?
Hassan said he's gonna go on the new GLP-1 or whatever.
Oh yeah, we saw that because I called him fat.
Yeah, you're actually in his head right now.
Oh no!
You exposed him. You were right about the suits, man.
I know. I am. It's all good. I'm still reading this guy constantly.
He's a genius, dude.
Literally giving him an eating disorder.
Mission accomplished.
When are you going to give up on the gold saucer?
You hungry,
How long has it
Hassan?
been since you
Thinks
even
about you.
performed?
No.
A lot of people really rely on Jesse.
Why is mom asking her about to
As
give
a
up her
stagehand,
dream?
though, right? You can be one of those anywhere.
Oh,
Why
she's
not go
oh
home
no.
And get a job at the Sector 8 theater.
I'll think about it. You know, I'd really love to stay and chat, but we gotta go.
Okay, I think it's
So
retarded that
soon?
they don't change
Yeah,
outfits.
well,
It's
we
so
hadn't even
stupid.
planned
What?
on dropping by.
Do they change outfits in anime?
Famous pizza.
We get the anime squad here at the dinner table.
Good.
Do they change outfits in
Should I
anime?
get
Yes or
Nancy
no?
with some more?
Yes.
No, they don't.
Maybe just a couple slices, Mrs. Arn.
I think I've seen Goku in a
Hey,
suit.
No.
I'm doing it for you guys. You don't want me going to work on an empty stomach.
I'm planning on using a weaker blasting agent this time. Since I can't get in touch with my supplier, our only option is to loot a warehouse owned by Shinra.
Well, the blasting agent wasn't very strong last time.
Well, that's what she thinks it was, and now her dad got injured as a result of that, Mooten.
Now comes the hard part. I'm gonna use this to sneak into the 7-6 annex.
All right, let's get to it.
Sorry, but you're staying outside. Only I know what to steal from where, so it's gotta be me who goes in.
So, we came all this way just to eat pizza?
Problem?
You think I'd let you off that easy? You're gonna earn every slice helping Cloud. Just do the thing where you draw everyone's attention away, like you did at my parents'. What's the word again? Maybe I'm more nervous than I thought.
Diversion.
Yeah.
And
that.
Cloud kissed her?
Nice one, military man.
She kissed Cloud, okay?
So what? Does
Oh,
this
non-consensually,
mean we're
by the way.
asking Shinra folks out to dinner?
You weren't into it?
Cloud wasn't,
You know
no.
damn well what she means. While you're inside, we make sure the guards are focused on the outside, yeah?
Exactly. Couldn't have put it any better. When you see a flare go up, that's your cue. Rush the front gates and make for the warehouse plaza. The more hell you raise, the more time you buy me.
You're gonna run this guy into the ground, aren't you?
How much time do you think you'll need?
Not too much. I'll be in and out. I'll send up another flare when I'm done. We rendezvous in the vacant lot up ahead.
Hold on. How are we supposed to get back to the slums? Wait for the first train?
No, I want to be back before that. Don't worry, I have something worked out.
Wow.
Now, Let's get this done.
Well, that diversion's not gonna create itself. Jesse's dad was in there, right?
Yeah.
Wow, okay, from YouTube, thanks for the $100.
God damn that guy.
Mako poisoning. Happened while Jesse was doing a show with the Gold Saucer. But what do you care?
No. I want to hear it.
Jessie always wanted to be an actress. Worked her ass off for years. Until finally she caught a break. Top billing. Parents were thrilled. And then, right before opening night...
Oh.
Her dad had an accident.
Never mind.
Collapsed from overwork. And in the worst
His dono said
place,
Goku washes
Mako's
his gi
storage.
all of the
Lay there
time.
half a day before someone found him. Been like that ever since. No change whatsoever. That's what got her into planetology. And led her to seek out Avalanche.
Never mind. I thought it was the
far we've come.
reactor.
Jesse's got a theory about it. Thinks her dad's spirit is stuck now, between his body and the heart of the planet. So if we don't shut down the reactors soon...
You'll get caught up in the flow. And...
But what about the energy?
What's so funny?
What?
Just that I understand how
Well,
you
how
feel.
are they gonna power everything
Like
without
most
the
of the time.
reactors?
How do you think we did it before electricity, Mooten?
We didn't.
Really? We didn't have candles?
So you want them to swap back to candles?
Mako's the essence
Yeah,
of
it's
life
steam and
itself.
coal.
Okay, you guys are nuts.
It's not something you burn in a reactor.
Let's go,
just to keep the
Shinra!
lights on. Hell no.
You can't use fossil fuel, natural gas. That's what we use now, Mooten.
Well,
Don't
why'd they
tell
swap away
Jessie
from
about
it?
This little chat, okay?
Because Mako's
She
more
gets
efficient.
pissed, ooh, she gets punchy.
Well, no promises.
He's
We're gonna
serious,
need
Bob.
clean
She'll beat
coal.
the shit out of us.
Not my problem.
This guy.
Hey,
Oh, true. If
it's
I'm
the
pro
lot
Shinra,
Jesse was
Jesse won't
talking
want me.
about.
All right, never mind. I know why we're doing
Here
this.
when we've got what we came for.
I feel like there is a thing I need. There are two... I don't know what those things are. So I just have to kill enemies and I'll get them automatically?
I don't think you want to go that way.
Oh my god.
Gotta stay hidden. Wait for the signal.
It's so quiet.
You gotta make a big distraction.
Just
It will
need
be.
to get
It'll be
past
huge.
this gate.
Wait. Where are the guards?
What?
Nani? Be back.
Good.
Looks like someone beat us here.
And I don't think it was Jesse.
This had better not get in the way of our plans.
It won't.
Don't see anyone. What the hell happened?
Hey man, the plaza's that way. Warehouses are further in.
Shut the fuck
Jesse's
up, bro.
supposed to be circling around from the back, right?
Look at where the fuck I want. Okay. Training center. Did I miss this last time? Oh, nope. Oh, ho, ho! Big item coming up. 2 high potions. It's over. What's down here? Huh, don't mind if I do.
Should be easy.
Do I know these guys? Sentry? I think I do. Oh,
I
no,
got your
don't.
number.
How do I really hadn't assessed these before?
All right, enough. That's that. Here we go. That it?
Is that it?
Where were the guards?
I don't know. Hold on.
shit.
So they took one game and remade it into 3 parts, so they sell it full price. Wicked business. Well, it's a sequel. It's not a remake. They just, I don't know. They just call it remake. I don't know why.
It's a new entirely game.
Yeah, a new entirely game. Wait, was that it? Is that all I needed to do? Oh.
No, you need to make an extraction, man.
Well, there's a thing here. Do I keep doing this?
You can stop me. Get ready. It's over.
God.
Enough. Brace yourself. That's that. Let's go.
Training bonus game.
Infinite XP.
Am I still gaining? What is training bonus? I'm gonna assume I did what I need to do here.
Chatting.
Shut up.
Chatting?
I'm talking to your mom, okay? She's...
No, you're not.
Really?
I'm
How much should I bet?
talking to
How much should I
my
bet? Oh, she can't talk to 2 men at once?
Yeah. No, she can't.
Wasn't it for the weapon skills, like doing specific things that give them XP? Well, I thought there are things that I need, There are 2 manuals, I think, that I could get in this chapter. That's why they're there. But I don't know where they come from. Maybe it's just beating the thing on hard, I'll get it. I don't know.
No need for us to rush. Let's scout it out
He
first.
does look like Charlie Sheen.
Yes, thank you.
What? You're trying to keep us out of it now? Don't be a jackass.
We're in this together.
Don't expect me to save you.
If you need to check your gear, now's the time. Give the word when you're good to go.
You can use that vending machine over there to stock up.
Guess there's a training center too. Could go a few rounds before the main event.
Man, I get really hungry when I'm nervous.
You just ate like 12 pizzas, bro. Chill. All main
Don't
is
fat shame him.
Main and side quests. Don't worry about what
When
I'm...
you leave something at home or just need a bite to eat, vending
You're supposed to
machines
go to
can
the
be
fucking
real
thing, man.
lifesavers.
Wait, to... This
He
way?
said the vending machine.
I don't need anything!
He said to go there.
Whenever you're ready, just let us know.
I'm ready!
Alright, well then tell him.
Remind me, you've got summoning materia, don't you? There's no better way to deal with big groups. You'd be crazy not to equip it. Okay, let's go over the plan one last time. You start things off by cutting loose where everyone can see you.
And us?
We're the backup. First, we climb high enough to get a vantage point, then we go to town on them.
Oh, is he schizoing out?
No, he's just thinking about things in the past, okay? Oh, see, they have different clothes.
Hey,
Oh my god.
what did you want to talk
This
about?
is to appease all the Stellar Blade fans.
Jesus.
When spring comes, I'm leaving town. I'm going to Midgar.
Jesus.
Should have figured. All the guys are leaving.
But I'm not like them. I'm not going just to look for work.
Darius.
Oh, he's a fucking pick-me.
I'm going to be a soldier. The best of the best. Like Sephiroth.
The Great War hero, huh? Isn't it pretty hard
I like
to become
her
a soldier?
shoes.
Yeah. So I won't be back for a long time.
Guess not. Think you'll be in the papers?
I'll try.
Just promise me one thing. When we're older, and you're a famous soldier, if I'm ever trapped or in trouble, promise you'll come and save me.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Seriously.
That's what heroes do.
For nothing.
They save
She didn't even...
Please?
Never mind.
Where's the money?
Yeah, that's what I mean. She's not paying for it.
Fine. I
Yeah, you'll
promise.
have to pay me. Add that to the blackmail folder, Dan.
What?
I heard you're having second thoughts.
I know we have to think big if we're going to make a difference. But not like this. I feel trapped.
Save her.
She's healthy. She's like 20 years old. Just go to college. She didn't even go to school.
What is she doing?
Works at a bar like a loser.
That's the signal.
All according to plan. Let's go. Right.
Yeah.
What?
They're ready, man.
Yeah. Me every rust fight with Dan.
I don't see any
Go on,
intruders.
Dan. I'm right behind you.
Maybe they went home. Oh, hey, over there. Target sighted.
No armpit hair on Cloud?
Light him up!
No, he's a femboy, bro. Look at him. What is this game rated? They couldn't put blood in here?
Kill the bastard!
They're up there too! Spotted the intruders! Send backup! They have a sniper!
T for teen.
Get him
And in
first.
Australia and New Zealand for some reason.
Jesus. Oh, did they put blood in that one?
No, it's probably just this.
That's that.
We're surrounded! Where's our damn backup?
That's that.
God. What? Did I take off my one materia?
You don't have summoning material? They told you.
No, my lightning multi-attack material. Don't worry about it.
Come on! What the hell are they
Damn, you're doing some damage now.
Yeah, it's because I'm using the triangle that guy told me not to use because it does more damage. That guy was wrong, okay?
He was trolling you then.
Yes. Okay. If I can see the weakness, that means I've assessed them, right?
Yes.
Wait, shut up. Why are you answering my questions?
Because you asked this 4 times.
I don't care. Stop!
Gangbang you get!
There's just too many of them!
What is this shit?
Whoops.
Sorry. Let's do this over.
Oh, this thing kicked your ass last
No,
time.
it didn't. It says assessed in the text box bottom right. Oh.
Give me a bit more time and I got you.
Give it up!
Assessed. Oh, it does.
You haven't staggered the one on the right, though.
There, on the left. Idiot, I see that.
Idiot. Idiot.
Idiot.
Take this!
Oh, he dies too fast to stagger, so what do you want me to say? Wow, good job, dude.
Shinra got a cool-ass logo.
Ooh, I haven't assessed him.
You haven't assessed him.
Thanks.
Sorry.
You're welcome.
Allow me.
Really?
No holding back.
Somebody said if you do the triangle thing right when you get hit, you really parry the attack. Is that true, or am I gonna is that a super troll?
This might hurt!
Here we go. Enough. It's over.
You're level 50 now.
Good.
Is there like a talent tree?
Not really, just skills on your weapons.
Got it.
You need to block while in triangle mode. You block a melee attack while in Punisher mode. Like I have to time it like
Send
a pair?
the dogs. Oh, no QTE?
No.
These are cool. These are in the other Final Fantasy games.
No, they're not. There's only dogs in this one. This is the only one.
Catch me if you can!
He's on easy mode. Don't mention it.
No, this is hard mode. Okay. Assessed all of them. Do I have healing materia? Oh my fucking god, I don't.
Tree! I'ma get him!
Let's do this.
He should have a stamina counter.
Fucking god.
Get him.
Don't eat me! Please don't eat me! Don't kill me now! I'm pretty sure I lost some weight. I'm not tired. I can do this all night. Think I ran off the pizza.
Hell of a show, man. If only the ladies loved you that much.
I'm glad someone's enjoying themselves.
Awooga!
What do you mean by that?
Of course they store mechs here.
2?
You ready?
2?
Hell yeah.
More than you
2
know.
shens? Only real
Look what I
old people will get that one.
Let's give these jerks a taste of their own medicine.
Assessed. Both assessed. Wow.
I'm sweeping.
Why can he shoot through his friend? That's kind of...
Where did Barrett go?
He's busy.
Alright. You got a daughter.
Shit. I swear to God,
Wait,
if
did
this
the guy
game's
win
a
his election?
Who won what election?
The guy in Manchester was up for a special council seat.
Get ready.
Andy Burnham.
Good.
Let's do this.
But I think if England brings it home, then I don't think Starmer's out.
No holding back.
England? Really?
Now.
Oh, like in the...
they win the World Cup.
Oh, true.
You're mine. Now you're in for it. Brace yourself.
Now that's what I call teamwork. Stay where you are.
Well, shit.
All right, assholes, show me your hands.
The biker guy from the Viking minigame, Wooten. You idiot.
You kicked his ass, though.
Well, aren't we having a wonderful time kicking the hornet's nest?
That's it.
You wouldn't get it, Wooten.
Everybody just gonna look around?
You know what I want.
Jesse.
A second dance. Just the two of us. You turned the key. The engine roars with excitement. It hungers to be set free!
Fall back.
Right. Come on.
Get fucked, Qatar.
What?
It's been a long time since I fought a duel out of the saddle. But for all the miles on the clock,
Wow, that was close.
I'm just as fast as I ever was.
At last,
Not assessed.
begins. Here's to a fair fight, my friend.
Too bad.
Assessed. Hitting him with physical strikes and blocking his attacks will eventually make him easier to interrupt. Blocking to like... Guard. What? Oh.
He's casting.
Oh my god.
Steady.
Block. Okay. Nope.
You don't love it.
Okay, well, I'm dead. Alright, that's good. I didn't equip any healing materia, okay?
Get ready. This is game over, huh?
Not using chakra? You know what? I'll use your mom. Wait. I didn't pick the wrong one, did I?
No, I think you picked the right one.
That's what I call teamwork.
Okay. Please just give me... Oh my god. Is there no way to change my...
Nah.
Ready?
So long. Let's do this.
Phase 2.
I told you we were gonna push it past the red line.
Oh, car reference. I got that.
Too slow. In the blink of an eye.
Brace yourself.
You're cheesing it.
Oh, nice.
Open up the throttle.
Sorry.
In the blink of an eye. Shall I keep you company?
So why this guy's third class and not first class?
Brace yourself. Here we go.
How marvelous!
Yikes. That's that.
Do you need to assess again after reload? No shot.
Satisfied?
Fuck. No. Do you need... I don't have to assess every single enemy in the game, right?
With such fleeting pleasure? Hardly. There are higher heights to which you and I can still soar.
Okay, I don't think so. Press R3. What is it?
Okay, boys, give him everything you've got, but kill the swordsman first.
Tifa will never kiss you.
Wow.
We really must do this again. Until then, try not to die.
Does this guy even appear for the rest of the game?
I'll see you on the road, my friend.
He's in the second? No, spoiler alert. Good job, buddy.
God damn it.
Just aura farming for no reason? I'm pretty sure anime Japan shit, literally 90% of all of it is aura farming. That's all they do.
Let's go. Right.
Run! Run while you can!
Why do they even have these weapons on these machines?
Just cut through it.
No, it's a chain, bro. It's uncuttable.
Friendly! Friendly! Stand down! Your team shouldn't be here.
Who the fuck are these guys? I don't even remember these guys.
Come here.
Wedge will be fine, but you won't be if they start asking questions.
They're Hamas based.
And who are they?
First guests to the party, another avalanche cell.
Wow.
Our holier-than-thou friends from the old guard. It's always their way or the highway. Lately, they've been a real pain in the ass. Till now.
So then why are they here?
Beats me. We've been on the outs ever since our cell got labeled too extreme. Though they're the ones running around with mil-spec gear. Word is, they cut a deal with Wutai. Promised them all the materia in Midgar, apparently.
Wu-Tang?
Think there's any truth to that?
You tell me.
Sometimes, I think we're the only ones who've realized the war's over. Okay, mission complete. Let's make our way back to the lot.
Right.
That means Jesse did it.
Looking a lot more crowded now.
Security's out in force.
Just what we need.
Okay. Is there another training thing?
All units, proceed to location and secure. Repeat.
Metalloid, what the fuck? Oh no. What? Why would they put the door for this down here? Why not put a gate up there? Jesus. Okay.
So are we not gonna wait for Wedge?
If we stuck around or went back, he'd only get upset.
Why is that?
Guess a soldier wouldn't understand. I'll tell him you're worried about it, huh?
Am I supposed to? Oh.
Many of our citizens have already been disturbed by the alarm. Squad A will set up here and search for suspects. We will establish a perimeter. Roadblocks secure. Contain the situation. Rumors of violence against public security will only serve to frighten the people.
Nothing weird about us back here.
Over here.
Walking around.
Okay, form up.
Could you have been any louder? I mean, it made my job a lot easier, but... Wait, where's Wedge?
He's dead.
Wedge! That was close.
We'll go get him.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Come on. Not my finest hour.
You get hit?
Just swinged, I think. Oh, shot!
Probably the only armor you wear is shoulder pads. Wouldn't that be like the dumbest?
Seriously doing this here? That's... Wow.
Shot in the
You guys are
ass.
the worst.
No, he got bit by the dog.
Your ass is fine. Maybe singed, but the only casualty is your underwear. This is like a bruise or a mild burn at worst.
Oh,
That's sexual
hell
assault.
yeah.
That's sexual assault.
That was a gunshot.
Is that a smile I spy?
Oh, she knows what you like.
Cloud
By
never
you, I mean
smiles.
Cloud. He blushes though.
It's not safe here. We should go.
True. The white woman alert.
I'm sold. Jesse's the queen.
How do we get back to the spot?
Don't simp.
With a little trick I've been dying to try out.
It's a little thing called climbing a ladder.
Loading screen hidden.
No.
Currently undergoing maintenance.
It's just a movement event.
We apologize for any inconvenience or confusion caused by false notification.
Can't believe HQ was running an op tonight.
Don't mind us, guys.
All residents are to return to their homes and remain indoors until
Anyone else
further
love
notice.
Mako?
I repeat,
True.
for your safety,
Anyone else love Shinra?
I heard someone say
Wait,
it
is there
was
secret shit over here? Hold on.
What are you
It was the terrorists, right? There has been no attack. For your safety, please go home and remain indoors until further notice.
Damn it.
There has been no attack, Bing Chilling.
Holy shit, this is what it was like in Moscow, not last night. Oh my god.
Yeah, literally.
What are you, an idiot? Move your
We were getting rid of that oil refinery. We didn't need it anymore.
Bro. It's a violent decommission. That's what they said with one of their ships or whatever, like 2 years ago. I remember that.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they said that they were... What did they say? It got bombed by Ukraine, and they were saying that they were getting rid of it anyway, or something. It was really stupid. It was actually fucking retarded.
Yeah, no, we were getting rid of that ship anyways. Who cares?
Or did they say they were doing like a maintenance thing or something? I don't remember. It was dumb. Whatever it was fine.
Where exactly are we going?
When we get there? Now that I've got my blasting agent, we should have everything we need for our next mission.
Sure hope so. Yeah.
Vance got asked about Cuba today. He was like, "You're gonna have to ask Ruby about that."
Wait, what happened? Trump got...
Cloud was just saying how he hopes to come back and try the Midgard
Somebody asked Vance about Cuba,
Oh.
and he was like, "You need to ask Rubio."
Sure did.
Nice.
Wants to hold high to himself. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Really? Well, okay then. Maybe I'll lend Mom a hand next time too.
That'd be awesome.
Super duper awesome.
What do I keep cutting out?
You're not
Probably his
cutting
new
out.
audio.
No, you're not cutting out. That guy's lying. He's a retard. Okay. This revival material is the only one I have left to... How the fuck do I even have this?
Oh, put that chakra on.
Shut up.
Gotta have a healing materia.
I don't have to do shit.
Yeah, when are you gonna hand me the controller?
I already gave you one, it's just not plugged in.
No, that's actually what my brother did. I'm pretty sure it was with Final Fantasy VII. Or Kingdom
Damn.
Hearts, yeah. I was none the wiser, too.
Somewhere around here. Bingo. I half figured my dad got it wrong, but nope. They're here just like he said.
Parachutes?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? What do you mean half-figured?
50-50 is pretty good odds if you ask me. This is gonna be fun.
This girl's Jessie.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you.
Why didn't we
coming
get
all
strapped
this
in
way with
Jessie?
me.
Why do we have fucking...
And like I said before,
what the fuck?
I'm grateful if you kept this between us until after the mission. I don't want to complicate things.
You would not catch my ass strapped to him.
Okay, who's ready?
Why? What the fuck?
Me.
It's a parachute.
I'd be
Cloud,
scared.
you let him
Weight
down
limit.
gently, all right?
Yep.
Wait, I almost forgot. One more thing.
Whoa! Stop it! What in the hell are you trying to...
Easy, you'll make us fall.
Not if you do first.
Kiss him.
Swing by my
Kiss
place
him.
after, so I can pay you in full.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
Hell yeah.
What the fuck?
Wait! Give me a minute.
No.
We
Why
gotta
you have to be
live
such a
wedge.
hard ass, bro.
I ain't your bro.
Wow, see, it all turned
Why
out
are people
just
ragging
fine.
on this game? This game's good.
Shut up. You wouldn't get it. It's nostalgia for our childhood. You weren't born when this game came out, okay?
Let me see.
I wish I could have
97?
done more. Just got hurt.
We did enough.
I wasn't born.
Took one
And
for
there
the
you go.
team.
Fuck you.
I was born 11 days later.
Yeah? Yeah.
Well, hold on. In North America, September 7th.
Feels
I
like
was
we're
born
flying
by
high these
then.
days.
Now, more than ever.
He's a keeper, all right.
Yeah. Together, we can take on the world.
Wow.
That's my commie queen.
So much optimism for eco-terrorism.
You won the game, right?
Yep, almost.
I'll head home on my own. After all, I'm only a little sore.
It's cool. We'll go together.
Aw, thanks, bro.
Cut that out.
This way. Think Jesse and Biggs made it back safe?
I guess.
Cool if we check on them? We'll pass by their places anyway.
You're sure I'm not like missing like a box of for those things, right?
No, you got all of them.
Shut up. I hate you. Oh no, it says there's only one I need now. Okay. Okay.
You saw it too, right? Over Scrap Boulevard.
Oh, what up?
Oh, do that side quest.
I hope you will continue to help me
Bro,
gather
I'm always
vital
ready to help.
information for my research.
Wait, is he like the guy in Final Fantasy VIII? The surfer one?
I
No.
look forward to receiving all of your
He
future
looks like
battle
it.
Not even
intel.
close. What am I missing from this? I've seen a master. I think it's just the revival material and then fight one new monster. Okay,
Tally of
easy.
monster slain has been updated. Got
Thanks.
new numbers for monster slain this month. Check them out.
Well, this is Big's place. I guess he hasn't made it home yet.
Guess not.
Hope he
No,
isn't
is
worst
Jesse-
casing it again.
What?
He's got a habit of overthinking things.
Is she captured?
Worrying about
No, what
all
the fuck?
possible outcomes till his head hurts.
Wouldn't have guessed.
And when he worries, I worry. Anyway, let's head on over to Jesse's.
Maybe
Let's
you
not.
should stay, buddy. Yeah, maybe you should stay back.
Thank God.
Word is, former reactor.
It's just me during Arc Raiders.
Thinking there might be more to come.
Yeah, let's play some Arc Raiders,
This is where
guys.
Jesse
My God.
lives. Men are not allowed inside. Lots of pretty girls trying to make it big on stage live here. So don't hang around or they might get the wrong idea.
Huh.
I'm telling you this for your own good, Cloud. People around here love to gossip.
They know about Jesse and Avalanche?
Nah, it's all good. They think she's an actress. Oh, and one more thing, bro. It's all a game to her. Don't fall for it.
Uh-oh.
You lost me.
Life's a stage and love's the play.
True. You are kind of like my Kaya.
Guys aren't allowed.
he just came here to say a few things.
What? Is this guy serious? Holy shit, he's part of the Cockwatch Council. Okay. What?
You only had one time to enter, and you fucked it up.
No! Why does he come back and... Oh my god, go to bed, bro.
What about the secret reactor jobs? Even people from the undercity.
I'm gonna try to find some live-in work on a plate tomorrow.
You gotta follow him, man.
Well, hold on, I'm just making sure. Okay, you don't know. God damn it. No.
They're gonna start rumors about you for coming back 3 times.
You know about the secret reactor jobs?
I'm gonna try to find some live-in.
Hey there, Bigums, Reggie, Smalls. Brought a new friend to meet you. These little guys are on guard duty today.
Okay.
Thanks for seeing me home.
Really sorry about your ass.
It's all good, bro.
It's kind of weird when you call me that.
Hey, don't be scared. Deep down, he's a big softie. It's okay.
He loves
It's
cats.
okay.
We found all the cats earlier for the
Good
girl.
job, guys. Great work.
Okay.
Aw, I missed you too.
Let's
Now
go.
it's time.
Now it's time to take care of business.
You know about the secret
Well, if it isn't Cloud Strife. Was wondering when you'd show up. Without further ado, here you are.
What?
Nah.
Thanks for stepping up, Merc. And now for the cherry on top.
Is that
all right.
Is that supposed to be a... Jesus Christ.
Okay, I get it. Mind letting me breathe?
Oh, we got the turtleneck
Coming over tomorrow night?
to defend.
My roommates should all be out for a while.
Oh
Are you
my
seriously
god.
that desperate?
Jesus.
Just let go already.
Only if you promise to come back tomorrow night. Deal?
Deal. Deal.
No promises. That's
No
the cooler.
promises. That's the
Okay.
good ending.
No promises, but I'll think it over.
Really? You will?
Sheesh.
I'd make a mean pizza, I'll have you know. Marsh, Loosh, Black Millie, Red Shelly. I use only the best ingredients. Sound good?
Never heard of any of that stuff.
Oh, you are so adorable. You know that?
She's gonna be a snarker
You
in
just
2
leave
weeks
everything
tops.
to me.
True.
It'll be great. Nighty night. Psych.
Which
Oh
part?
yeah.
What?
Bad idea.
What?
No, it's
Bad
not.
idea.
You gotta play hard.
These
You gotta play hard to
devs.
get. Okay, chill. Damn.
I stayed up all night thinking about the reactor bombing.
What's this loser talking to?
Yeah, you're getting into it longer on Cloud.
Jesus. Okay. You have to press it each time for the number and the title to get in. This isn't Expedition 33. Shut the fuck up.
So you're the baby-faced merc when looking good. I might just have to call on ya if a customer of ours.
She's probably asleep.
She's not.
Shut up.
Are you still checking in on the guy in the third room?
I don't know. He had problems. I don't know if we're checking in on him anymore. See, RFK Jr. posting about GTA 6? Yeah, it was cringe. I can't wait to play. So we're done with everything in this chapter, right?
Yeah, sleeping until tomorrow.
Shut up. Who would sleep like this ever?
Get the sword.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You were out for a while.
Jeez, we're not even dating, and she's already doing this. Jesus Christ.
I ran into Johnny, by the way.
And now she's trying to make him jealous.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, that guy.
You weren't thinking of leaving Midgar anytime soon, were you?
Oh my god.
Well, seems this old friend of mine's in a tight spot. Long time ago, I said I'd be there for her. Made a promise.
Her? Oh, he's doing it right back.
With Tifa, when they were kids, remember?
Isn't she
Can't
Tifa?
say this is quite what
Yes!
I had in mind when
He's
I
being-
put that on you way back when.
You're retarded.
He's being
No,
tsundere.
just
You wanna
no.
talk? I'm listening.
You didn't get it. You didn't understand.
Huh? What's with you all of a sudden?
Oh,
With me?
you're bad ending.
Like you're losing that hard edge.
Jesus.
That bad?
Not at all. I like it. Maybe Marlene won't be so scared of you next time.
Come sit down.
That would be
I'm
way
really
too
glad
far.
to have you back, Cloud. Really glad. It's pretty late, huh? I'd like to catch up more, but we should probably both get some sleep, yeah?
Yeah.
Good night, then.
What?
He just threw it.
He's being smooth.
Good night, Tifa.
Nah, he just threw it.
No, he's doesn't want to seem like a desperate loser. Okay.
Yeah, that's done. See? This is what you get.
This is good, actually.
Sleep and dream the sweetest dreams.
This is the fanfic part? They weren't in the game?
Kind of. Yeah. None of the ghost dudes were in the game.
Come with me! Quickly!
The Dementors.
We were getting ready to set out when those things showed up and came after us.
The others?
Barrett and Jesse are holding their ground, but for how long? I don't know.
Let's go.
Right.
I think they made Tifa's boobs too big, man.
No, it's canon, idiot.
Those just do not look proportional.
You know it.
They used to be bigger?
Probably, actually. What? Not assessed!
How mad were gamers that they made it smaller?
Oh, I'm sure they were mad. I don't know. Wait, do I need to assess anything else, or am I done assessing?
They were so mad.
Do these guys do anything?
No idea. Pretty sure you can't even see them unless they make physical contact first.
That's all? More of them? We're running out of time.
Any other way?
Yeah, over here.
The ghost can't take the side path. Okay.
Again?
Are they trying to stop us from reaching the others? Cloud, this way. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's like trying to fight a hurricane.
Stay on your feet.
You don't have to tell me that.
Harry Potter?
Uh-oh!
Barrett!
Give me a break.
Jesse! Barrett!
Where you been?
They just keep coming! We've gotta do something! Hang on!
Save her!
Too late.
I'm coming.
Use your strongest materia.
somebody tell me I don't have to assess anything else now, right? There's not going to be like another achievement for it, right? Where you have to do like 40 of them?
So this thing's not gonna give up without a fight, huh?
So big in Final Fantasy VII originally.
What do you mean?
Take the lead.
Be careful.
Not touch that. Bring it.
This guy is supposed to not do anything? Oh, he's healing. Oh, okay.
All set.
Tifa sucks at fighting.
No, don't ever say that. Wow. Okay. Never mind. She does. You're right. Yeah, duh. They all can.
Really, even Barret?
Yeah, that's Barret is included in all. Yeah. Can I jump up there? Nope. Really?
Hang in there. You're up.
Damn it! Where the hell are they coming from?
Here! I got her!
Hurry up, man. This fight sucks.
You suck. Okay, what do you do to build stagger?
You hit him?
No. Once he's already staggered, there's like a 300% bonus thing or something, apparently. Shut up.
How's your ammo?
Running low!
Save her!
Jesse!
Damn it!
Nah.
Huh?
The hell?
The hell? What the hell?
Jesse.
You need to stack unbridled strength.
okay?
Can you stack more than 2?
Me and my 2 left feet.
Easy now.
What's going on? What's happening?
Shit, we're all having a schizo moment. That's what's happening.
We ain't putting on a damn show. The hell were those things? Some kind of... I don't know. Guess I shouldn't be surprised, though. Never can tell what weird shit'll come crawling out of the scrap down here.
Good.
It's those reactors. I'm telling you.
So one of his arms is a gun?
Yeah.
Wish I could
Problem?
say it didn't, but yeah.
Oh my god.
God, this is so embarrassing. Hate playing the damsel in distress.
It happens.
Genius move, Cloud.
True.
What did you do to your leg? Does it hurt?
Not nearly as much
Absolute
as the fuss
simp.
everyone's making.
Still, I think you ought to avoid putting any...
I'm fine.
Oh.
That's enough.
Help her back, Cloud.
You're out, Jesse.
Ooh.
No.
What about the mission? We already sent Biggs in, remember? Don't tell me you're thinking of calling it off.
No, we got this.
The hell you do.
If you need someone to step up, I'm your man.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so here's the thing.
I'm gonna need a raise.
Paste.
Consider
WHAAAT.
it done. All right, everyone, Cloud's in. The mission is on.
Go and raise some hell for me, okay?
Listen, Wedge, I need you to hang back and guard the home front.
What? But I'm in perfect health.
Which makes you the perfect choice to look after Jesse and Marlene.
All right.
Whoa.
Oh, wait, Marlene, never mind.
Let's get
I
this
thought that was
show on the
Tifa.
road to Mako Reactor 5. Once you got your gear in order, head to the station for the meet. Got it?
Grunt, Cloud. We need to hear an anime grunt.
This'll help you get squared away. Don't tell me I never did nothing for you.
50 gil.
500 bucks.
I'm counting on you, soldier boy.
Jesus.
Yeah, steal from her.
No, what the fuck, man? You can't steal from a white woman?
Forgot to give this to you, bro. Your prize for taking the top spot on the darts leaderboard.
Oh, yeah.
You
Easy.
earned it.
Wait, you did
After
darts?
you guys
Shut
come
up.
back from
Don't
the
worry about
plate, maybe we can play around together.
Can you play the ping pong or the pinball?
No. Can you ever go downstairs to see like their hidden hideout, or is that not a thing in this one either?
Oh, play a dart.
It's alternating unbridled strength and omni strike. Oh, okay. Okay, I got all the important things. Okay.
Nah, this weapon sucks.
Actually, it doesn't suck. Shut up.
You got enough SP for that.
Shut up. Critical hit rate.
Ooh.
Probably better just do raw attack power, right?
Why the hell are you leveling her shit up?
What do you mean? Because everybody needs to be leveled up, bro. Is that it? Is this weapon maxed? Okay.
Talk to Jesse.
Good luck out there, bro. And take care. With old Wedge in charge, this place will be
Shut up,
safe.
Wedge.
Stop! I'm trying to talk to her, Wedge!
Relegated to stagehand once again. I'm starting to think I'll never have a starring role.
There's always next time.
What's this? Words of encouragement? Thanks. I need them.
All right, let's get going.
Sure.
Oh, she's waiting on you.
After you take a deep breath.
Problem?
Huh?
Uh-oh.
I can tell you're nervous.
That obvious, huh? Okay, I'm ready now.
Good. Okay, good job.
Just got done talking. The hell's so bad about
Avalanche is the real enemy.
Whoa, popular opinion turning against us.
Seems to what happened when you do terrorism.
Really? Then why doesn't Hamas get kicked out of... I don't know. Shut up. Let me be done with this chapter. Ooh. Wait, am I? I'm not already, am I? No, we're not. Oh. Yo, what up?
I hope you will continue to help me gather vital information for my research.
Nothing.
Why not get a child to voice act instead of a 40-year-old man?
Are you serious?
Then
Are you doing
invite
another
you to
fat
ready your
chocobo?
portable battle simulator.
I need to get Tifa the thing.
All set. Watch yourself.
Wait, I could have done this with 2 people originally? Does he get like twice the HP or?
Bring it.
All right.
I got this.
Okay, so I'm gonna do 2 things with her. Ability, Unbridled Strength. Unbridled Strength.
That's cute.
Don't think you'll walk away from this. Come on.
Wait, did she do the second one? Wait, I think so. Rise and Fall is the second one, right? Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, and then I need to stagger him before she loses her shit.
It's on you. Bring it.
No holding back.
Come on, Cloud. You're dead.
No, I'm not. You got it, you got it, you got it.
Buzz off.
Okay. Oh my gosh, he's too far away.
Going in.
And then I just spam triangle, triangle, and then Unbridled Strength again. And then Unbridled Strength again. Oh wait, am I just supposed to do the Omni Strike one?
That sucked.
Fuck!
Watch yourself.
You have to get one more bar? No.
Come on. Bingo. Here.
It's True Strike to build stagger? Wait, is it? Well, this guy's gonna die now. Oh wait, I can just restart. Oh, no, I'm not giving up. Fuck you.
Here it comes.
Delivers a tremendous amount or increases stagger damage bonus. Oh fuck, I'm supposed to do that after he's... Oh my fucking god.
Let me handle it. What's on you? I got
this. You're good at this.
Told you so.
Well done, Cloud. Another battle awaits. Find me when you're...
Wait, did I even get AP for that? Okay. No, not Leviathan. Okay.
Ooh.
Then I invite you to ready your portable battle simulator.
It's a good track in the background. All right, don't fuck it up this time.
Get ready. Let's do this.
Let me. You're up. All set. Let's go. Ha. Come on. No more games.
Oh my god.
Give your best shot. Okay, let's go. Ha. Gotcha.
Get him.
I'm getting it.
Hang in there.
Try this.
Oh my, I'm gonna miss both of those. I don't
Let me
care.
handle this. Bingo. Ha. Yeah. Watch yourself. I got this.
Okay. Triangles.
Come on.
Triangle. And then true strike. And then true strike. And then punch, 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 punch. And then true strike. Do I need a triangle for more? Stop it! What is something hitting me? Okay, one more true strike. Oh. 330. There we go. Okay. I got whatever achievement there is. I should have gotten it.
Not throwing in the towel.
You're getting fucked up.
Doesn't matter. He's dead.
All set. You're up.
Bruh.
Obama.
I got this. We're killed.
Oh, 30 AP.
Extraordinary.
I know.
Every fight brings me one step closer to understanding you. You are a
39
mystery I simply
out of
cannot wait to
63
solve.
achievements. Good job, guys.
I look forward to receiving all of your future battle intel.
Halfway.
Shut up, loser. Shut up.
Oh, you loser.
All right, people. Mission starts the moment we board that train. You sure you ready for this?
Yeah.
Do you think Biggs is on schedule?
He's dead.
All we can do is hope.
Today really gotta be the day, huh?
For what?
Ain't no stopping this train we're on, son.
For blowing up the reactor.
A lot of people risk
It's a
their
soul
lives to get it
train.
rolling.
Hater.
Already put the word out. More's coming too.
Damn.
Shut them all down by the date, or we shut
I cannot unhear Robert Downey Jr., man.
Stop.
Ain't on us.
That's not a real black man.
He was
Maybe
real mean.
Robert Downey Jr. just sounded like a real black man, you know?
He did.
Nothing suspicious here. Don't mind us.
Play cool.
Oh my god.
I'm a dude taking a Mako reactor down.
Chapter 4.
This is an announcement from the Shinya Electric Power Company. The terrorist group Avalanche has issued another bomb threat. In response, we have raised the threat level and entered a state of heightened alert. All lines are currently experiencing delays. We anticipate that our arrival in Sector 4 will be later than scheduled.
The target's Mako Reactor 5. From the station, we take the back streets. Once we're inside the facility, it's the same deal as last time.
Japanese games usually have like funny
storage.
Singing mini games. Is that in this game?
Maybe. What do you mean? Don't worry about it. Name one other Japanese game that has that.
They deserve
exactly.
It's the Yakuza.
Really? You think Yakuza?
Every
you think that's
Yakuza
Japanese? Game. Yakuza?
Yes.
I didn't think word would spread this fast.
You blew up the fucking thing.
No.
There's barely anyone on this train.
Shinra did.
And none of them look happy to be here.
Might stand out as a group. You two stay here.
I can't believe everybody's so mad if we 9/11 one of their fucking reactors. Okay, good job. We're connecting.
Oh, you're leaving?
Yeah, go fuck your mom. Wren, carriage, king, ply, bear, bearing, tutu, attitude, Mandela, presence, ham, boot camp, Pilates, jigs, Gandhi, and aerobics. Are these like missing letters for something? Fuck. Yeah. Okay, I don't know. Hold on. Things you can do like in a gym class or something? Dude, is that dancing? No. Holy shit. What the fuck? Is this hard mode? What is this? Hold on. What the fuck, Gandhi? Like brave leaders or something? Oh, fuck. This is somebody's last name. Fuck! Mandela, Gandhi, Martin Luther King. There's one name I'm missing here. Fuck. Who is it? Oh my god. No. I'm gonna be one off on everything. Oh, not even. I don't know. Boot camp. Gandhi, Ham, Jigs, presence. Attitude. King. Alright. What last name? Fuck. I'm gonna say this and then hate myself. Fuck. What, like ways you can lose weight? Pilates? Do you do that for weight loss? Aerobics and boot camp? And tutu? Could you lose? I don't even know. Oh my god, I can't believe I just saw something. Missing 2 letters to make it a thing. Pliers, hammer, jigsaw, wrench. Okay, holy shit. Okay, hold on. That could be like a last name, maybe? This one? These 4 somehow? Can attitude mean like direction you're facing or something? I'm trying to remember if... Demeanor. Carriage? Bearing? Jeez, okay. I feel like that's a stretch, but alright, whatever. Pilates boot camp. Aerobics. This must be somebody's last name. I don't know. What? Oh my god. I don't know. Get me out of here, bro. Fitness class types. Bear? Bari? What is this? Stop! It was the tutu. What is this? Who is what's his first name? Desmond. South African bishop and theologian. Who cares? That was Mandela. How many South Africans can you pick? Unbelievable. Okay. Tomorrow is going to be the first time a judge ever drops an MSJ in the history of all of federal holidays, okay? Pray for it. Be careful. Don't die.